I wake up to a cup of coffee, cry to my girl to get up off me. She's been sleeping on my arm so long that my whole left side's asleep. I drag myself to the edge of the bed with both of her arms around my head. She never ever lets go, just keeps saying she wants a little more lovin'. Wakey, wakey, rise and shine. This type of thing happens all the time. Every day you'll hear me say, if you got the heart, baby, then I got the soul. If you got the rock, mama, then I got the roll. You got the rhythm, honey, that cures the blues. Let's take a chance. We got nothing to lose. I tell her, maybe I can't afford to buy you a pretty gold bracelet, or when you're old, turn your frown upside down with the facelift. These are just the facts, and we both must face it. But even with all I lack, I still think we can make it. I heard someone say the other day that the poor man's life was spiceless, but I say to you that someone doesn't have a clue, because we both know it's true, that what I have to give to you is priceless. I may not have a penny, but if I had it, then I'd give it to you. Supper, I'd go without any, if you happen to be hungry enough for two. My mistakes, there's been many, while some, only make a few. But I'm faithful like that dog named Benji. I'll come running back home to you. If you got the heart, baby, then I got the soul. If you got the rock, mama, then I got the roll. You got the rhythm, honey, that cures the blues. Let's take a chance. We got nothing to lose. Have you ever set out in the rain, unsure of what you'll find? Have you ever been so sick of the past that you're willing to leave it all behind? Have you ever risked it all for a key to the kingdom, traded their set of rules in for some other kind of freedom? Have you ever risked all that you could be just to be at the side of someone you equate with God, an attraction so strong the type you could never see? Have you ever believed you found another pea from your pod? The rule you follow even though you don't wear blue when it comes to love or innocence, then you'll die to protect and serve. You're in the 1% who know what it is worth. Yes, it is true, you know you do anything you have to. When she descends into your world, the closest you've ever been to heaven, even though you're still walking the earth. The angels flying by, they just seem average when compared to you. The sun that shines so high just doesn't seem as bright. Clouds floating by just aren't so pure and white. For when I stare into your blue eyes, they all just seem to fade away. Though they are all so beautiful, you're what brightens up my day. For certain memories I have of you act as a mirror to my heart and soul, reminding me of how far I've come, and yet still how far I have yet to go. For the light you shine is never bending, and your helping hand is always lending. This heart you've broken is forever mending, for my love for you is and shall be never ending. I've learned you can't appreciate love without a little pain, nor the sun without a little rain. I was a candle that needed lighting. When my world turned dark, you gave me the spark that keeps me fighting. This once black raven has turned to dove. For all you've done, I give you all my love. If you trust in faith and you have faith and trust, you know that strengthens me. It means you believe in us. It's how I know things will be okay. That sure means more to me than I could ever say, more than you could ever see. If we have faith and trust, then we can overcome any great distance that comes between different points of view from where you and I see, from wherever each of us may or may not be. All the way from just next door to pretty blue sea to shining sea, or from one star to the next in this great big galaxy of ecstasy filled with jungle juice, pirate rum, fine wine, champagne, and Galapagos tea. That we're immersed in from head to toe and thrown feet first, but it could be worse. Oh, how so? Just believe you me. Just think, what if we didn't exist? Never got to be a little kid? Well, what then? Just what would we do if we never got to fill up these big shoes? Never got to walk the plank, never getting to swim with the sharks, never get to howl at the moon late at night when the sky grew dark, never get to raise your voice in anger, never forget to forgive a total stranger for just being totally lame and bringing you down, damn near ruining your day for being such a silly clown. But if you have faith and trust, that means you believe in us. You know that strengthens me more than I could ever say, more than you could ever see. For then we can overcome all adversity, yes, even the most terrible of travesties, any and all corresponding tragedies we'd be able to look upon with ease. If we have faith and trust, that means we believe in us, and you know that strengthens them, those passing us by, enjoying our smiles, and of course, all of our friends. Thank you very much. The end. In overwhelming complexity is where I find the most simplicity, especially when it comes down to you and me. During times that some minds might deem as adversity, well, I shine, for it seems to bring out the best in me. I have yet to fail when you've tested me, for what could have brought out the worst in me? It keeps leading me on towards one certainty, that both you and me, we were meant to be together Together. Forever? Forever. Once upon a time I wasn't sure, but I don't feel that way anymore. In this love story, there's a lesson learned. True love is a fire that doesn't burn. It keeps you safe. You feel cozy and warm. Together? Together. Forever? Forever. Won't you close your eyes? Have a listen to my song? Can you still see me? This is for someone dear to me. Since hearts don't tell lies, they speak syllables of truth. Can you still see me? Have I yet appeared to you? Don't you know how much, just what you mean to me? Won't you keep me real? Don't let me become just another memory. Please stay here with me, never let me fade away. Please hold on to me, never let me disappear. With the inner strength residing inside you, no woman alive would ever deny you. I could live for you, I would die for you, but I'll cry for you if you want me to. Hold me in your hands, be my shell, I'll be your pearl. Now I understand that you have control over my entire waking world. Be my ray of light on this cloud-filled day. Please give me the words when I don't know what to say. Give me inspiration, keep me brave and strong. Please keep your eyes closed until I finish my song. Don't you know how much, just what you mean to me? Won't you keep me real? Don't let me become just another memory. Won't you stay with me? Never let me fade away. Please hold on to me. Never let me disappear. Now open your eyes. I stand before you. Sung my siren song of truth. Whispered softly my secret. I live to adore you. When you feel worn down, like you're lacking control, think of how far you've come, not how far you have to go. I'm your lover, awaiting your safe return. What keeps me warm is this love that burns. When you're lost in the cold and don't know which way to turn, think of my heart and soul, you're for what I yearn. With you, I'm 10 feet tall, and the world seems so small, but I'm up so high, who will catch me when I fall? It should be you, since you put me here, yet never before have I seen so clear. If you're lost in a blizzard, feeling alone, listen to my voice, it'll lead you home. Your warm touch of tenderness, my flashlight in this wilderness. Through my own descent down from way up on high, you've showed me what it is to be on the other side. With you, I'm 10 feet tall, and the world seems so small, but I'm up so high, who will catch me when I fall? It should be you, since you put me here, yet never before have I seen so clear. When you're lost in the cold, don't know which way to turn, think of my heart and soul, you're for what I yearn. He held a bird on a string, but it's not what you might think. It was only for her protection. Oh, how she could sing, and how she loved to soar, and how high she could fly when she knew she need not look down anymore. He would always be there to catch her when she fell back to earth. For in his life he had learned many lessons, but to him nothing had ever meant more than when this, his most prized possession, once released from her cage, he'd get to go and see all the places that she would take him to explore. He held a bird on a string. She became to him his everything. He let her out each morning, and then each evening she'd return. Every day she would fly higher, so then the string became longer. The song she sang became louder as her wings grew stronger and stronger. Oh, how high she could fly when she knew that she need not look down anymore. He would always be there to catch her whenever she fell back to earth. Hey there. That's a pretty nice disguise, those angels' eyes. They keep me longing to believe in paradise. But just what do you see when you're looking at me? Sometimes I have to wonder if this is really where you want to be. Do I see only my memories of the way we were? Or has the past now passed, uncovering and discovering something more? Yet whatever's in store, surely no one of this earth could know. But as we learned before, once I loved you, and that love still has room to grow. Yes, I could keep you forever, or I could let you go. Once in a while, without any warning, she straightens the maze. She stares at me with eyes adoring. And what she says, her heart feels, her whole body says. I live for those moments. There was just one the other day. It's those unspoken truths that can rip a man to shreds when he's in over his head, when the price is more than the tag first read. So much unwritten and even more unsaid. With those shimmering, shiny, and happy thoughts, I'll go to bed. I called you on the telephone to tell you that I wouldn't be home. Stuck at work, something's come up, but I don't think you really give a fuck. Yeah, you've heard all my lies by now. It's true, I learned it from you anyhow. You know you reap what you sow, and here comes the plow. One thing you should know by now. Living in a glass house, we look in as you look out, and once a rock gets thrown, it's time to move out. Yet you're still here with covered up mirrors after pushing far away anyone who cared, and those who dared to become your foe were quickly defeated, be it by word or blow. It looks like you are still taking aim from behind a broken window pane. All this time, still nothing's changed, growing blind and lame, but you're to blame. A crashing wave of thought acts as your forget-me-not, as I'm left caught within the undertow. All the words that hurt, the wild nights, our long talks, your short skirts, emotional scars and burns, thoughts that I thought I either buried or lost so very long ago. They're back again. They've reappeared. Did I ever forget, or am I just alone and scared? I was waiting, searching for the new love of my life, but these haunting, fleeting memories of my first wife are like pages turning right in front of my eyes. I see pictures flashing, you know pictures don't lie. I feel embers burning, though unstoked they won't die. I am hurting, yearning, and yet I don't know why. Now I'm slowly learning that there's more than emptiness inside, and I'd give anything, but the laws of man and science don't apply. I can tell you my life's story with just 6 photographs that I carried inside of my wallet, and 3 of them are cats. The other 3, beautiful women, with so much I've shared as our lives have crossed paths. Never would I suggest ever changing a person, my place, or my faith in my past. Yet I'm feeling the need to dust off my camera again, so I'll be back in a flash. He left, but never came back. Left and never came back. For our story begins and was told after the fact, after he set out searching for the 7th photograph. He left, never to come back. Left and never came back. As tears of trust fall from her eyes, we have become one. It's no longer her and I, as we were meant to be 2 equal halves of the whole, connected for eternity, forever in the catch, these 2 kindred spirits, these 2 like minds, these 2 brave and loving souls. For she has finally let me in to where no other man has ever been. Once I proved myself strong by admitting to the weakness of men. Never have I spoken false words about who I am or where I've been, nor have I ever intentionally caused her hurt, no matter what rough shape she's left me in. Now it's time to let our new journey begin. Now it's time to let our new journey begin. When I said everything was fine, straight away you knew I was lying, and you told me so. I replied that this time I was the one who needed some time alone, but you didn't buy it, no. In your wisdom it was known. You knew my words were paper thin, not something you'd take stock in. You knew the weakness of my inner boy, as well as the strengths in me as a man. You knew all along my secret plan. I was looking to build a wall just to see if anyone would notice. I wanted to live in a sandcastle, one infinitely doomed by the tide. I was looking to build a wall just to see if anyone would come and try to knock it down. I was looking to build a wall just to see if anyone would come, if there was anyone at all. When there was nothing left but an old recording every time anyone would try to call. I was looking to build a wall to hide behind and in. In the back of my mind, I wanted to protect my hall of mirrors. I was looking to build a wall, a place to put all the problems that I had yet to face or solve. They're over there next to where I drag my doubts and fears, now laying beside the cross I bear, beside which sits my failures to evolve. Since a miss by an inch is as good as a mile, I'll die when hip, dirty clothes opposed to clean ones out of style. You can tell as much about me from my eyes as you can from my smile. I don't mind being hypnotized by a cutie pie for a while. I'll have you understand I found my weakness as a man, running my fingers through your hair as your breath became my air. Every time I close my eyes, you'd be there inside my eyelids as your voice became my music. I'd hear piano, harp, and violins. No longer am I lonely since our hearts were joined. Solely even apart, we're still together from now until forever. I don't know what could be better. I've been trying to explain this, displace the myth that what is. It is something pliable, changeable, and moldable, yet we could try and see we may just be capable of being tough enough. Yes, every soul is searchable, or we can try to hide from the inescapable, but I don't think that's possible, or at least it's not responsible. I've felt fingers numb. I've gone half blind, staying awake, trying to find the right lines, the right chords and tight riff, trying to show you not only what could be, what was, and what is. I've been trying to explain this. The fact that consciousness, like a river, it is streaming, so that's why I go dreaming. Like you, I've been trying to find some peace in my mind, since it surely seems that sometimes all good things keep leaving. Remember, even this moment is fleeting. Don't let your beaten pride eat you alive. When self-fulfilling becomes self-defeating, don't lay down and die. Rise up, rise up. Raise a hand up, the other hand up, raise them up to the sky, finding some peace of mind and what a pleasant, sweet surprise. Well, I believe that I came to you in pursuit of my search for truth and light, and that love of life can see me through this on my darkest day, through this deep haze, rather than be washed away by a crushing wave, receiving my belief that hard work pays off someday. All souls can and will be saved, rather than led astray. I don't joke when trapped by a cloud of smoke, because some people think that our world is their own ashtray. If we all stop and take a deep, long breath, we can either blow it up or blow it all away. Then we can see the sun, let the world unite as one, feeling like children again. Then we can go run off and play just like we did back in the day. Prozac people's kids no longer cry. We just hear their sighs. Perhaps that's why I find that I cry all the time. So then rather than just turn my head and cough and jest, seeing a big old bloody mess, yes, I guess I must here confess. Sometimes I don't reveal when I cry my tears of joy inside. That's when I feel the most alive. It's my bright night light that I just won't let die. So once again, that's why that I believe that I came to you in pursuit of my search for truth and light, and that our love of life can see us through. Our musical creativity is infinity, if you ask me, but no one's asked me. That's why I had to speak up. That's why I always get tripped up. That's why I had to stand up. That's why I won't give up. That's why I try to live up to what I see in my meditations. That's why I always try to live up to my own expectations of greatness and limitlessness, of timelessness and spacelessness, only energy and synergy that potentially lives inside each and every being, not just between you and me. You see, I believe that we were never meant to be, but somehow through some wrong turns and some right words, we just fell into place so naturally, and that makes me happy, so very, very happy. Strings break, voices crack, smooth skin wrinkles, it's just a matter of fact. The years add up when you do the math. But you know us, we don't worry about that. Now tell me why is that, is what the people ask. It's because all we need is love and what we carry on our backs. We find that to be just the perfectly enough stuff, along with the kid and a couple crazy cats that come walking with us as we try to find out where we're at while we're making our living, Pied Piper and the Rats. So sing and walk with us once we've gained your trust. Our army has been making a killing, charging just a quarter per hug, yeah. So sing and walk with us when you see a big cloud of dust. a rollin' rally coming down the alley, or maybe that smoke, I just got a head rush. Time. It's always of the essence, though we don't know if it's always been present. Oh, but of course, it's a gift. Well, I guess that depends on what you do with it when it's yours. Was it something significant? Though we know that sometimes there's elegance even in remedial chores. It's who you're with and not what you do that's led me here standing in front of you and beside you, always behind you, because you know that you let me live right inside you. For year after year you've been there to say you care. I think of time as a monument, a shrine to the moments that we've shared. Time is always of the essence, though we don't know if it's always been present. Oh, but of course it's a gift. I love you more than classic rock and roll. The last time I felt like this was so many years ago. It's who you're with and not what you do that's led me here standing in front of you. For year after year you've been here to say you care. I think of time as a monument, a shrine to the moments that we've shared. No matter the time, no matter the place, hope has a face, just gotta finish the race. Pain and sorrow, you'll pass them on the road. Yesterday and tomorrow, the seeds have already been sown. Your future's been planted out in the field. With all the choices you've made, your fate has been sealed. We're all searching for answers, but yet we know that after you've planted, you have to take it slow and sit in your garden and watch it grow. Watch it grow, watch it grow. It was a rainy day, not unlike today. Do-do-do, I was by myself, but she was on her way. Do-do-do, I was by myself, but he was on his way. Do-do-do, it was the month of March, but felt more like April than May. Do-do-do, I was in my happy place, as if I had to say, do-do-do. This is a song whose melody can be repeated when needed. You don't need even words. Words just describe pictures to the state of the mind. This is a song whose melody can be hummed in defeat or retreat, offering a calming peace during the most troubling and trying of times. This is a song that everyone can sing, the poorest of paupers, the richest of kings. This is a song that's one big fairy tale, but only if you want it to be. This is a song that when we all sing along, turns out to become reality. This is a song that everyone can agree on. This is a song that can save the world. This is a song that everyone can depend on, for it's a song we hummed way back when we were young, even though at the time we didn't know the words. Do-do-do. This is a song that everyone can agree on. This is a song that is there from the start, deep in our heart. It's the first song we learned by ourselves, and then we sang together. All the little boys and all the little girls. Do-do-do. I can feel you're growing tired, can sense you're getting run down. As you spoke, your brain seemed wired, so full of scattered thoughts bouncing all around. When I called to cheer you up, you seemed so very distant, so far away. I thought by now I knew all the words that could lighten your load and brighten up your day. Hence, when silence fell upon us, my face took on a peculiar and puzzled state. That's when I knew to throw away all my words, for it was best for you and best for me to wait. You told me that you needed time alone with just yourself, and not to take it personally, but of course you knew how I felt. I felt like less of a man and more like a child, since I always do what I can to make you smile, yet I respected your wishes, your will and your desires, as I gave you the space which you said you required. For I know you by now when it comes to troubled times like these. I gracefully bow down and back away far enough until it suits your needs. For that is love, learning when to push, when to pull, and when to temporarily retreat. For that is love, knowing when to drive, when to let it ride, and when to take a back seat. So tell me what you did today, hey, hey. I find myself riding away, hey, hey. A little part of my heart and soul got saved when I stood up rather than running away, hey, hey. Let me tell you what I learned. My books, their pages are getting turned. Since life comes at you in stages, so it goes, you learn. In these changes, phases, we go our separate ways and merge. Mostly we see time as our enemy, so we speed up our pace and we get caught going against the flow, and we are finding find ourselves losing our place. So tell me what you did today. Found myself finding myself while I was riding away, riding away, or sailing away, riding away, or sailing away, riding away, or sailing away. I found the truth within a song. As soon as I turned the radio on, the singer spoke your name. I couldn't turn it off. I didn't know that you knew him too. I'm not the only one who writes love songs for you. He described your eyes as deeply troubled and blue. Said you tried to hide your crying, but he'd seen right through. And that sounded a lot like something that I once wrote for you. Surely some time has passed, yet my feelings still hold true. Yeah, those words read a lot like a verse of a love poem I once wrote too. One that never became a song because 'twas only shared with you.
We have a hunched over old man who makes your shoes shine. We're the policemen and women who help reduce crime. We're the ones who cook and serve your meals at lunchtime. We're the bartenders that you find right before closing time. If you're overworked and underpaid, just nod your head, say you're doing fine. Pick up your shovel and grab your spade, just nod your head, say you're doing fine. Get back to work, carry on your trade, just nod your head, say you're doing fine. Quit complaining about making minimum wage, just nod your head, say you're doing fine. If you're overworked and underpaid, don't complain, just get in line. We are the tracks on which society's laid. Don't complain, just get in line. From our broken backs, millionaires are made. Don't complain, just get in line. It starts when you're a little kid selling lemonade. Don't complain, just get in line. Let us unite from here, there, from everywhere, for now's our time to shine. Scream out if your life's defined by more than just your career, for now's our time to shine. If you're in your car, join our motorcade, for now is our time to shine. Sing the refrain and join our parade, for now is our time to shine. You might drink the wine, but we're the ones who pulled the grapes from the vine. You may own the oil, but we're the ones who built the pipeline. They might worship you, but we're the ones who erected the shrine. You may sing the song, sing us a song, but we're the ones who wrote the rhyme. We're the ones who wrote the rhyme. I spread my words, so let them be heard all across the land, all across these lands. My advice is right and nice, I'll have you understand. When it comes to giving, give as much as you can. When it comes to woman, sure my heart's been broken. Each time I try to fix it and carry on the best I can. Suddenly I feel empowered, get inspired to spend the next hour sitting here and making song, hoping that you will come and sing along. A friend told me a story over coffee one morning from one of the books she was reading, and oh, how the pages were turning. Oh, my friend is very lovely. If only you had a chance to meet her, you would understand it, how I feel when I see her. She was blessed with one of those faces, possessed by only those truly lovely people, that when softly caressed it somehow erases time itself and everything, all that's evil. Someone once asked me what the secret to my life is. I answered without thinking, learning love is priceless. Share what you have with everyone and send flowers to yourself. Just a little thank you for being you. Now go and give them to someone else. I spread my words, so let them be heard all across the land, all across these lands. My advice is right and nice, I'll have you understand. When it comes to giving, give as much as you can. Rinse, lather, and repeat. When you got blood on your hands, this is no time to retreat. When you begin to dig in, stay busy to keep from losing sleep. The war is yours to win. Facts get lost in the mist. I don't believe this. In betrayal by a kiss. Cracks, a chink in the armor is great cause for alarm, for many things can harm both your soul and your will and your desire to kill for the sake of a name when ideas aren't the same. It's the lion and the lamb for things we don't understand. What's missing is common ground found beneath the line in the sand. One must win at any and all costs has become the prevailing thought. The divide between the worker and the boss keeps growing wider and is now hard to cross. This union is bound to break, and with so much at stake, people everywhere speaking out before it's too late. So I ask, what do you say? Speak. Close your eyes, quiet your mind, and describe to me what you hope to find. Don't give it a name, let it be free, for fear it may change, or worse, never be. Calm your breath, yes, inhale deep, then pinch yourself, make sure you're not asleep. Is life a dream? Then one day we wake to a world brand new that's ours to shape? Or is this it, and at the end of the ride, there's nothing more, just hello, goodbye? What if it's a question of choice and it's up to you to decide? And what you believe in most, that fate will then be applied. Don't dare waste thoughts on hollow or empty things for fear of finding out what the consequences bring. Behold the power of free mind and will. Everything can be unmade and anything can be built. Conceive, believe, achieve. Imagination is all you need. Yes, you can manifest your destiny in this world, the next, or whatever world will be. Enter this virtual world, take an unguided tour. We'll find a cavern in your mind that has yet to be explored. We'll cause a ripple in the water of intuition, space, and time. Won't fear a tear in the fabric, only scared of a flaw in the design. We can take a trip, slip downstream. Feel free to follow me, or I could follow you. Just take one of these, and you know what to do. Become anyone you want, and let that become the truth. Free yourself from all distraction, for time ain't on anybody's side. I can see by your reaction the sense of panic in your eyes. There's only shame in me asking if you need your place to hide. Take one of these and you know what to do. Become anyone you want and let that become the truth. I see a ripple in the water, or it could be space and time. A small tear in the fabric. I see a flaw in the design. Just take one of these and you know what to do. Let everything you see become shiny and new. There's no well-marked and measured, previously charted course for you in this world, just doors waiting to be opened and new frontiers to be explored. Are there unknown galaxies to be found in what we call this universe? I've been searching for another new place, one that lies between the bounds of time and material and sound and space, where I can live inside my own creative invention, fueled by just the energy inside all my good intentions, becoming unencumbered by this perpetual motion of having to ride through the highs and the lows, like a barrel carried along in the drift of the tide, up and then down and all around again on this ride, a human roller coaster of pretext and manipulation. I want to go where there's no black and no white, no wrong or right, no sleep, no war, no more, no peace, and no reason to fight. No big problems or great solutions, only a future fate which awaits that your thoughts and actions will realize and dictate. An alternative reality avoiding impartialities and ambiguities that in time you'll find within your own peace of mind. Then you'll get by on just your own ingenuity and intuity and your innards and their fluidity. where a thinking man's thoughts find their way out of the box and any other device that tries to contain them. When one's logic is sound and strong, nobody ever has to ask, which side are you on? Since there's no sides to choose, no winners to lose, no losers to win, or angels to sin, nor devils to pray for eternal life in the oncoming day, or even in the seconds that later lie ahead, no present, no past, no living, no dead. The dazzling darkness caresses the silent, the perfect calm at the edge of the violence, meant to do us harm or gently guide us, outward and upward or deep down inside us. There's many with ears that can't hear through the fear. Those not standing in the light remain beyond my line of sight in an invisible prison. When your spirit is trapped in form, it can't soar. Listen, in the kingdom of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. But if you can change your mind, then you can change everything. I believe that space and time are one, and that I'll finish exactly where I begun. What always is, always was, and always will be. Behold, I use my free will to create fate and mold, make, and shape my destiny. Yeah, energy, frequency, and waves can move mountains like Jesus saves, can part the sea, remove gravity, can erase mistakes, even rewrite history. The secret is that we are the key, the problem, the solution, the question, and the answer to the mystery. What if the magician was the trick? Then the illusion wouldn't necessarily be what we expect. I am trying to unlearn what all the teachers have taught me. I'm trying to unlock an original thought, but I have no key. I'm trying to believe that it's better than it seems, or at least what I can see. I am trying to achieve the American dream of leaving a legacy behind me. Look out, the man's got the pen again, pulls it out every now and then, pokes some smart as your thoughts become your friends. Keep on looking for answers until the questions end. So what pulls you through? Is it something bigger than you, or is it lesser than you? It could be that too, for so many of this is true. Oh, so what am I to do? Lock myself in a vault and point my finger at you, screaming everything is your fault? Sure, you're still soul-searching, yet you haven't found a clue. Finally, my inner turmoil is at peace. I slayed the dragon, I conquered the beast, fought so many things that I couldn't see. That which I once believed would one day get the best of me has now been left behind. I always knew it was just a matter of time. Now that I'm finally where I want to be, I still can't really say that I'm doing fine. With all this free time plaguing my mind, I get to dig a little deeper, still afraid of what I'll find. The ocean acts as the blood of the earth. She's screaming out in a flood of hurt. Oh, misguided one, can't you see what you've done? Taken and forsaken, see the red rivers run. With our mother provider and failing health, we could stop dividing and help ourselves. He who seeks paradise just to leave it in ruins finds indeed all good things do end too soon. Visions of your future are found in the memories of your past. You can trace each face and place as you look back, a symphony of senses as you travel the threads of time. It's like dreaming, but you're not sleeping, still you feel so alive. You can feel the current of energy running through us all. The frequency determines whether we degenerate or evolve. As free will plays as big a part as chance, so much more is happening here than appears at first glance. It's such a complicated subject, this matter of war. Traces back to the beginning of time, if not before, intertwined with our destiny throughout all of our history as the fate of humanity rests within this legacy. The true nature of man is not one of understanding, to say the least. The way it now stands, this violence and bloodshed shall never cease. There are 4 words that'll never be our one sole belief. We come in peace. There are 4 words that make me nervous when I hear someone speak. We come in peace. For it seems to me we'll all eventually suffer some kind of defeat. All genders and races, all colors of this crayon nation, all beliefs and creeds. Yet when we fight today, the battle cry is not Semper Fi, it's bleed green for corporate greed. Please take my eyes or take away these things that I don't want to see. Still, we try to perceive all that's unperceivable. Still, we try to conceive in what's inconceivable. Still, we struggle to believe in the unbelievable. Still, we attempt to achieve what is unachievable. It's such a complicated subject. This matter of war traces back to the beginning of time, if not before, intertwined with our destiny throughout all of our history, as the fate of humanity rests within this legacy. Passion is found in many shapes and forms, within a tight black dress, within a uniform, in the eyes of a mother, in the size of a lover, at 3 in the morning, oh yeah. Virtue can't be found in all eyes of men, nor in their statues or great monuments. Only through tough times and trial will we find ourselves without denial or false compliments. Oh yeah, naked truth often hides where you least expect, never in the lavish palace, but in the cellar of neglect. Those of us living in glass houses should be careful of bricks, for some of us who are the chosen ones aren't the ones we'd pick. Oh no. Fate is a word made up by the scared as the reason why they failed or the reason they never dared to summon the courage to follow the voice that they didn't always want to hear. Oh yeah. I am a man who loves dishing it out, yet I always have problems when it comes to myself. When it comes to stepping up, I'm the first one to speak. When it comes to the children, I try my best to teach. They say practice makes perfect, so it's time to practice what I preach. I'd tell you all about my life, but you probably wouldn't believe me. You find me always doing right, and you think it comes easy. You who finds something new and becomes afraid. With that view, there's not a lot that I can say. You'll find out the hard way. That's the price that some pay. When you play it too safe, sometimes you don't get to play. I got about 30 seconds to get inside your head, so let us save the small talk for another time instead. Now I have only 20 seconds left to sow this little seed to try to turn my belief into your belief. How do I get you to see that once you unplug yourself from your TV, you can begin to make a difference to someone else, yourself, and me? Just 10 seconds more to let you know that there are countless caverns left within your mind just waiting to be explored. Burning out, sitting in an ashtray with no way out, walking in circles of hot cross coals, something landed on my lap, what only God knows. This is some new shit, highly funky. Caged like a monkey, start by turning one key, end up as a junkie. You may say highly unlikely, but you could end up just like me. If you say yes, would your life be a mess? It's anyone's guess. Life's like playing chess. Let me explain my life in a way that you can see it. I'm fighting a battle, I'm playing a game, but I know I'll never beat it. So many moves, though I must proceed with caution. While I'm wary of hesitation, each step must be wise to escape total domination. In that there's no compromise. All the devils have eyes, some wear suits and ties and tell dirty lies. Some things just won't die. Someone watching from way up high is playing chess with my mind, and I think the general he wants me to die as he sends me to the front of the battle lines. I've been a pawn for far too long. Even though I'm still fighting, I don't know which side I'm on. Every time I look behind me, the general's gone. I hear checkmate now. Stand alone halfway around the world is a long way from home. Somehow I was taken and played just like a fool, and I was mistaken thinking everyone plays by the same set of rules. When I smash the board, I'll free myself. When I drop my gun, they'll enlist someone else. For I am no hero. I've lost all hope of saving mankind. If I can save myself, then at least I won't be wasting time. If I ever get that far, then I'll try to free the others, one at a time. Show them what to be wary of and all the warning signs. Even on top of the world, there are still mountains left to climb. I scared myself today when I saw the world in a whole new way. Every mind's a piece of unmolded clay, and minds become trapped inside a maze of words that I cannot explain or write or nor say. We all live beneath the same sky, but yet we don't all see the same light. Some see nothing but the summer's sun, while others look up at a winter's night. While waiting for the other shoe to drop onto the floor, I've given up trying to make sense of anything anymore. For this stale air has finally gotten the better of me. Had to take a walk outside to try to change my scenery. Everything I've known has decided to play tricks on me. My past is my shadow that no longer stands beside me. Long ago we parted and went our separate ways. Long before this whole mess started, before this city was set ablaze. I scared myself today when I saw the world in a whole new way. Every mind's a piece of unmolded clay, and minds become trapped inside a maze of words that I cannot explain or write nor say. We all live beneath the same sky, yet we don't all see the same light. Some see nothing but the summer's sun, while others look up at a winter's night. Yes, I had to take a walk outside and change my scenery, and hopefully bleed some new blood into me. Escape from my surroundings in all of this abject poverty. Provide my eyes a change and find something new to see. I scared myself today when I saw the whole world in a whole new way. I scared myself today, became trapped inside a maze of words that I could not explain, nor write, nor say. I hear whispers from the lost souls of man, questioning everything that I think that I am. So I do not think, therefore I am not part of the problem or solution, since my character no longer plays any role in the plot. It is then my mind reminds me I have no memory, and there was something else, but I forgot. Today, what is not needed, it gets deleted, just as in ancient times when translated, annihilated just meant defeated. No, not just a soldier in retreat, but his dog, his flag, his whole family. I hear whispers, voices unknown to me, hence I fall back asleep into a dreamlike state. Looks like everything will have to wait. Living in a dream, to wake up one must fall asleep. Returning to reality, close your eyes as the same process repeats. Peace. I am to their God what the Beatles were to Jesus. Independent thought is the only thing that frees us. Even chained to a cross, I claim that you can still get lost, but not everyone believes this. Noah floated in a flood, and the reason was all because humans are just like viruses and diseases. Just as peasants are to power, as dangerous as weeds are to a flower, and Brutus was to Caesar. Living in the age of painted rust sure looks pretty, but do you trust that it would even hold your weight? Or all those behind you trying to escape from all the corporate hypnotists going around brainwashing little kids? Almost too slippery, it's so surreal. The way I think, the way I float, and the way I vote, and the way I feel. Almost too good it should be destroyed. But then again, that would leave an awful lot of people left unemployed. And we know they need something to kill the time and fill the void. For some choose crime over rhyme, and Sarah Palin over Arundhati Roy. Oh, to be a master to many and a slave to none. Won't you tell me all about it? It sure does sound like fun. Sure, going viral might get you paid, and it might even get you laid and make grandma need a new hearing aid. What'd you say? It might make your friends send you on an upward trend, spiraling high above the earth until you find yourself coming crashing on back down again. So what then? But by being bold and staying true, would you call your life a failure if you find you've inspired the minds of just a few? Can't you see that it's better to be timeless to 10 rather than having 15 minutes of fleeting fame with the minions? They say a stitch in time, it may save 9. I'd say I'd rather be timeless to just 10 without regard or sentiment for or of public opinion. I'd rather be loved by some and feared by none, as opposed to reigning supreme over any other living beings. I've been thinking it's better to use my powers to heal, to try to unify and not divide us all up into different social classes. Delivered from temptation, let me not yield, for I'd much rather level the playing field than to try to climb and rise above the masses. Down on the corner of Ocean and Demora, I've seen a lot of drama, my fair share of horror. Sometimes you see it coming, or you're hearing people running, as you're thinking, ain't that something, that the prey has gone out hunting. Though you're not sure what it means, you've fallen deeper in the dream. Begin to question your beliefs, leaving others to plant seeds. What will grow? What will grow? What will grow? It's hard to know. Sometimes it shows, other times it don't show. What do we make of all these mistakes? Trying hard, keep falling on my face. Down on the corner of Ocean and Demora, I've seen a lot of drama, my fair share of horror. And though you know it's a trap, your biggest failure is not to act. It's too easy to look back long after the fact, saying, I wish I did this and didn't do that. Inaction and indecision leaves you full of things you're missing. Now it's lost the gift you've been given. You paid the cost, no, you didn't listen. My fear is my friend, so long we've been together, from the beginning until the very end. Some call it other names, play their silly games, pretend they're still the same, though facts remain unchanged. You're hearing two voices coming from different places with two opposite choices as you find yourself now facing a separation of church and state. In this case, it's your logic and faith. One is gone, the other's been misplaced, lying in ruins and laid to waste. Yet it takes dialogue and not debate to make whole again this fractured state. We need common ground, not lines in the sand, for unity to be found in our fellow man. With this goal in mind, we must forge ahead, while biding our time with our feet on the ledge. Tight to our toes lies a precipitous drop, but with our backs to the wall, we cannot stop. The daylight is dwindling as darkness draws near. Every path towards escape has circled back here. I'm not alone. It's my friend who comforts me. Fear. When you're down, that's when they show. Funny how they always seem to know. A cloud of doubt, soon you're all wet. Burned out, blackout, lest we forget. Our histories full of regret. What we pretend to be sans our secrets. When you're down, that's when they show. Funny how they always seem to know. A man like me teeters back and forth between being benevolent and a fan of force. Half of me believes there can only be one king of the jungle. My other half isn't deceived and keeps reminding me to stay humble. When you're down, that's when they show. Funny how they always seem to know. If you find yourself in a hole, the first thing to do is stop digging. What I've learned, you will soon know. You lose the right to choose when you're begging. Once you took pride in your self-control, now you take whatever you're given. That warm smile's turned frosty cold. You're making a mistake, this ain't really living. First find some sunlight, then you can grow. Discover who and what you are, rather than keep it hidden. Now behold the shooting star you've always been and always are. And now you know what before you didn't. It is said that every body is a temple, so surely somewhere in here there's a place of healing. Lately I've found my hands folded and praying, though I'm not sure if I should be standing, sitting, or kneeling. I've been having the strangest of feelings, but I can't quite put my finger on it, though I know there's a key unlocking and revealing that which I have been searching and seeking. Still I have yet to lay my hands upon it. In all of these, my wheelings and dealings, perhaps I lent it, lost it, or pawned it, for this isn't how I planned it. I've slowly become an army of one. I'm beginning to sense that I'm surrounded, as around and around and around I'm being spun, and I spin. Seems I can't win, yet I'll die before I ever surrender. So I fight with my own insides, and all these memories I don't want to remember. I can't lie, only try to hide in this journey of mine, to venture into the very core of my mind, just to see what's at its center. So I pry from here outside whenever I find a room with a chained door that I know still has yet to be explored, one that someday I shall have to enter. A handful of empty promises, all about a better tomorrow. I found them all to be hollow, leaving me here with just this sorrow. Once I had all I thought that I need, and now I got nothing but memories. It's time to show me a sign, God, let me know you're up there somewhere. Lately it seems my faith has somehow been misplaced. I hope it hasn't disappeared, and that it's still around here somewhere. When the yellow sun is glowing way, way up high, you can never expect to see the stars in the sky, but you know they're up there somewhere. But it can boggle the mind just what goes on up there. Surely the stars still shine some places sometimes, somewhere. It's lonely in the dark on a cold night, feeling without an ember, without a spark, clinging to emptiness oh so tight, yet you know love is inside you somewhere. Yes, you know love is inside you somewhere. I woke up this morning feeling cold and alone. I woke up this morning after another night at home, all by myself, sad and alone, all by myself. So I picked up the phone. Oh, won't you please give to me some good advice that's right for me on what to do with you know who. That's whoever it is I'm supposed to please. Oh, please give to me some good advice, for you know all about my pathetic life. Have a look at me and tell the truth. Can I still do all the things that I want to do? Oh, look at me and tell the truth. Am I doing what I was meant to do? Sometimes there's a little voice inside my ear, whispering words I don't want to hear. A question mark after everything. It's not just the words I write, but the melody and who sings. Seems to be the story of my life. I keep doing what I think is right, then get sidetracked by what compels me. Should I do what everybody tells me? I see your face, it looks to me you need some cheering up. Eyebrows are raised, hair out of place, your eyes are tearing up. You lost your faith in yourself, hey, you better listen up. Sometimes it seems they crush your dreams, and then that's when life gets tough. I turn frowns upside down and make unhappy people smile. Life got you down. If I'm around, I'll sit and talk with you a while. I'll share with you a story or two from my youth, and time will fly. For today we'll let our troubles fade. Save F the W and let's get high. When we get home, I'll roll a bone, and now you're blazed, got dry mouth taste. Let all give thanks to purple haze. For today we'll let our troubles fade. We'll pie your eyes so you don't cry. We'll have a laugh, flipping through some funny photographs. Oh, how the time goes by. And why be sad, angry, or mad when you can look up at the beautiful sky? I'm fired up, I've had enough of backing down and getting pushed around. I'm standing tall, I will not fall. I'll be the wrecking ball right through your brick wall. I'm rising up through the ashes, taking names and kicking asses. Finally the tide has turned and I'm laying claim to what I deserve. I've waited, found waiting brings nothing. Dedicated, I know I'm bound to find something. Educated by both books and streets, frustrated I can neither find nor keep. The love that's been missing was there, now it isn't. Was here and then it wasn't. I placed myself above it, alone and incomplete. I've been lacking in your peace. All I'm really after is a good night's sleep. So it's time to find another who will be my lover to make the circle complete. I got half a tank of gas and I'm looking for some ass, so I decided to take a drive downtown. I know there's girlies by the square, so that's why I'm heading there right now. It's the hippest spot to be if you want to be seen on the scene, be seen on the scene, yeah. And you know me, that's where I want to be, yeah, that's where I want to be. I like the spotlight shining down on me for all the world to see. Well, I got up to the spot and every girl I saw was hot. I was craving some affection from a member of the opposite sex, and I always try to get a good example. Always try to set a good example for all the other upright mammals on how business should be handled. Because if you can hold a candle to my legend or my name, y'all can debate my place in the game, but to me it's all the same. Destiny don't mean shit to me. I'm leaving hard work as my legacy, and if you're next to me, then it's best to be able to look at all things in this world honestly. The worst lies are the ones that we keep telling ourselves. We keep living in denial and then no one helps. The heaviest burdens I placed on myself. I got my head straight now, yeah, I'm back in good health. Life is so much easier when you stop fighting yourself. I've stopped fighting myself. Back at the scene, it was a Dionysian dream. Back at the scene, it was a Dionysian dream, and I was determined to find myself a queen. The journey ahead has been left undefined, and in this endeavor, it's the treasure that I hope to find. In fact, I think I see her now, so I gotta go. If she turns out to be the one, don't say I didn't tell you so. So, here we go. Oh, 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 oh. Well, I believe that I came to you in pursuit of my search for truth and light, and that love of life can see me through this on my darkest day, through this deep haze, rather than be washed away by a crushing wave, receiving my belief that hard work pays off someday. All souls can and will be saved, rather than be led astray. I don't joke when trapped by a cloud of smoke, because some people think that our world is their own ashtray. If we all stop and take a deep, long breath, we can either blow it up or blow it all away. Well, I believe that I came to you in pursuit of my search for truth and light, and that love of life can see me through this on my darkest day, through this deep haze, rather than be washed away by a crushing wave, receiving my belief that hard work pays off someday. All souls can and will be saved, rather than be led astray. I don't joke when trapped by a cloud of smoke, because some people think that our world is their own ashtray. If we all stop and take a deep, long breath, we can either blow it up or blow it all away. Then we can see the sun, let the world unite as one, feeling like children again. Then we can go run off and play just like we did back in the day. Prozac people's kids no longer cry. We just hear their sighs. Perhaps that's why I find that I cry all the time. So rather than just turn my head and cough and jest, seeing a big old bloody mess, yes, I guess I must here confess, sometimes I don't reveal when I cry my tears of joy inside. That's when I feel the most alive. It's my bright night light that just won't die. So once again, that's why that I believe that I came to you in pursuit of my search for truth and light, and that our love of life can see us through. Hold on to your dreams. Tonight can be the night you fall in love. Hold on to your dreams. Remember there is someone watching from above. He sees the picture complete. There's no need to be discreet. Never have to worry about defeat. It's okay to fall down at his feet. The watcher will guide you once you take a look inside you. The watcher will hide you when trouble comes to find you. He will stand behind you. I've never seen his face, never looked into his eyes. He's never said a word, never told me a lie. He was my spirit guide who held me by the hand, led me through the darkness after day had turned to night. Now I'm no longer on my own. He removed the blindfold and showed me to the light. Hold on to your dreams. Tonight could be the night you fall in love. Hold on to your dreams. Remember there's someone watching from above. He sees the picture complete. There's no need to be discreet. Never have to worry about defeat. It's okay to fall down at his feet. I found my way back home. Not afraid of the dark, just don't feel the same way I used to. Watcher gave me a spark, lighted this path that leads to you. The torch has been passed. Now it's my turn to watch over you. Hold on to your dreams. Tonight could be the night you fall in love. Hold on to your dreams. Remember there is someone watching from above. Remember tonight could be the night you fall in love. I've been trying to find a place to call home in my mind, but it's cluttered with all this useless debris, pictures, places, things, and ideas they've been trying to sell to me. I've been trying to hear my own voice within my ears. I heard a whisper from somewhere, amongst all the yelling, screaming, and crying, which leads to disbelieving. That's when the whisper grows silent. I've been trying to see, since things aren't bad for me, that I should forget the fact that ignorance kills, turning my back on any and all ills that don't slap me in the face, for I can't save the entire human race. Today I'm enjoying myself, going out to have a good time. This earth won't cease to spin or exist if I relax and unwind. Let someone else worry about the world for a while.
Let someone else worry about the world for a while. Once I thought I was happy, but I've long since lost my smile.
I'd like to rewind time to find the mindset I had before, take the train tracks back to when I lacked the need to go explore, to when I didn't care if the whole world went up in flames. I'd say, what can one man do except point a finger and pass the blame? That's it, I've had it enough. I can't take it anymore. Just a few of these to put my mind at ease. I'll meet you on the dance floor. Fences, I see more fences springing up every day. There are people paid to separate people who are lining up to stand in the way of the prophets who create the media slaves, yeah, who dictates who gets to divide the riches, who gets to go diving with the fishes, and who gets to migrate and escape before it gets to be too late. Fences, I see more fences springing up every day, forcing us to choose sides in this great divide between the people and the state. This state of confusion, of perpetual illusion, of entertainment, sex, death, of who's next, of celebrity, sport, fear, and hate.
Like me, you want to get away, want to find yourself some kind of inner wealth, a reason to carry on, my dearest one, a reason to stay awake. Fences, I see more fences springing up every day. Seems all those in line are blind to the times, either wearing rose-colored glasses or being kept in the shade. The trees are tall when you follow every letter of the law straight to the T, and yet fundamentally disagree, failing to fully appreciate the fact that fences, when used as defenses, are completely senseless, especially when humans are turned into machines. I see power serving power. I see snipers in the tower. I see faces of the crying. I see truth from people dying. I see walls that keep getting higher. I see more kindling being thrown into the fire. I see people scared and losing faith and not being able to think straight. Fences, I see more fences springing up every day.
My hate is filled with heart. My blood is in my art. My tears blotch out the page. This ink confines my rage. Sometimes I'm not myself. Fuck you, go fuck yourself. Hell yes, I fake Tourette's. Have fun, no one's upset. Create the world you seek with eyes and style unique. Arise brand new each day. Play hard or else don't play.
I frame it, I hang it, I put it up for sale, I make it, I take it, because I know they'll always come back for more when they know what they're looking for. It sure is fun to go explore. Who wouldn't want to be out on tour? I'm making my living with no fucks given. Standing around the corner, there's a line full of women, all waiting for the star of the show. I wonder where you are. They want to know, oh, where could he be hiding? What kind of car will he ride in? It must be so exciting. Pick a party, you're invited. Everybody wants to know what you're saying. Anybody you want to bed, we know you're laying. You got every card in your pocket you could play, kid. There's no way you're gonna fade, you're gonna stay big. When you put it on the poster, the shorter the name, the bigger the print. You're knee-deep in posers, your name in lights, you hit the bigs, yeah. They say there's bullets flying down Broadway, but you haven't yet heard the news. You just gotta have your piece of cake, and now you wanna eat it too. You wanna be the next Bobby Dylan. Oh, today it's Johnny Cash. I could tell by your cool sunglasses, looks like you lost your funny hat. You say your sound's original, I've never heard nothing quite like that. Well, I've been around a long time, my boy, and I've got just one question that I'd like to ask. You're knee-deep in poses, your name in lights, you hit the bigs, yeah. But what happens when you're exposed by both the paparazzi and the pigs? Oh! Will you say you love your life with all the stuff you got because of what you said and did? Or will you finally see the light and make right for all the crimes that you commit? When you put it on the poster, the shorter the name, the bigger the print. You're knee-deep in posers, your name in lights, you hit the bigs, yeah. They say there's bullets flying down Broadway, but you haven't yet heard the news. You just got to have your piece of cake, and now you wanna eat it too. I know there's lyrics being sang. I hear the music in my head, and yet I cannot understand exactly what is being said, for it seems like nothing but busy noise, more sounds coming from the underemployed.
Just like laughing children while they're playing with the empty boxes of all their toys. Ain't that the way it goes? You just like the beat, you start tapping your toes. Without any time to think, a beautiful stranger pulls you up to your feet, and after a wink, you drop your drink, and now there's no place to retreat. With the speakers pumping something new into your system, you don't know the words, but you can feel the rhythm. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's the chorus or the bridge, if they all tell the truth or there are hypocrites. As long as they keep knocking out hits, he'll be up there all night shaking your hips. And you're not the only one. That's what makes this affair so much fun. My life's work has been handed to me. Placed beneath my feet is a book filled with blank pages. It is up to me what to fill the book with. I must write carefully not to make any mistakes. Sometimes I rush and choose the wrong words. Love when I write of lust. Maybe when I mean no. I try to correct my mistakes, but I cannot erase. Only cross out and begin writing again, beginning where I left off. I dream of rewriting chapters upon chapters only to come to understand the finality of what is once written can never be withdrawn. I reread and study, desperate trying to become a better writer, but learning takes mistakes and only practice makes perfect. Who knows what the coming chapters will include? Maybe you, maybe not, but I will not stop writing until I find the perfect ending, and I will not leave any pages blank. The coach called my number, so I stepped up to the plate. The pitcher threw the ball, but I swung too late. 2 strikes left, I'm down in the count. I know I can't give up as I hear the fans shout. Again, the pitcher threw the ball. After he checked the sign, a ball way outside, but the umpire's blind. He called strike 2 as the catcher smiled. Now I'm down and out, swinging at anything that comes. It's the bottom of the 9th, and we need a home run. Now the pitcher does what he has to do. He threw another pitch, and I swung right through. Now he's jumping up with his fists tightly clenched as I put my head down, walking back to the bench. Time for the winners and the losers to each go their separate ways. We both had our chances in this game we played. Time to clear my ears of all their constant ringing, but at least
The newspapers have all gone, been blown away in the wind. The magazines have all been bought up, turned to ads for corporate spin. And the radio repeats itself, so much so that you stopped listening. And TV, well, not much has changed. It's still the same as it's always been. We both look at each other as loneliness starts creeping in. Once upon a time, we were like brothers. Now we feel lucky just to be friends. All the signs during these times have been put up to lead us astray, so that our views become skewed, so that we see the world in a different way, for our bonds are becoming broken. With every smile that our face keeps hid, every hello that remains unspoken, the world becomes a tougher place in which to live. Because everything that for ourselves we take becomes something that someone else can't give. So we better think twice about the choices we make before it's too late to change this state we're living in. That's why I'm moving and shaking. Been busy trying to stir things up a bit, rearranging this big jigsaw puzzle so that all the pieces fit. So the midnight oil seems to be burning again. The Sandman's at your door, but he can't come in. With so much trying in your mind, tonight he's not your friend. Since there's so much you're still trying to find before your time comes to an end. Used to dream about today, but that was back then. Back when you smiled as a child before you got sucked in. Back when you always shared and never cared about the color of somebody's skin. Back when you didn't try to solve all your problems with the bottom of a bottle, drowning up your sorrows in a pool of sin. Back when you still had time to let the road unwind, but now your patience is wearing thin. Exit the Sandman. Why not see it from the other side? Other side, doing the best I can, man. That ain't no lie. That ain't no lie. Daylight again comes now and again, my only friend that's left in the end. The shadows hide as the clouds creep by. I take stake in my mistakes, in the life I know, the one I can't shake. Grabs me by the collar, won't let me go. There's only one way to live, only one way I know. I've been taken, I've been shaken, sent out on my way. I have tumbled, I have stumbled, just going from day to day. The only sunrise ahead is the one I see when I go to bed. I wake up in the dark, circled by sharks, so I cover my head until there's daylight again. daylight again, daylight again. I'm trapped in the tunnel, we'll suck down the funnel. The light is dim in either direction when you're only trying to escape and be safe. There's no time for perfection. From day to day to year, somehow, some way, I'll get out of here. Where I stand, my feet are stuck in the mud. There's no chance I can rise above. With bars on the doors, I can't climb out. My guide left me when the candle blew out. I came to my sense, and that was when I knew I'd be down here until there's daylight again, daylight again, daylight again, daylight again. Well, I'm struggling against the tide, pen and paper by my side, feeling great. Oh wait, I lied. There's not much I trust and that sucks, but why cry? Seems that something's gonna have to be sacrificed to keep on playing this game, to keep on living this life. Release me from the worldwide weight of humanity. Too much for this writer to decipher the many causes of insanity. He pauses, then continues as he counts his losses. His inner voice asks him, is it in you to be the leader when it's so easy to follow? Never need to be the owner when everything can be borrowed. Though you'll never find yourself being a loner, you just might be hollow. And it's such a waste of time following the blind. Open up your eyes. Haven't you realized 'tis better to lead them and still be breathing than it is to follow and be the one left bleeding? Never waiting in the springs of freedom and not understanding these things I speak of. Contemplating something hollow and misleading, and it brings many things, such as a false disguise by a gypsy king. In his lies we discover many truths, through his eyes we uncover his abuse. In his song of sorrow so many sing, well, I got those same old blues again. It seems that life is a game you can never win. Cannot change your past, you can't change where you've been. It seems you were having a blast, but now you don't like the position you're in. Once they stuck you in your cast, you ended up taking it on the chin. Now labeled a has-been, you got no friends, just want it to end. Let your soul be recast, let us try it again. You only live once, well, at least you got your name. You tried to give once, got burnt, and you were never the same. Stay away from this one, you who went from healing to being one of the lame. Thy will be done. The only thing you've learned is how to point the blame, and now your motivation for waking is slowly stripping as you sense the tubes of morphine still dripping, becoming lost at such a cost that you wonder just why should you go on? Why try to live the dream when your imagination is gone? For once you lose your inhibitions, the hands around you mold you into what they want, shaping and persuading you into giving what you haven't got, leveling society by changing you from a have into a have-not. You only live once, well, at least you got your name. You tried to give once, got burnt, and you were never the same. Stay away from this one, you who went from healing to being one of the lame. Thy will be done. The only thing you've learned is how to point the blame. You'd be wise to take my advice before you fall in love with a fool's paradise. You had better think twice. I don't have any vices, and that's priceless. Considering where I've come from, everything I once believed in was so misleading. I'm lucky I'm still breathing. Considering all the things I've done, I scaled the drug ladder straight to the top. Got up so high, I almost couldn't get off. I could not control the cravings inside my brain. That boy's on the ladder and he's climbing up again. From cigarettes to booze to weed to speed to acid to mushrooms to E to crack cocaine. You'd be wise to take my advice before you fall in love with a fool's paradise. You had better think twice. A lot of my old friends now sleep in the gutter. Toss an 8-ball on the table and watch them try to kill each other. My dad's a pothead who speaks with a stutter. Just another nicotine fiend that describes my mother. A raging alcoholic, yeah, that's my brother. And my sister, well, guys, I suggest you use a rubber. There, now I think I got everybody covered. If you want to know about somebody, investigate their friends and family. Even still, I'm not quite sure how I let it happen to me, but I've escaped the demons and now I'm free. You'd be wise to take my advice before you fall in love with a fool's paradise. You had better think twice. Well, if you're hooked and you're looking to beat it, listen closely and I'll tell you a secret. If you climb the ladder so high that you duck when planes fly, you just can't jump off or else you'll die. It's too hard to cold turkey what was years in the making. Pressure like that is like an oven baking. You managed to climb up, so you've got to climb back down one step at a time until your feet hit the ground. When someone says your name, I duck, 'cause now I'm careful of whom I trust. Sometimes in love you really get fucked. Sometimes a smiling face turns into disgust. Second chances, you got them, but for the second time you hit rock bottom. Third chances, you want them. Still trying to sell me some fruit that you know is rotten. Calling on the phone and knocking on the door. So scared to be alone when you finally realize that you can't have what you once had anymore, but you brought it on yourself. So why are you so surprised? Love is dead. It has been beheaded. Get it through your head. We'll never be wedded. My phone rings, but I don't pick it up. I give easy hints, but you won't pick them up. Often there's no voice on the other end of the receiver. It is true I once worshiped you, but now I'm no longer a believer. When someone says your name, I duck, 'cause now I'm careful of whom I trust. Sometimes in love, you really get fucked. Sometimes a smiling face turns into disgust. Rain, it makes the flowers grow. Rain doesn't hide what it doesn't know. Rain leads to floods, look out below. Rain, don't say I didn't tell you so. Pain, it doesn't always show. Pain fills up what's empty and hollow. Pain remembers names from long ago. Pain, better when it's dull and shallow. When you want to lash out and leave long-lasting scars, you search deep within yourself and remember who you are. For with your sharp tongue, you know which words will hurt the most, as your vision becomes an apparition after you've disappeared like a ghost. Sometimes it's not what you say, but what you don't, when you know what you want to do and yet you won't. Sometimes walking away without a single word said just might say the most and be the best cure for your head. Severing the ties without twisting the knife might be the hardest thing you've ever done in your life. Two mourning doves rest upon a limb to begin the day with a praising hymn to the gods of grass and rain and wind, for it's what they know, what they're surrounded in. Contrast that to me, who prays for fame, golden statues and plaques bearing my name. Sure, it might seem to some a little vain, but it's what I know and what I'm surrounded in. Every sight I am seeing, every thought I am thinking, every sentence I am speaking, everything I've been believing. The roots are imperial, facts often ethereal, logic hypocritical, true intentions deceiving. With all of our wealth, we haven't had much success. Still get people sleeping on mattresses made of pavement. Their pillows are our steps. Why is gold so precious? What makes silver so fine? Who first chose to call this wealth back in history and time? I wish that I could have told them being rich was all for show. Then I would have shown them that there is a better way to go. We could have changed our chain of being into something non-material. Then we could live our lives for something meaningful. We could have reached new heights. I'm talking spiritual. This time, I'm feeling like the criminal, but all communication is subliminal. Sure, my treatment might be deferential, 'cause now others notice my potential. They got silver tongues, and their eyes, they're green. They're the best paid talkers that you've ever seen. You know, those who smile at themselves? Well, now they were smiling at me. They said, you can make money for us if you could trick the rest into thinking you got something in which they can still believe. After some pondering, I started responding, and I kindly replied, yeah, part of me's died, and I'd like to find that something I can finally stake my faith and creed in, but hopefully it'll either be mental clarity, oh gee, maybe sanity, or perhaps even freedom. Then maybe there would be no more forced insanity, that any amount of money can pay the fee for forgetting all about humanity and human dignity. What has happened to some, I hope it doesn't happen to me. I'm still trying to find a reason to wake up. Maybe it's to give everything a shake-up. Some poor pawn's gotta lead the charge, take a musket ball for society at large. Heck, I'd rather be the host or the maitre d' than some bourgeoisie attendee to a committee brunch designed to oversee who gets to select who gets the gold trophy for having the charity that spends the most on vanity. I guess we just fundamentally disagree. For you see, I don't want to be a trainee to be a trustee because I don't agree, subscribe, or believe in such self-serving fantasies. For sometimes money is one's own worst enemy. Just search through the texts of history, from King Midas to Judas to Bush and Cheney. When money becomes everything, then I don't want any. Nah, I don't want any. Won't you let me in into your heart, into your mind? That would keep me satisfied, to become one with your subconscious and with your soul. You know I'd never try to gain control over your feelings or your actions. I'd just smile wide with satisfaction, and I'd help you find the truth amongst all these distractions. For I believe that we could both use each other as a book of matches. When the world seems dark or when things look bleak, when we could use a spark to light a flame for each other to see. Won't you let me in into your world, into your thoughts? As from my own, I've shared a lot. Still I long for yours. Tell me, what do you see when you look at the world and when you look at me? Because I want to view life through the second pair of eyes. For sometimes even I need a guide to show me a new and better path, and to know there's someone standing there, standing behind me when I look back. For I long to see a light when the trail starts winding, as the day's becoming night and the way's not easy finding. My eyes are tired and I'm losing sight. Won't you let me in into your door when I am cold, into your arms so I can hold onto someone, onto something when I'm spinning out of control, when I'm beginning to feel old and less reassured than when I was a kid, when I question everything in my life and what I've done with it. We could share secret thoughts that thus far we've kept hid. Won't you let me in? Oh, won't you let me in? Won't you let me in? I love you to learn you, just to hate you and burn you. You see, I got these demons who don't deal well with feelings. When betrayed by your senses, you learn to build up defenses and to hide in dark places, drawing lines no one traces, blazing a trail no one follows, a space empty and hollow, where the dreams of a child would guide you through to tomorrow. Yet now the future looks bleak, as you found what you seek, but it's alien and strange, since your outlook has changed. You used to want to save the world, now you just want to fuck the girls, letting your id eat you alive. The super ego closes his eyes. They've separated you from your mind and your heart from your soul. It's time to wrestle back control or become someone you don't know. As you passed a stranger out on the street, thought to yourself, he looked a lot like me. Well, not who I am, but who I used to be. Those are two different people entirely. To rest in power, not peace, you gotta keep feeding the beast. And once you catch the disease, you no longer wanna break free. That's when you know, got a tiger by the toe. But stop lying to yourself, you want to let him go. Shameless, blameless, now you're fucking famous. You cried for it, tried for it, one day you're gonna die for it. It's written in the stars, you'll be riding in fancy cars and visiting bars after hours. Yeah, you're breaking all the laws. Stop, pause for applause. Okay, now we can go on. It's still easy to get lost, even when you're high on top. Is the point I gotta get across? God knows the shit show won't stop, and you don't neither, cause it's good to be a breather, and playing follow the leader leaves the conquered near defeaters. Ain't no meeting in the middle, only a big bloody puddle, bunch of blind men befuddled, without acquittal or rebuttal. We're in big fucking trouble, making deals with the devil, ends up bursting our bubble when it wasn't on the level. The city will make you hard without friends in the right places. We try not to show our scars, still we wear it on our faces. Weaponized envy surrounds me, it's everywhere, I can't break free. Negative energy now grounds me as I'm watching the world so jealously. My high anxiety stresses me, I'm alone because I fear intimacy. So averse to pain, I constantly retreat. I'm living like a zombie, half asleep. Some say this outcome was expected. Look how everything's grown hectic. Has anyone been left unaffected by the high in the sky's hive mind collective, ostracized and placed outside the wall, is where your fellow heroes fall, with lasting remains inside an unmarked grave. True to themselves, at least one was saved. Unwilling to play a schizophrenic game in which fact and fiction are one and the same, where truth and lies are often seen on the same side. As enemies become friends and your rivals allies, you soon realize there's a great divide between not only us and them, but both you and I. Leaves you to scratch your head and wonder why, or be like them and not even try. And yet that seems like suicide, as you boldly claim today's not your day to die. And you break out with a great big smile, yelling, "Fuck it all, I'll walk the extra mile." Sacrifice for something bigger than myself. Maybe trade away the day today to make tomorrow great for someone else. A flock of sheep can be a dangerous thing, tended by a shepherd or led by a king. History has recorded the tales of both, carrying crosses and swearing oaths. All of that has led to us to here, where honor and faith I watch disappear, become replaced with aggression and fear. It's been happening so long, for years and years, soon feels natural so that nobody cares. You see me alone and standing here, lying to myself, hoping nobody hears. They gave up on me, so I gave up on my peers. I'm the only one who knows they're still unaware. I turned around again, and there was no one there. Culture vultures circling the sky. Off our self-doubt is what they thrive. It's either the daily dodge or else face the grind. Something finds you every time you hide. Given time and sobriety, you can reshape your reality. In this kaleidoscope world, you can clearly see. Sometimes you pay a hidden fee on what you thought was free. It's not all about material goods. Talking about a man all alone in the woods. When no one is watching, what does he do? Are honor and integrity things that he holds true? What one does to others will someday be done to you, as the company you keep will one day keep you. Given time and sobriety, you can reshape your reality. In this kaleidoscope world, you can clearly see. Sometimes you pay a hidden fee on what you thought was free. I bathed in dark energies, all the while absorbing the light, living in between two planes of existence, as the day became my morning and the morning my night. Right has always been wrong, but now it was all right. When you become freed from the disease of please is when you begin to build walls that only others can see. You take all you need, and oftentimes more. An unwinnable game, always trying to score. An unwinnable game, always trying to score. Traffic, caught in traffic, traffic, caught in traffic, addict, caught in traffic, addict, caught in traffic, traffic is tragic, false illusion, they work their magic, tragic, believe in magic, traffic is tragic, one solution, and the sadness tragic, see such madness, burning trees, dropping lit matches, burning trees, and fixing black holes with patches, burning trees, if you're green, it's worse than crosses, 100 degrees, 200 degrees, burning trees, still can't breathe, can you help me? Burning trees, people got other causes, and silly me, counting up our losses, traffic, caught in traffic. Too many buildings, not enough sky. Can't solve your problems until you stop the lies. What about the children? They're the ones being sacrificed. Better to leave them alone in the wilderness than raise them to be crucified. Gotta make it better than this. Do more than just criticize. We're wasting away a little more every day. Sometimes the truth is in the mirror, gazing back into your eyes. You see the picture becoming clearer, and you find a great big surprise. So that's why you gotta know when to go with the flow, keep the status quo, and then know when to resist, when to raise a fist, when to cease and desist, and how to buy an alibi. Too many people to keep them all in line. Many better men and women than me have spent their lives trying to either relive, rewrite, forget, or regret history, yet dying before finally finding and sighing because no one answers. Keep on opening doors without knowing what's behind them, and I don't want to be another sheep being led to the slaughter, for I've learned through getting burned that some people's priceless advice really is worth less than a quarter. You say you didn't know any better. It used to be the story of my life. Funny now how some things are more important than you first thought them, as you can only aspire to fly higher once you hit rock bottom. So that's why you gotta know when to go with the flow, keep the status quo, when to hope and pray for it, when to say it, when to resist and when to raise a fist, when to cease and desist, when to let it roll right off your shoulder, or else when to get pissed. Too many obstacles that you get sucked in by the tentacles. Keep on walking in circles, keep on praying for miracles, believing that you are spiritual, while searching for an oracle, be it mental, physical, biblical, or historical. Gotta fight this feeling, can't give in to all the lying and stealing. I've walked the dark path, now show me to the light. Tired of all the low-down, dirty double dealing. Sometimes men and women of virtue have got to stand up and fight when we know that we're right. Can't simply close your eyes, cut your ties, and end this plight. Can't simply send it back what has gone off track. Better fight for more than just your own life, because this is like day and night. Can't flick a switch, can't turn off a light. Still have to face it in the morning, the fire that still keeps on burning. But at least you're learning, yeah, you're still learning. Once the whole gets halved, there ain't no going back. Yeah, it all went to hell real fast, Republicans and Democrats. As this nation is facing the shattered aftermath, our fate has been placed in the hands of a psychopath. And asking a leader to lead when no one agrees leads to blunders. It's a wonder we're all not deceased. The best way to start a fight, part the middle between left and right. Just stir the pot to get some action, then do what you want during the distraction. Yeah, the method is tried and true. Throughout history it's been used. Safety's in numbers, not division. This fractured state will be our prison. So with this knowledge at our disposal, it's time to act local while thinking global. We're all allies in the struggle for survival. You'll die for your brother, while I'll die for my rival. Well, it's time for me to swallow my prescribed medication while I'm forced to listen to their unspeakable dictation, their twisting tongues that speak of wrong information, well-ordered insanity, also known as formal education. And while I'm waiting for the next step in evolution, I say my prayers, while violence is their solution. I was taught to believe that the flag was a guide to inspiration, but I never enrolled in blind patriotic dedication. My stomach would be queasy when I felt the jittery vibration of the weapons on the firing line as I manned the battle station. They order me to guard the bunker, which represents the institution. They reload my gun because violence is their solution. You lost a lot of leaves on your family tree for this nation. During the fall, they all fell along with the laws of segregation. Nowadays, times have changed, but there still lies the same temptation. Not every name has been signed on the Emancipation Proclamation. Some would cower in a corner before demanding a new constitution, but while I give my peaceful demonstration, violence is their solution. Seems as if everywhere you turn leads you to increased aggravation. You try so hard to blaze a better path, but it's branded deviation. They want you to believe it's all about the money and worry about inflation. But my friends, there are some things from which you cannot take a vacation. Once it's piled up past the hills, you just can't hide all of this pollution. As I daydream of how not to kill with spilled oil, violence is their solution. If you want to rape Mother Nature, then watch their demonstration. You can destroy it all for a quick, thrilling sensation. Just an inch or two of elevation. Too late to resort to masturbation, for Mother Nature wasn't meant for prostitution. As she screams help, violence is their solution. There's no such thing as wasting time when you are trying to design the paradigm. Can you be the one who helps mold mankind? Behold, that role's not so well defined. Yet it truly doesn't take a mastermind to really blow someone else's mind. Crawling through no man's land, holding on to your brother's hand, helping him to stay alive as you both try to survive in between the battle lines. My job is to show you all there is to see and to tell you that what is not how it's supposed to be. Please believe in me. I startled a man in the street simply by saying hello. He said, "Hey kid, stop bothering me. Doesn't he know I have a college degree and that I've been known to write a little poetry and create a new history by unlocking that old mystery through my literacy? Can't there be someone else you can follow?" That's what he said to me. His brown eyes were hollow, thus I retreated in sorrow. Just another who failed to see that he just might have been bettered by me, forgetting we're all one in the global family. We all evolved from the same family tree, used to crawl around on all fours just like a monkey or a junkie. Your background, your skin tone, your color, your race, no one's ever asked your preference. You know you can't choose your face. And as you see your reflection, you realize that indifference, here lies the root of hate. So let us end this great debate over this cityless state. We can agree to disagree. I no longer wish to participate. Just as equality waits, so does our fate. When tragedy struck my family, I began my descent into insanity. It started to creep slowly week by week, and for too long I found I couldn't sleep. Never alone again, no, not with these fantasies, as I lost myself to the worst version of me that kept holding on until I couldn't break free. And by the time I realized what was happening to me, I became someone else entirely. My boo-boo, my uncle just dropped a bomb. Uncle Sam, right through your roof, killing your dad and your mom. Goddamn. So when you grow up to be big, brave, and strong, when you grow up, tell me whose side will you be on? Tick tock. My nickname is Time Bomb. My friends are waiting for me to explode. Today was the day I woke up. It's kind of warm. Still I grab for my coat, and I grab my package, my surprise. Oh, soon everyone will know. See my big grin? It's right here from ear to ear, right above my chin. Oh, 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 just what I got. Oh, won't you take a guess? With this I've come all this way, so many miles west. JC sees me on the bus, asks me what's under my coat. I look back at him and said softly, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I got a present for somebody, but just who it is I don't yet know. I think I'll bide my time and pen a little rhyme. Let us drive a little further on down the road. Yeah, my nickname is Time Bomb, and pretty soon I'm gonna explode. The only thing real is this moment, so get up on it and be a proponent. Fuck the trophy for participation. You want to finish in first place at the end of the race? With time, you'll find the seeds were already sown by you in your mind in the very beginning. The day you stop dreaming is the day you stop achieving and start living down to expectations with nothing left to believe in. Through the years, many infidels have raised hell trying to make things even, leaving us in tears as more victims fell to some godless heathen. If you visualize grilled cheese, that could lead to world peace. But if you envision a barbecue, that just might be the end of me and you. Once you take control over the power within your mind, you can create the best possible version of all outcomes desired. I remember when Ice Cube and T were black and rapped. Now they act like crap. I remember when The Rock, he cooked, and then he'd call us all funny names, eyebrows raised, with that funny look. Now he acts like crap. It's a fact. Everything is coming back, but changed. They're calling it the same name, but it's strange. I remember when it was cool to say hello to somebody new I didn't know. Now they're all plugged into their phones, which is plugged into where? They don't know. They don't care. I say hello, they don't say hello, so I stare. Uh-oh. I need more than a good chiropractor to fix this fractured, broken soul. I need more than skilled psychiatrists to bandage up these mentally slit wrists and net all these knotted thoughts I watch spin and twist out of my control. So look out all up, down, and around, both near and far. Hey, you up there, look out below. Everything is coming back, but changed. They're calling it the same name, but it's strange. I'm seeing so many faces playing charades, believing that they found a new game in a new age. Ha ha ha, it's just history to me, written on a fresh page. History won't repeat this, so I'm gonna say it with a fist. Scratch my name off the list, somebody's gotta resist. Such actions without thinking is like an alcoholic drinking. One slip is all it takes to start the snowball rolling, and then it's too late. And when there's an avalanche below, you'll be the one who's covered by the snow, covered from head to toe. They keep you in suspense while hiding behind their fence, and in the same sense, there is just no defense when all it takes is a fool like you to push the button and we're all through. The whole world's future and the whole world's past, one flick of the wrist and it's gone in a flash. One press of the button, we're here and then gone all of a sudden. Fucking A is what I say. I stopped caring about getting blown away. You can hide under desks, you can hide behind chairs. There's nowhere to run when the sirens blare. When video games turn into real life, you say goodbye to your children and goodbye to your wife. And don't forget to pet your dog as well right before all of us get blown to hell. Government-sponsored torture is kind of hard to ignore, especially when you're held prisoner of a misguided war. Lobbyists sit with wads of cash in their fists for any politicians who find it too hard to resist. Seems that tax cuts for the corporations and also the rich is the only way to build true bipartisanship. For our money system, the Fed is privately owned, backed by paper, not gold, and every day us in-debt wage slaves are sold. When you're afraid of not being afraid, the terrorists win. Their best weapon is fear. They watch our civil liberties become stripped away so fast through the most unpatriotic of acts, soon we won't be able to speak, see, or hear. If this is a state of the union, I think a state of emergency should be declared. On second thought, that's not such a great idea, and I haven't even gotten to distribution of wealth, inflation, funding for education, or healthcare. Why are so many more concerned with the theft of their identity than the loss of free will, dignity, and humanity? When you lack any great substance, I guess you dress to impress and fill yourself with vanity. This misinformation generation eats up whatever they feed you, be it Mickey D's, MTV, shows based on reality, yum yum, spoon-fed by a controlled media. We're infatuated by celebrities and American idols, Fox News, LeBron's shoes, natural disasters, and let us not forget the crazy homicidal. If this is the State of the Union, I think a state of emergency should be declared. On second thought, that's not such a great idea. And I haven't even gotten to distribution of wealth, inflation, funding for education, or healthcare. I am growing tired of this throwaway, disposable consumer society. Why are those who say our globe isn't warming still trying to lie to me, using up our energy sources that will not soon be replaced? Did you know that plastic is going to be the fossil of the entire human race? Our seas are overfished and rainforests destroyed. Why? So men can make money? Mother Nature gets lucky when people are unemployed. If this is a state of the union, I think a state of emergency should be declared. On second thought, that's not such a great idea. And I haven't even gotten to distribution of wealth, inflation, funding for education, or healthcare. Time to step off my soapbox and walk down the road yonder. But before I go, two final questions to ponder. Might 7 billion people be considered overpopulation? How can we have all-you-can-eat buffets and sufferers of starvation? America wants change, not the rhetoric of change. Yes, we can, but we didn't. See, sometimes the truth is hidden. Sure, some words were surely spoken. The needle stuck record is broken. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. The rhetoric just keeps getting repeated. Information, guess we don't need it. Pick a war hero or a good neighbor. Suffer sooner or suffer later. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Maids in the morning sweeping up broken glass, long-lost dreams of a shattered past. As a cupful of life is spilled to the floor, a man who once had riches now lives poor. Walking down the spiral staircase that is my mind, passing all the memories that I've left behind. See the same things enough, soon you'll grow blind. Be careful of what doors you open and what you will find. Some patterns are so hard to break, they end up breaking you. Anyone who's ever worn these shoes knows this is true. See enough dope and you're bound to give it a try. See murders every day? Pretty soon you won't cry. There's blood on the sidewalk, the scent of death in the air. Yet you stroll right past while others stop and stare. Some men live long and some die young. Some carry heavy burdens, some carry none. When you're shadow boxing, you sometimes bruise. When you fight yourself, sometimes you lose. Homeless man in the alley, he's paying his dues. While he was sleeping, the children took his shoes. When he wakes up, he looks so confused. His pride is hurt, and what's left of his ego is bruised. Yeah, every hour of every day, the face has changed, but the story's the same. You live it, you breathe it, you hear it, you see it, you learn to accept it, and soon you expect it. Just as the sun rises, just as the moon shines bright, there's no need to worry, you're doing all right. Don't pay attention, just walk on by, picture something nice. Don't you bat an eye, it's not your problem, someone else will solve it. It's not your problem, someone else will fix it. You just leave the worrying to me, I'll worry about the way things ought to be. It's not your problem, so go on and make your exit. You think that you're perfect in everything you say and everything you do. Some say what you don't know cannot hurt you, and you believe it to be true. Oh, but the price you will pay, you will find out someday. That day may be today, or could still be far away. So you better keep on your toes, because there's something that everybody knows. Inside there's a monster that grows beneath your pretty clothes. A vanity affair, but there is no one else there. You're only cheating yourself. A vanity affair. Either make amends or keep playing pretend. You're only cheating yourself. When you think you win, then you really lose. So either apply some more makeup or think of changing your shoes. A vanity affair. You're not just cheating yourself, you're dragging down everybody else. Birds circle around your home. Say it one more time. Why won't they leave you alone? They flap their wings from side to side, but from Mother Nature no man can hide. Being punished for crimes? Well, that may be. For crimes against humanity. Just when you thought there was no one to see, now you look at your life and who's to blame? You can call it fate. You can call it a shame. As your family boasts you're in the prime of your life, you go under the doctor's knife. For cancer has no name or face. Unfortunately for you, it's too late. Enter the hospital, a dying life. Exit the church, a crying wife. Now you look at your death, pondering who's to blame. You can call it fate, you can call it a shame. In the next room of a hospital is a mother's joy, the prize of a life, a baby boy. The parents counted the fingers, the parents counted the toes, but what's in the soul, nobody really knows. Food, love and shelter, baby got his fill, so no one knows why he grew to kill. You can look at their deaths, and who they blame, you can call it fate, you can call it a shame. A man dresses in the mirror as he flashes a smile in the $2,000 suit he'll wear at the trial. He asks the judge to cut his client a break, starts preaching about how we all make mistakes. The judge on these words reduces bail, keeps a guilty man away from jail. His freedom is gained, but what's been lost? Will he do it again? They keep their fingers crossed. I just got a pardon from the president because I did not admit to what I knew that they submit as evidence. I just made a friend who will do what it takes and be there to the end, or at least until he fixes mistakes. I think we may have just set a new precedent. Since it is so clearly evident that politics is no place for benevolence, when we can't trust the president, that means we can't trust the government, who often sells out its residents, giveth and taketh on false precedent. Since some just take whatever they need with greed, what's important is the numbers on, not the names of dead presidents. I have come to believe not everyone is entitled to be free, because a handful of money is all you need to put people in your pocket to guarantee that when trouble comes, it'll let you be. When you buy a judge, you can throw out the jury. The systems become corrupt, manipulated through misdeeds. Someone should do something, because there's a document I've seen saying they're vetting Ann Coulter and Satan to run together in 2016. Just remember that every candidate has a rhyme around election time saying we'll do just fine if you wave this sign. Standing on a pedestal, waving a fake gold medal, just rubbing on their crystal ball, saying they've been here and there and they've seen and done it all, only after the choice has been made and you've dealt them the ace of spades, while thinking that politics isn't a game and you haven't been played. But finally, after all the promises have been made, you found out the scale of honesty has never been weighed, as they've forgotten all that they've said. Speaking this while doing that, they placed one foot on the platform and then they fell flat. The train they boarded straight to the top, the engine failed, the track got derailed, and when the conductor was jailed, the bail they collected was never mailed. Yet every opinion they stated was quoted as fact, saying the proof was in the eye, and they said it with such tact, even though no evidence ever backed, but numbers can lie once you've developed the knack. So everyone signed the dotted line without ever reading the pact, and now you're complaining about paying so high a tax. Once you sign a deal with the devil, there's no turning back. However, there's a new path unpaved, so it's up to me and you. We've been taught to follow the leader, sadly, it's true. It can't be that way anymore. Time for us to settle the score. Start pushing the stale old values aside. No more can we run and hide. The government that rules us, practically everyone is a liar. Word's catching on and now it's spreading like a fire. They've talked and talked. Talk till they're blue in the face. Just follow me and I'll show you the way. Going to Washington, D.C., time to see the true enemy. But beware, for their twisting tongues will tell you it's me. Don't listen to them if you want to be free. Join us, every color and race. Speed up, we've got to quicken the pace. Million Man March, multiply that by 10. History, we're going through it again. Do it for the homeless you meet. Do it for the children on the street. Think about the hungry, the ill, the sick. We'll dismantle the system brick by brick. Tell it straight and don't beat around the bush. We tried to pull, now it's time to push. It's 9 for them and 1 for us. It's their turn to sit on the back of the bus. The politicians look us right in the eyes while their words are full of lies, though it should come as no surprise what happens to them after they die. They care not for us, only I. They tell me, well, just because when I ask why, they say they learned it from their peers that true honesty has disappeared. So true has come our biggest fears. There's no one left who really cares. I'm going to give each one a mirror so they can see what we see. Then I'm gonna run for president so I can show what's evident. I will answer questions truthfully and you can think of what you want of me. I'll hide behind no mask at all. I'm not forced to sit. I will stand tall. I'll be myself and wear no veil. With my left hand on the Bible, I smoked pot and I inhaled. I had a glass of wine and I felt fine. Yeah, so I had a couple more. I went out looking for a good time. Like Marco Polo, I wanted to explore. Had no idea what it would bring. Maybe something great or perhaps nothing. The only difference between the pauper and the king is just birthright and the size of the diamond ring. Change the substance, not the shadow, or else you'll find that change is hollow. Let the light in, open the window, lead the people and they will follow. What do I do if not this? What do I share if not this gift? What's the best present to give our kids? I say a future world left better than when we first came into it. But leading by example is the hardest thing to do, to reserve and hold your judgment until one day you walk without shoes. Sing the song of someone else, well, it only goes to prove that one man's country song can be another man's blues. What do I do if not this? I could go back to being a hypocrite. Hello, dear, fake smile. Hi, my love. Kiss, kiss. Change the substance, not the shadow, or else you'll find that change is hollow. Let the light in, open the window, lead the people and they will follow. Yeah, here's something those of you with 2 jobs already know. This bitter pill has become too hard to swallow. Healthcare's gone for good and Social Security will follow. They want you to pay for today so they can own you tomorrow. Overworked and underpaid, slowly dying from minimum wage, swimming in debt as the cost of living it rises over your head. So you try to forget, but I won't let you forget. Change the substance, not the shadow, or else you'll find the change is hollow. Let the light in, open the window, lead the people, and they will follow. What color are your eyes? To me, that's as important as the color of your skin. About this, I am quite certain. What color are you inside? That's what really matters. What we can see outside are just shades and spatters. Shades from mighty bright white to midnight black or blacker. To me, it's a mitigated factor, much like the clothes of a good actor. For it's just a tiny fraction of the whole. Something that's beyond all of our control, gives no insight to the depths of the soul. Might show where we're from, but not where we're gonna go. Graffiti scribbled on the side of a building, obscenities aimed at the passing children, yet these simple words can have such a complicated effect on an empty vessel of thought dependent on a world filled with neglect. With the wind picking up, there's trash blowing all over the ground. There's 3 guys underneath the bridge passing the bottle around. I see weeds sprawling across the sidewalk, crawling up through the cracks. I watch a kid on his way home to a broken home, walking alone along the tracks. Things are heading south no matter which way you face. What is bitter to your eyes can give your mouth a bad taste. Seems that everywhere I look, there's something that hurts my eyes. They say another day, another dollar. With each new day comes a new surprise. It's not just the inner city where things are getting worse, when the intellectual property of so many needs to be torn down or reinforced. So, just what do you want from me? Another bloody lesson on history? I am but one man, can't you see? Will there be anyone behind me when I finally make my stand? Could I see a show of hands? For I've grown sick and tired of laying way back in the cut. When your conscience burns with fire, you reach a point where enough's enough. No more playing follow the leader. I just fell off the societal ladder. History is cyclical and I'm a big reader. Many say I'm madder than the Mad Hatter. But to me, those vicious tongues only flatter. Only what my people say, that's all that really matters. I try to make a difference every day. Don't let my ego go run off and play, for it may come home broken and shattered. I dress myself in rags and tatters, for people see me more clearly this way. It's a small price to pay to help keep the monsters at bay, for there's very little that I need to be free of jealousy and conceit. Just my one true love and our little ones at our feet. Then I'd sleep well knowing I made a difference, at least to most of the people I meet. That's my definition of winning. Living in a box saying everything sucks, now to me that's sinning. Such unfulfillment would be my defeat, a human retreat, having to start all over at the beginning. I am me, so you can love it or leave it, leave it. Don't care what you like, so I don't lie to you, believe it. Believe it. Through others' eyes I can't see through, see through. What you see is what you get, I will never be you, be you. I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I wouldn't want to be you. I keep my makeup in a drawer that's never been opened, open. There's truth in the eyes or in the words spoken, spoken. As you see, I'm wearing no mask. Let me tell you, my friend, this is no easy task. So what you see is what you get. You get. Have you seen anything that you like yet? I am me, so you can love it or leave it. Leave it. I wear my heart on my sleeve. Could you ever conceive it? Conceive it. Through others' eyes, I can't see through, see through. What you see is never get. I will never be you, be you. I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I wouldn't want to be you. I keep my makeup in a drawer that's never been opened, opened. Is truth in the eyes or in the words spoken, spoken. I am me, so you can love it or leave it, leave it. I wear my heart on my sleeve. Could you ever conceive it, conceive it? I am me, so you can love it or leave it, leave it. Don't care what you like, so I don't lie. Do you believe it? Believe it. You look into my face, expecting to see a man who's angry, yet these eyes of mine just finished crying. Miss my sweet ass candy. My mind, gotta fill it with groovy gravy, baby. So I'm inclined to do or say anything that will pay me. Pick rhyme, cause I find most lives of crime pay weekly, not daily. And all my friends in my head, all my friends not in my head, all think I'm going crazy. Sure, once I thought I was on a roll, but I found out it's beyond all my control, because when the Zen unfolded again, I was the one left dumbfounded. Boy, was I wrong. I really had thought I had found it, being used like a toy all along. There's no other way around it. I was a puppet on a string, just a bird with two clipped wings, confined behind these four walls, tortured the only way I sing. I was force-fed to believe, so I'd pretend that means don't matter as long as it gets you to the end. But soon I was no longer the one steering the wheel. The machine kept getting stronger. I was left wondering, was I still real? Yes, once I thought I was on a roll. Now I found out it's beyond all my control. Boy, I was wrong. I really had thought that I found it, being used like a toy all along. There's just no other way around it. Become the prisoner of my own sad song. No wonder I've grown so despondent. I can't quit it, let me hit it, oh won't you let me in? I've been sinning since the beginning, and I don't want that to end. I keep learning while I'm burning, I've become the devil's friend. What I'm saying is I'm still playing, and it won't be a pretty end. I've been high for a long time, I've been driving longer, out in the sunshine. The truth just gets stronger. I was hiding in my cave, and that's no place to get saved. See a man in full retreat, that's when he's easiest to beat. Well, I just hid my head till the world thought I was dead. Gone lost and hidden away, far from society I strayed. Trapped in a world I couldn't face, one where I quickly lost my place. Finding solace in defeat, told myself I can't compete. Just what will break the spell? So many claim to know, yet so few tell. Why is that so? Maybe it's just as well to just let it go. Oh, what the hell? There's only one way to know whether to buy or sell, on which road to go. There's only one man in the know, though long ago he fell. So what's a disciple of dirt like me to do? No one left to follow, no one to lead me. A blind detective in a world full of clues, only able to be captured, no one to free me. So many choices, yet so little time to choose. I want to hide away where no one can see me. So much to gain, but even more to lose. I'll rest in the safety that no one else will ever be me. So what if my book of poetry lies dusty on the shelf? My inspiration's been lost and found by someone else. My dreams about tomorrow? Who the hell even cares? Every day we all take a good look in the mirror and wonder if it's time to face our fears. Are we burned up? Are we burned out? Or maybe there's no flame at all. With no desire to climb, then there's no risk to fall. We stick to safe ground like a hamster on a wheel, lacking love and hate, so there's nothing left to feel. Some things were made to bait you and then outweight you or outwill you. But if you're a moth like me, then a burning candle will kill you. They say misery loves company. I said I'd rather be all alone. They say in truth and light there lies your salvation. I said sometimes I feel safer when all the light is gone. In darkness I trust. When scared I soar up through the night sky, seeking light once more. I find I can't change the wiring of my brain, so with wet wings I glide through the rain, so I may pass the test of fire and fly over the open flame, try to rid myself of all desire. It's the same, tame your name game. It's the same, tame your name game. It's the same, tame your name game. It's time to write another song about the world and where it's all gone wrong, but oh man, that's gonna take so long. To sum it up, if you're ignorant, then you're right. That's the best lesson you can learn from the whites. Those with power never want to give it back. It's the history lesson you learn if you're black. It's not where you end up, but how far you had to go to get there. If you were born with a Senate seat, don't ever complain your life's not fair. I wake up, remove the covers from my face, then I do what I can for the human race. Fight the urge to give in when I'm overwhelmed. Save the world mostly by working on myself. I'm closer to becoming the man I was born to be, not another drone, wage slave worked to death, but someone who can say that they tried to break free. Every night I stayed awake trying to find a cure for the human race. Thus I suffered from insomnia. So finally I had to give it a break. It was the best thing I ever did. Trust me, I'm telling you, it's time to write another song. If you sing my song, first know that it's long, a tale filled with broken hearts, promises, and noses. If you look inside my soul, you'll see all that I don't show, my deviled horns, the blood-stained thorns, and wilted leaves of long-stemmed dead roses. My misdirected passion has led to many lashes, put all my eggs in one basket, as if you even had to ask it. I made a rash decision and did something I wish I didn't. Now everything is broken, all black with ash and smoking, as I've lost all intention and desire to ever again go near or play with fire. I know I've said this all before, but this time I won't be called a liar. I don't want to feel like love's not real, but I've grown sick and tired of being used, and if it's self-abuse, I'm thinking I might retire, take up another trade in my old age. Hey, there's guns for hire, got a few bullets left, but at least I'm out of debt, so what if my plan backfired? Sure, you can save for a rainy day, then watch as a typhoon comes your way. You can look around, there's no escape. Right now you're face to face with the wave. Ooh, sometimes it's water, sometimes it's mud, sometimes it's floating debris coming to fuck you up. Sometimes it's earned, sometimes bad luck, sometimes you jump when you should have ducked. Time's up. This woman I've been dating for nearly a year told me to get out with words so clear. Said her chains had been broken, she's no longer bound to me. Former lover getting out of town. Like seasons of change in love once so dear. I got no more magic in my hat as I disappear. Walking down the street carrying a big black bag. In it is everything I hold dear that I've ever had. Looking up at heaven trying to understand why I'm walking down the street just kicking this can. I was wanting to travel, but this is not what I had planned. I see fine, fine, fine sugar mamas all the time that I know could be wined and dined and numbered because they hunger for my love and what I got inside, yet still I wait. I see pretty young things whose bodies could be had and bought with just a wink and a shiny thing, but I don't think dirty thoughts for sure like that. There's lots and lots, but still I wait. To see a woman strong inside with whom I want to stand beside, because I know she'll still be there during times when I'm troubled and deep in despair or in need of some tender love and care. So here I wait for those who are the very few that love me for what I do and for what I truly am, for they see that I'm a special man who lives his life according to his own plan and sleeps all alone tonight because he understands that he must wait. As the blizzard blows tonight, all you think about is staying warm. We unite to build a fire. Enemies become friends as everyone survives the storm. For time has proved, as we've evolved and grown, the truth is, we're never best when we're left alone. If you want to be truly original, don't be scared of a stranger. Don't you know the first smoke signal was a way to talk, not a symbol of danger? Yet when it comes to truth, some play hide and seek. They say the dead don't lie. Well, that's only because the dead don't speak. Some manufacture consent like they're mixing cement. There's always a positive spin. It's always us versus them. The good guys are gonna win. The speechwriters have been busy. You see stars and stripes blowing in the wind. Dylan warns propaganda all is phony, but just listen to them play our hymn. Some manufacture consent like they're mixing cement. There's always a positive spin. So what if everything is falling down? You get to build it back up again. I embrace my face even though I don't like it. I support my race even though we're always fighting. To some my life's a waste. I carry on despite it. I know my place. There's wrongs that need righting and writing. I don't know if I want to remember or forget some of the thoughts I got swimming inside my head. They keep me awake sometimes I can't sleep. Been like this for about a week, and add to that about 10 years. I've been telling everyone still, no one cares. As if you were my children, I sacrificed for you. A mind like mine don't come around often. The next one could be you. The chip that rides atop my shoulder has fallen to the ground. To the chains of modern thinking, I am no longer bound. I don't try to reach just 1,000 critics. I aim for tens of millions of people worldwide. I don't dare use fancy words that twist into themselves so many times that you need a dictionary by your side just to see inside. I try to portray life plain and simply using words to paint a picture to be your guide. My soul crawls across the paper, falling dead across the lines, as all the memories I've known, forgotten and left behind, now stand before you naked and raped, handled and molded, unfolded and shaped. There's nothing left that I can call my own. There's no place that I can go that I can honestly call my home. There's nothing that I'm afraid of, be it discovered or unknown. I write for men and women like me who have the roar of a lion and those who will fight to the death to defend their pride. The men and women who know that when life gets tough that you can never lay down and die. So hold on to whatever will get you through. Do whatever within reason that you have to do. Look everywhere inside you. It's in you, and I would not lie to you. I've been you. I would not hide it from you. But of course, I will help to guide you through. I'll be your support. Yeah, I've been trying to find a place to call home in my mind, but it's cluttered with all this useless debris, pictures, places, things, and ideas they've been trying to sell to me. I've been trying to hear my own voice within my own ears. I heard a whisper from somewhere. I'll miss all the yelling, screaming, and crying, which leads to disbelieving. That's when the whisper grows silent. I've been trying to see, since things aren't bad for me, I should forget the fact that ignorance kills, turning my back on any and all ills that don't slap me in the face, for I can't save the entire human race. Today I'm enjoying myself, going out to have a good time. This earth won't cease to spin or exist if I relax and unwind. Let someone else worry about the world for a while. Once I thought I was happy, but I have long since lost my smile. I'd like to rewind time to find the mindset I had before, take the train tracks back to when I lacked the need to go explore, to when I didn't care if the whole world went up in flames. I'd say, oh, what can one man do except point a finger and pass the blame? That's it, I've had enough, I can't take it anymore. Just a few of these to put my mind at ease. I'll meet you on the dance floor.
Well, it's 3 o'clock in the morning and I ain't been to bed. I'm still trying to sort out all those hopes and dreams that have been floating around in my head. It's just so hard to focus when you're as talented as me. There are about a million things that if I wanted to, then I could be. Well, I'm a born teacher, but I ain't no preacher, for I ain't never been close to God. I follow the golden rule. I went to Catholic school, but all the people sitting in their pews, whipping out the cream to pay their church dues, I think they're all getting robbed. You see, I never been a fan of playing follow the leader. The priest might be a pedophile, the guy next to you know he's a wife beater. No, I don't want to raise my kids to grow up to be hypocrites. Organized religion will give you fits. You know that it might be time to quit when the time that you're sitting in church is the only time that you're safe from getting hit. If you believe in lies, then your hands are tied. Self-crucified, you are still chained. And elders so wise, from them the truth still does hide. Walk in trance, hypnotized, nothing has changed. And their sermons surmise, in faith there is no compromise. Yet the same old problems still have not been rectified. Today and yesterday are still the same. The day the Savior does rise, they shall all stand by his side, though countless have died for their religion's name. But what does it symbolize when the only hope to unify is for the laws of science to be defied as the earth's engulfed in flames? And what does it signify that man has yet to visualize every instrument of the orchestra harmonize when every piece is on the stage? I see what you have and I want it. It will be mine, for I'll pay any cost. Someday you'll turn around and she will not be there, for I will have found what you have lost. You will begin to hate it, but it was all premeditated. Just when you thought you had everything together, I finally convinced her that she can do better, because no matter where you go, pick any corner of the world, there's one thing I know, there's only 4 types of girls. Either for now, for later, forever, or forget it. If she's 3 of the 4, then you're gonna live to regret it. For now comes and goes, for later keeps you on your toes. Forget it never shows, but when forever arrives, everybody knows. There is no such phrase as setting standards too high, so be forewarned when forever appears, she catches everybody's eye. I could tell you a thing or two about love. I could whisper into your ear all the sweet words you long to hear. Calm and quiet every fear. A soft caress as we gaze west towards ocean's reflecting mirror. Love you forever for the rest of my years. I'd always be here to dry your tears. Cherish you above any other one. Above all else that I hold dear. If only I didn't have this cross to bear. I love someone, but she don't care. Yes, people come and people go, but emotions never fade away. Some things will never happen, this you know, yet still you hope and pray. The nature of the beast is cruel, though acceptance must be learned, as the dwindling hourglass of time has taught that it cannot be turned. Her love came and left, disappeared into the night, floated up by the moon, and then vanished out of sight. My love came, but it never went away. It still rattles around in my mind, it's how I start my day. I heard a voice today, it nearly brought me to my knees. I felt the beating of my heart again, it nearly brought me to my knees. After all the tears I've wiped away, I never thought I'd ever see this day. It only shows that time goes on to tell. After one word, after one breath, I've fallen back under her spell. Let me trade her eyes for yours, then maybe she'll see everything so clearly. Let me trade your ears for hers, then maybe she'll be able to hear me. Indecisiveness has got a hold of me. Should I stay? Should I go? The high road, the low road. So many forces that push and that pull. They act as they will, and they're acting now still. Just one of the choices that I have to make. How much more can I take? Couldn't sleep for the last month and a half. Need a crystal ball, 'cause I shattered the glass. Was it half full or half empty? But I can get it refilled. They got plenty, or at least they tell me so. But just where it is, I still don't know. Maybe around the corner, maybe halfway around the globe. Still feeling like a foreigner living the life of Job. I don't feel disgraced, I'm just losing my faith, finding more questions than answers as the hour's getting late. Searching for an escape, to leave my mind for just a little while, praying for eyes brand new, seeking second sight through the eyes of a child. When it hurts to reminisce, the only thing to do is ask yourself why. Things can't carry on like this, so your life goes up on trial. I got exactly what I wanted, and now I'm looking to give it away, because I'm being haunted by the price I had to pay. I pride myself on freedom, yet I found myself slowly turning into a slave. I try to practice what I preach, but I'm a walking paradox by trade. So pay no attention to what you read, and even less to what you hear, for when you start to hate your life, you act without thinking and without fear. I've got so much left to give, but it seems I'm a hypocrite. My words may speak of peace and love, when yet my mind is clenching a fist.
Everything I have, I'd gladly give away to take a trip through time to go back to yesterday. For some thoughts that you find flowing through your mind, you know you should never say. I blasphemized to hell with Adam and Eve, yet I'll still be apprehensive on the day that I die. I say I wear my heart on my sleeve, and then I proceed to build a wall 10 miles high. I let all the cats out of the bag when I'd have been better off to let sleeping dogs lay. This is the life I have to live after finding my guide and then beginning to stray. I found the time to pen this rhyme during my wife's exile from the house. I screamed bitter words of anger as buried thoughts dug themselves out. Now, I'm the undisputed king of the castle, but I'm a husband without a spouse. Today I lost my best friend, so here I am with just my pen. Alone here I am with just these tears running down the side of my face, wondering how did I find myself here all by myself in this lonely place, wanting, waiting, and wishing for your warm embrace, seeking to find an escape from this soulless solace. I find that I've been drifting far away from whom I used to be. Just the other day, I have to pick up the pieces and carry on again. I have to regain my trust and have faith in my race again. Yet here I am in isolation for fear of a broken heart. I have to pick up the pieces, but I know I have yet to start. I can find some comfort for now by turning my hurt into art and letting you know that if you feel like me, we are not alone, nor are we apart. I promise you a better day ahead. Yes, it's okay to be sad. It's okay to stay in bed. It's all right to cry. It's all right to ask why. It's all right to sigh, just want to hide. It's all right to feel pain, emotionally broken and bloodstained. It's all right to feel doubt. It's all right to let it out. That's how and when we can begin to let love in. For that's how we become stronger and better, women and men. It's time to inspire. I think that I'm ready. I finally stopped shaking, though I'm not still quite fully steady. It has come that time to try to walk by myself. If I need some assistance, at least I have someone else, someone who's vowed to help. You see, I've fallen down and just laid there on the floor. I never made a sound. No, I never asked for your help. I thought I could do it by myself. But that just led to empty feelings as a deeper sadness grew inside, when what I needed was healing and to gain back some of my pride. That would bring back to life the part of me that died, but it never really died. I found it was only sleeping, so I wasn't afraid to cry. No, I wasn't afraid of weeping. I knew I was growing cold inside when my tears, they started freezing. So that's when I knew I had to open my eyes. I couldn't stand, so I began by kneeling. And I got to where the air was warm as slowly I went from the lowly to where I started to regain my form. It's time to inspire. I think that I'm ready. I finally stopped shaking, though I'm still not quite fully steady. It has come that time to try to walk by myself. If I need some assistance, at least I have someone else, someone who's vowed to help. One single ray of light broke through the clouds, touched down upon the ground that I was standing upon. My lover right beside me just stood in my shadow. By the time she made up her mind to move, the light was gone. Though it was never discussed, the scene said so much about us, this strange phenomenon. Either she didn't notice or else didn't care, just stood there in the cool, crisp air at 6 minutes past dawn. But I know another girl who's made up of sunshine. She's waiting, but I'm not sure if she's been waiting for me. She's someone who knows just how I'm feeling, yet she's uncertain if we were ever meant to be. So I asked her if I could come and see her, for it seems now she's ready to settle down. After 5 years of traveling across the country, she picked out a state and said, no more moving around. And I've been searching for inspiration, for a new picture to place inside my frame. I've grown bored with everything around me, but I'm unsure of whom or what I blame. I've been seeking a new set of surroundings, a new life, a fresh face, a new name. I'm getting tired of waiting for the time to be perfectly right. I'm packing my bags when I get home, and I'll be leaving sometime later tonight. I'm unsure of my exact destination. I desire somewhere with a warmer locale. Maybe then I'll kick these wintertime blues and brighten up my entire morale. Yes, I've been searching for inspiration, for a new picture to place inside my frame. I have grown bored of everything around me. I've decided that things just can't stay the same, so I won't say that this story is finished, only that soon I'll be heading west on a train. Sometimes you can't wait, you must create your own fate. Find out some things are best left unexplained. She changes the color of her eyes every once in a while, but that's all right with me. Sometimes strangers take her by surprise, so she's always quick to flash a smile, because life is full of compromise, and that's not a bad way to be. She hates it when I preach, and she knows that she was born to teach, and baby, dreams are free. Anything you seek is achievable. Once you convince yourself it's believable. I think I've found it, and I can't wait for you to see. I think I've found it, and I can't wait for you to see. I think I've found it. To any locked door, we have the key. Will you take my hand and follow me here and now in eternity? I think I've found it, and I can't wait for you to see. To any locked door, we have the key. Will you take my hand and follow me? My world is empty. As strangers pass, I imagine myself endeared in their eye. They never stop, just go about their daily routine, never wondering what an unknown figure could ever do for them. Perhaps make every dream come true, perhaps give them a sun and place it in their hands. They walk by and their lives are forever changed. For unknown to them, I could have been their everything. My life remains the same, alone. I am willing to love, yet they never stop, just go about their daily routine. Sometimes I try to be noticed, I shout and wave my hands, I make promises I fully intend to keep, but they do not stop, not for me. Desperate, I keep on searching, filling my void with whatever I find to make the day pass. Night falls and covers my weeping eyes and damp cheeks. Despair fills my heart just as darkness fills the air. Alone and in the dark, my eyes catch sight of a distant light, so far and in the distance and so high atop the sky, seemingly akin to the mountains. It is so unreachable, yet I must try. What have I to lose except the pain of tears? With every step closer, my sorrow is lifted. I walk long miles, yet my legs do not feel heavy. My heart begins racing as the light does not fade as I get closer. So many times before, my dreams crushed right before my eyes. Maybe once I will succeed to reach the top. After what seems like an eternity of traveling, I reach the summit. The light, once distant and small, now encompasses me. I stand before it, anxious to touch it. I extend my hand in friendly greeting. The light enters my fingertips and explodes into my body. A body once cold regains warmth, each sense more excited than the next. All pain ever felt before is exiled back to where it came. My spirit returns and I feel alive. The light I now hold within guides me through darkness, through worry. Now, as I have found the light, I will never be alone. The light I have found is you. Today is the day I know that I will make it. When I was cast from the mold, who would know that I'd break it? In bitter fits of jealousy, there are those who can't take it. Pretend to walk in my shoes when they know that they fake it. Be yourself, don't try to be me. Open the door that'll set you free. My pen name, Bob Dylan Jr., is gone. I've stepped into the shoes of a man named Tom, a poet, a writer, who dabbles in song and learns from the masters what he's known all along. Since I am a poet, I will fight you with only my pen. I'll drag your name through the mud, and then I'll drag it through again. There's no need for fists, for fighting only leaves you bruised. I've learned that paper cuts never heal when everybody has heard the news. When made known is your reputation, then I win and you lose. Since I am a poet, I will try my very best to separate myself from all others and to try to stand above the rest, searching for what hasn't yet been written, though there's not much that Dylan left. Be yourself, don't try to be me. Open the door that'll set you free. My pen name, Bob Dylan Jr., is gone. I've stepped into the shoes of a man named Tom, a poet, a writer, who dabbles in song and learns from the masters what he's known all along. If you got it, then flaunt it. If you don't, then fake it. If you think it and want it, if you need it, then take it. But once I told myself that I was willing to wait to make my mark, but I've been looking up lately and I noticed the sky is getting dark. If things keep progressing at this rate in the sense that the light is growing dim, it might be my destiny to be a never was, a never be, as opposed to a have been. Even though I live it, I breathe it, speak it, and eat it, I give all I have to give to something as important as this. I told myself that I am willing to deflate my own ego and try to silence any feelings of hate that deep inside of me grow. Though these toxins are innate, I swallowed hard, try to bury them alive. I get nothing but time in my mind and these years in my prime and this dedication to rhyme, to use as my tools to allow me to thrive. I plant it, I seed it, I water it, and weed it. I give all I have to give, for I am not a hypocrite. I told myself that I am willing to bear my inner soul for the more voices I hear. Inside my ear, the harder it is to maintain total control, the more likely I am to be persuaded by fear. For many in this line of work, very few will ever make it. So many much more talented than me can get driven to the brink of insanity, end up losing themselves, their lives, and their family. When their music never makes the radio, no videos on MTV, I must be able to give it as well as take it. Yet I know it, and I say it, and I believe it, and I pray it. I give all I have to give. I got one shot, no regrets if I miss. I told myself that I'm willing to share. Won't keep inside my thoughts like clothes I will openly wear. When you have nothing to hide, you have no reason to be scared. When you don't cheat or steal, and I never lie, nor do I try to portray any emotion that I don't honestly feel. No fake tears in my eyes or some false face of cheer. Only what is real I could never conceal, that I strive for it, survive for it, I live for it, and I would die for it. I give all I have to give to whatever it is, and this is, and this is, and this is it.
I ain't got no plans this minute, so I'm seizing the moment. I'm in it. I'm not losing or winning, just present. Not up, not down. I'm all around, from the cities to the towns to the horses and the plows. Not just the black or the white, but every face in the crowd. If you can see it, then you can be it. If you wish to delete it, then don't repeat it. Some good advice to those who seek it. Those luckier than me might not need it. Sure, you can try to pin for the win when the argument becomes heated, but a sly guy vies for the tie because only Father Time is undefeated. What about space? That's a whole nother race. We started with the moon, then wouldn't you know, pretty soon it was on to Mars, and that's just so far. There's more in store. We keep raising the bar. I'd rather not roam. Stick closer to home. Preserve what we got before that's all gone. I've given up on feeding my addiction. Wash my bleeding hands clean from this filthy affliction. Look up at the sky to guide my direction. Why, oh why, do I even strive for perfection? Get it up, get it out. Put another on the shelf. Rip in and pull it out. Give away another piece of yourself. Try to show what so many others hide. In their sense of pride, with their tongues they lied, and then became tongue-tied, and with a cross look they denied. Not knowing which law they abide in, be it gin, sin, kin, so they just play pretend, yet where one man's rainbow ends, another's begins. At least I've found mine. Never stop trying, or else face regrets on the day of your dying. Yes, the times are getting better. They say tomorrow is the day. Maybe then we can live forever. Or at the very least, we can all live together. It sure sounds good, that much I'll say. For when we live the dream, we may finally sleep in peace, holding and protecting what was once so out of reach. They say times are getting better. They say tomorrow is the day. Yesterday is history, time to let it slip away. Let it out, free yourself, it's okay. The times are getting better. They say tomorrow is the day. You built your wall, now let it fall. It's okay. They say times are getting better. They say tomorrow is the day. For hope and faith is what we need. The time is right to take up this creed. Finally, something positive in which to believe, aside from learning the obvious fact that we all bleed. For once we have found the eternal spring, we can sit back and see what it will bring. Maybe countrymen, maybe kings, maybe even better things. The times are getting better, they say tomorrow is the day. Maybe then we can live forever, or at the very least, all together. It sure sounds good, at least that much I'll say. I've been growing up and I'm slowly becoming a man. I'm 24 years old and doing the best that I can. I've got big dreams, but I've had to put them on hold. Thus, the way it presently looks to me is that my one true calling might never be, as my big book of poetry just keeps on getting dusty and old. And the people who I'm trying to help, they no longer trust in me, gave up on waiting for me to finally fulfill my destiny. Such a waste of a mind like mine, wasting its time on carpentry. I've got to simply find the time to collect up my rhymes, if it's still not too late to change the world's fate, because some of my stuff is so great, somebody has to publish me. Just look at all the seeds I've sown, look and see how they've grown throughout the fields of time. It damn near blew my mind that nearly all the weeds are gone. Oh, see the sun and how it shines, not a single cloud left in the sky. Now I don't mean to sound surprised. If there's a God, then he or she knows just how hard I have tried. He or she sees the seas I've swam, knows all the mountains I've climbed, sees how much I've grown, knows of all the tears I've cried, senses every fear that I hide, when no one cares that I am sitting here all alone, pondering how to get blood from a stone. But lately I have since changed my tune. I now get to see the flowers in bloom, reaping the rewards of years of hard work on this lazy afternoon, feeling the sun in all of its warmth, as if every month is April, May, or June. Do you remember what you were before the world told you what you had to be, back in the haze of the days? A distant memory of running free. Then what happened to my mom and dad? It came calling for me. I ran for a while and tried to hide, but you see, eventually, race-baiting wars are waiting for those who get scooped up in the media spin. A tidal wave of hate and fear. Still the celebrities, car wrecks, and sex keep you sucked in. Remember, not everyone who smiles at you really wants to be your friend. Sometimes it resides behind the eyes, another's true intent. For one might say it's not how you play the game, it's whether you win or lose. Given time, everything will change. What you red, you're black, you're white, you're blues. Yeah, that's what I said. So your destiny is yours to choose. Yet let too many voices in your head, and the one you'll lose belongs to you. It's all right to hide behind a lie, yet if you dare share the truth, hey baby, I'm your guy. Just one look into your eyes, lacking fire, that's no surprise. If you sought out the flame of love, what exactly do you think you'd find? The reason I speak of is that I think it's time you tried. Sometimes it seems that sir is short for serpent and miss for misses and mistakes, when the realities of all your dreams bring you nothing but heartache. And if that's the case, we can track and retrace, but we can't go back and erase. So let us relax and embrace the fact that haste makes waste. The way in which we act, we have got to face. Do you remember what you were before the world told you what you had to be? Back in the haze of the days, a distant memory of running free. I got nowhere to go, I got no one to meet, I got no scene to show, seems the scenery's bleak, I got nothing to hide, I got nothing to steal, I got nothing left of value except for my glorious ideals. Crowd cheers, woohoo! I got no status symbols, I got no house, no kids, no car, I got no way to know where to go, save for the sun, the moon, the stars. I got no anchor in my life, I got no chains to tie me down, I got no incentive to try to fly high, but to take in new sights and sound. I got not one single second I'm willing to waste or give away. I have yet to fully catch my breath before I let that breath escape. So never could I cry out or scream as loud as I wanted to. Yeah, and that's how species die out. Lost is everything, no more me, no more you. No more me, no more you, no more me, no more you. I'm a yellow, mellow fellow. Hello. Oh, you're right. By sight, I'm white. But surely that's no guide if it hides that inside I'm a flesh and blood creature with a sell-by date, trapped in something that I don't know what it is, so I don't know how to escape. Perhaps it's too late. Gotta trace fate without the play you hate. Still, hating the game is the same as before. If the rich despise the rich, then how do you think they feel about the poor? We abhor the deplorable is a statement that's categorical and undeniable, but we know that there's not much that isn't pliable, movable and moldable, and even bendable, breakable and also controllable. Which one am I, and what is this? To be tamed with a brain, a heart, or a fist? It's said that circumstances don't make the man, they reveal him, but I'm down on this floor staring up at the ceiling, getting the shakes from these thoughts that I'm feeling. Am I praying to something or cursing at nothing when asking for healing? I'm not changing my name, and since I can't change my face, I'll still look the same, but I'll be in a whole nother place. I'm changing my ways. They might have got me this far, all this hard work has paid. It's not a dream, I'm a star. I'm changing my place and my role in this life. I know this time I can't wait, there's no doubt that I'm right. I'm changing my fate, the entire way I view the world. I found I don't need to escape. I said, why run when you can hurdle? Or at least dodge and jump around, so why did I ever try to hide, try to creep without sound when everybody knows I don't lie? I'm changing my plan to some new unknown. I tried to sit back and wait for something great to unfold, but I've come to understand this time I can't wait to be told. Sometimes in order to be a man, you've got to walk off the road. I've been living for legacy since 17. That's when music filled my head with rock star dreams. I've been tightrope walking up against the razor's edge of infinity, since perception is just one's illusion of reality. It's not strange for my brain to change the scenery. Sure, they say truth comes with a price. Sometimes you give more than just your life, paying the ultimate sacrifice. You say you don't think twice, but we always think twice. I was craving, retracing my past. There were things worth saving. I see that. Looking back, what now seems ancient, a newly uncovered artifact. I've been contemplating how best to backtrack. What will be waiting? A part of me is afraid to ask. I've been living to be a legend since the age of 27. I'm always giving into the present. That's the quickest way to get to heaven. Lately, I've been debating how much more blood should we keep bleeding. It's increasingly frustrating being forced to follow someone else's misleading. I've been growing nervous of everything I believe in. I don't want to be led by rhyme. I'd rather be led by reason. Like you, I'm still trying to find more of my kind. I keep hoping for a world that's fair. We know it'll never be even. Confliction is my currency, because you see, I'm made up of bad energy. Ever since infancy, you filled me up with negativity, with hostility towards those not like me, and especially those just like me. Funny, only the average was safe. We know the middle's no place to escape. You only find your way there when you lose your faith. Produce, consume, become numb to the hum of the vacuum. You're in the wrong line, you realize, when it's not you who says who does the do and do or die. Yes, your allies have been compromised. When it's time to imitate, you are the master. Yet can you innovate during a disaster? Strapped in a maze you did not create, I'm stuck in a bad copy. You say as you drink your coffee, you think like Abraham, you're linked in. Something else is the whale, while you're just the plankton. In this play, there's lots of action, and there you lay dead, and you're not acting. Even you believe you're being wrapped in plastic, but at our best, we are just energy, frequency with a little bit of static. Still, you fall for their illusions as they work their magic. Hocus pocus, you lose your focus. Before you get to try again, the results are tragic. I've spent my whole life looking for what I can't see, for what will never be, as the only thing that can set me free is an unknown memory that somewhere lives inside of me. Behind a locked door, perhaps you hold the key. This set pattern we follow is just one of their lies, a world lacking communion, only me's and I's. Through competition, our brotherhood has been broken, as no one's acknowledged these words that I've spoken. Everything, even people, filed by order and rank. Number one built the Titanic, and yet down it sank. There's still time left to return these ideas that you've been sold. Rise up in rebellion. Could you be so bold? The whole world's a fight. I can't get no peace. My mind gets disrupted when it's at ease. The sunrise and I awake as one, though it's not my first choice. I'd prefer to sleep in late. I wish I had a voice. Some say if winning isn't everything, then why keep score? Those same people send other mothers' sons to war. I could be like you, or maybe someone else. One step towards them and one away from myself. Sometimes they see me and ask me how I feel. I respond like a hamster on a rusty wheel. If you feel trapped like a rat in this world so cold, rise up in rebellion. Could you be so bold? The whole world's a fight. I can't get no peace. My mind gets disrupted when it's at ease. Watching the sunset is a long forgotten art. Feet so busy walking separate from the heart. The brokers in their suits and ties walking down Wall Street, the ones with their diamond watches and their hair so neat. They get so stressed out playing all their Wall Street games. Go home and yell at their wives, forget their own kids' names, all for the love of money and nothing more. If they call that rich, then you can call me poor. If they tell you the lie, all that glitters is gold, rise up in rebellion. Could you be so bold? The whole world's a fight. I can't get no peace. My mind gets disrupted when it's at ease. When was the last time you noticed the moon? I'm surprised you've forgotten so soon. As I climb up the mountains and float over the sea, I find myself alone and contented, alive and free. No need to look at my watch or punch a clock, and I actually notice my feet when I go for a walk. It could be like this if enough people believe. Just as the wind blows a flower, I'm planting my seed. There's so much more than what you've been told. Rise up in rebellion. Could you be so bold? Way, way back during my younger days, when the picture was abstract, oh, how the times have changed. All these colored paints have changed to black and white. I used to begin my day with play, now that play has to wait till night. I have friends who never play at all, or when they can, it's just pretend. They only look up to check the clock, like they're afraid it's gonna fall off the wall. Well, I guess I'm just one of those guys who, if you looked out from my eyes, you'd see in straight lines, since I never had nor wanted a prime. I can never say I'm too old or gray to ever stop what I'm doing and go hide away, since I could never say with any truth, maybe I should retire? Maybe it's time for me to be quiet? Maybe my work here is really through? Nah, I don't think that's something that I'll ever do. That would make too many people mad. Others would be left confused. I can never say I'm too over the hill to ever lay down and let time break my will. No, I'm not the kind of guy who'd ever go leaving on a lie, swore not to do it again after I tried it one time. I can never say I'm too old and gray to ever stop what I'm doing until my last breath fades away. Today is the day I know that I will make it. When I was cast from the mold, who would know that I'd break it? In bitter fits of jealousy, there are those who can't take it, pretend to walk in my shoes when they know that they fake it. Be yourself, don't try to be me, open the door that will set you free. My pen name Bob Dylan Jr. is gone. I've stepped into the shoes of a man named Tom, a poet, a writer who dabbles in song and learns from the masters what he's known all along. Since I am a poet, I will fight you with only my pen. I'll drag your name through the mud and then drag it through again. There's no need for fists, for fighting only leaves you bruised. I've learned that paper cuts never heal. When everybody has heard the news, when made known your reputation, then I win and you lose. Since I am a poet, I will try my very best to separate myself from all others and try to stand above the rest, searching for what hasn't yet been written, though there's not much that Dylan left. Be yourself, don't try to be me, open the door that'll set you free. My pen name Bob Dylan Jr. is gone. I've stepped into the shoes of a man named Tom, a poet, a writer, who dabbles in song and learns from the masters what he's known all along. When I am alone and all by myself, sometimes I begin to fill up, full of self-doubt. Fills my head, I can't get it out, and what's within me I could live without. Depression closes my eyes like sleeping. When I feel like life has passed me by, I break down inside, start weeping. Yet thoughts of wasted time won't relieve this cry. The tears I spill are now seeping down below the earth. They'll soon reside, soothing this malaise that's been creeping. I've looked up and down and left and right. I've gone out searching in the middle of the night. I've spent my days just wandering around, and I'm still looking for what I haven't found. I searched for what I sought to find, found the fruit, couldn't get it off the vine, so I climbed and climbed and I climbed, and I tried, but I can't get it off my mind. When I am alone and all by myself, sometimes I begin to fill up, full of self-doubt, fills my head, I can't get it out, and what's within me I could live without. I just want to make my mark before I lose this spark and the room gets dark. When the game is over, then I'm sure I'd love to play again, or else it seems like such a waste, such a sin. Ladies and gentlemen, you've all become my special friends. Hopefully, we've got something greater to discover.
You watch him come stumbling through the door. Find yourself wondering if you can take it anymore. The wedding ring bonds until death does part, but what's on your finger is not in your heart. After 10 years, it's still the same. While the love is gone, the smell of whiskey still remains. You know you can let him drag you down. That's why some nights you live in another town. You dream of a future where you are free. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be. You stare at the door until he comes home, thinking your happiest days are spent alone. It's tugging at your heart and replacing your mind. When he's sober, he's one of a kind, but that only happens about half the time. After 10 years, it's still the same. While the love is gone, the smell of whiskey still remains. You know you can let him drag you down. That's why some nights you live in another town. You dream of a future where you are free. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be. It's never too late for another start. Age doesn't matter when it concerns the heart. You know you can let him drag you down. That's why some nights you live in another town. You dream of a future where you are free. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be. It's time to say your piece and pray a little prayer to hope he'll make it on his own when you're not there. Then maybe he'll take a look down inside himself and realize he's married to something else. There's no more secrets, no more trying to hide what you know is true, and you better believe it. There's no more denying to yourself, no use left in line to everybody else. Self-crucifying, that's exactly what you do. Jesus Christ, yeah, he did it too. What game is left to play when you can't play pretend? Just what do you say when you know it's the end? This crippling disease has taken its toll. We'll never heal, can never mend, will never be whole. No escaping the demons that have taken control. Show me a man who has lost his strength, I'll show you a man who has lost his soul. And once you've lost the love, then that's the end, it's time to go. While you've been praying for salvation, I've been thinking all about all the time you've been wasting. Seems madness never stops, in your mind you flip then flop, riding a broken merry-go-round, wondering when you're gonna get off. When will you realize that we've all just one life to live? You got your fingers and your toes in the cracks of the dam as you find you're running out of hands. It's still leaking like a sieve, you'd better back away 'cause pretty soon something's gonna give. When will you realize that you're better off all alone? You can't get blood from a stone. When's he coming home? Don't you think that's a bit too soon? You truly are your mother's child if you believe this rose is gonna bloom. Perhaps it's time to grab the weed whacker, for your little secrets can just stab like jabbing thorns. Like how many times he's really smacked you. There's no excuses left for you to use. By now you know that you've been warned. Time to turn off the hose, stop watering the weeds. There's already too many flowers. Is this what the world really needs? When the flames rose up, I watched my house burn down as everything I had lay smoldering on the ground. Yet I wasn't sad, for me and my cats got out, but I got this sinking feeling that there was something else. I walked over to the lawn, began rummaging around. That's when I remembered my ears didn't hear the sound of a piercing shriek yelling at me to wipe my feet, saying, "Wash your hands twice before you come touching me." Oh, that's right. Oops, she must have been asleep. So when someone asks me how's my wife, I say, may she rest in peace. I've got something on my mind, so I better just say it. I hear the music in my heart, but I just can't play it. I feel good inside, but I can't explain it. I don't mind when people cry, I don't mind when it's raining. I don't mind when most people die, at least they stop their complaining. I've been led by many people, places and things, just so much out there in which to believe. I love many people, then had to cut my strings just to watch end up each of them leave, yeah. Have to go and plant another seed. Go and find something to fill the void. For idle time is the devil's toy. For sometimes being alone is worse than being unemployed. Sometimes you're Siegfried, sometimes you're the tiger, and sometimes you're Roy. High above an angel cries, and down below even storms have eyes. What grows in me I now despise. Deep inside another man dies. Blood clot, gunshot, it's all the same. Heartache, a big mistake, just part of the game. Weeds growing wild, a saddened child, just who's to blame? Another birthday cake, we're black at the wake, we're so glad you came. It's a vicious cycle, you better stay on your toes. It's a downward spiral, it comes and goes. Comes and goes. Like the town which on fire, I've become a social pariah. I've lost my desire to climb up any higher. There's an energy vampire now standing right beside you. There's lots to know that you can't see until you crack the code or else find the key. I was in rough shape, looking for an escape. Started feeling sick, must be time to get fixed. Look inside to see what's broken, hoping it's not a hopeless situation and that I really am worth saving. Since copping is not coping, when stopping isn't an option, oh, how can I regain my focus? It seems we cling to our vices in major times of crisis, and when we're feeling isolated, yeah, day by day we're being sedated, in a state of constant bereavement, 'cause we've failed to have our needs met. Hence only our sense of achievement is when we depart this world and leave it. Often it is fleeting and lost after a moment. Though you're taking a beating, you try your best not to show it. It was when my world was dark, I made some friends at Rad Park. They said that I could stay there, and there were lots of fun games to play there. In lofts, down slides, on wheels we play. Oh, no more boring, lonely days. I've been growing stronger, no longer do I crave of thinking, drinking, or sleeping away the day. Yeah, some get lost and some get saved. Others find themselves getting thrown away. Some are still searching even after all these days. You either make your escape or become with the maze. Remember, if God grants wishes to all those who kneel and pray, that means that somewhere there's a fallen angel waiting to have his day.
Stop peeking. Stop peeking. Stop peeking. Sometimes I need a good talking to set my mind at ease. It's not always good for you doing just what you please. When the door is locked, you just need the right keys. Stop peeking through the keyhole. Get up off your knees. Just a glimpse of the hole will never do. The door bar and chains, it's so hard to get through. Like a deer in headlights, your feet stick like glue. Denial is just another lie that you believe is true. Yeah, I've been sedated, my head played with, medicated, regulated, and every word they said dictated. I've been questioned, and I stated, and everything good I had I traded. With every step I walk been baited. A life like mine, you begin to hate it. Well, the doctor's in and he'll take your money, but when you're not looking, he'll call you funny names behind your back. The nurses are in on it, I got a hunch. See the crooked smiles while they're serving lunch? Their white gowns should be striped with black. You gotta pay the bills that'll pay for all the pills that they say will kill your ills while they're raking in the mills. Oh, they locked them in the closet. Then they lost the key. 20 years later, when they finally found it, they finally set him free. Though he looked much older, he looked okay to me. Though he acted much colder, like we all expected him to be here. Rehab, you never come out the way you came in. Rehab, get drunk off words when they take your gin. Rehab, you never be the same. Rehab, you never go there again. When he gets home, he has a drink, passes out at the kitchen sink. Those livers fine, his mind is bloated, just one drink and his head exploded. Rehab, you never come out the way you came in. Rehab, get drunk off words when they take your gin. Rehab, you'll never be the same. Rehab, you never go there again. I've got the life juice flowing inside me sometimes. Other times it's been denied from me. I think that depression is starting to kick in. Gotta find myself a room and get checked in quick. Gotta get it together or else keep on getting sick. Boy, I'm in the mix into getting my fix. Fuck being rich. I'm just another hypocrite who talks and talks, but it's just more shit. So you learn to live with it, become a walking regret, or else a songwriting poet. Boy, life sucks, don't you know it? I'm a druggie, I'm an alkie, I'm a nicotine fiend, I'm a loser, an abuser. Do you know what I mean? What I've done can't be undone. Oh, the things I've seen. This monkey on my back weighs a ton, a weight so heavy I cannot outrun. There must be something in my genes. This monkey on my back weighs a ton, a weight so heavy I cannot outrun. There's always something in my genes. Just as the sun comes up, my head goes down. I pick up the paper and then I put it down. I may waste my life, but at least it's just my own. You won't read about any killing sprees from me when you get home. I may be on page 56, another kid, another lesson, another druggie looking for his fix. Wrong place, wrong time, got bagged for possession. In the home of the brave and the land of the free, you get to choose your own obsession. I'm a druggie, I'm an alkie, I'm a nicotine fiend, I'm a loser, an abuser. Do you know what I mean? What I've done can't be undone. Oh, the things I've seen. I've always got something to write about. I always find myself in a tunnel in which I can't get out as the light keeps getting dimmer in the distance. Every night I'm on the card for the heavyweight bout. I was once strong, but now I'm beginning to have my doubts. I think I may be in need of some assistance. I'm a victim, though I feel like a hero. You make me feel like number one, and yet I'm a zero. All this you put me through, and still I go back to you. What is wrong with me? Why can't you let me be? I saw you once, and then I saw you twice. Now I see you all the time. When everything is said and done, I'm the one who pays the price. You never treated me kind. I had to descend from the highest mountains just to come back to earth. I climbed up the slopes of the valleys for what any of it is worth. Still I come back to you, after all that you put me through. You and I walked hand in hand, and I picked you up when you fell.
I thought you were my ticket to heaven, still I landed here in hell. Our conversations were one-sided. I never tried to hide it. You've never given me good advice. Still I come back to you. When everything is said and done, I'm the one who pays the price. Every time I try to stay away, you cross my path nearly every day. I fight so hard to walk a straight line. I fight so hard to leave you behind. One false step and I'm back again, and no further on than where I began. Still I come back to you. After all that you put me through, what is wrong with me? Why won't you let me be? I know you're thinking, pondering tomorrow. I finally quit drinking, drowning in my sorrow. Saved myself from sinking. I put down the bottle when it started leaking. Some things you only borrow, so I know what you're seeking. Who do you lead? Whom do you follow? We both know it of what I'm speaking. What do you need and what is hollow? Do you see a reflection in an empty bottle? You don't know where you're going, only God knows where you've been, but the river keeps on flowing, and the part of you unknowing always goes wading on in. Sign reads danger, don't fall in, or you don't know the trouble you're in. Water so sweet it tastes just like gin. Take a dip and be baptized in the pool of sin. Yet this path you walk wasn't chosen all on your own, as the thoughts you think are so deceiving. Every day drifting farther from home, now you regret the day you thought of leaving. The hard stuff's in the freezer, the 30 packs in the fridge, the troubles of the world they're building, which way to the bridge? You don't know where you're going, only God knows where you've been, but the river keeps on flowing, and the part of you unknowing always goes wading on in. Sign reads danger, don't fall in, or you don't know the trouble you're in. Water so sweet it tastes just like gin. Take a dip and be baptized in the pool of sin. I know you're thinking, pondering tomorrow. I finally quit drinking, drowning in my sorrow. Saved myself from sinking. I put down the bottle when it started leaking. Some things you only borrow, so I know what you're seeking. Who do you lead? Whom do you follow? We both know of what I'm speaking. What do you need and what is hollow? Do you see a reflection in an empty bottle? One day at a time, step by step, suck toxins down with every breath. In my time of weakness, I was never all alone. I despised the day tobacco seeds were sown. Hand in hand, right by my side, and when we went our separate ways, a part of me died. My 20 little friends, though small in size, became my foes, whom I now despise. When the truth is clear, they kill you slow. There's no pleading ignorance when everybody knows. It looks like I'm stuck inside the house again because I said goodbye to all of my party friends. Going straight can be so tough. When I'm alone, it's especially rough. That is why I write for you. It really kills the time thinking up rhymes. After all that I've been through, if you listen up, I can save you some time. I've written stoned, I've written soft, but I had trouble getting my point across. While trying to find myself, I often got lost. But with the devil gone, now I'm the boss. The liquor store is still open. My dealer, he's still smoking. Only one call, I could ease my mind, get a little number. That's why I took his number and I threw it away before I throw it all away. Girls who have been with me always force me to choose. Now every one of them is history, and I'm the one left singing the blues. Anytime I hear about old friends, it's always been bad news. Something like, hey, he's in jail. Can I borrow some money for bail? I asked how'd he get there. They answered the cops found all the clues. The men in blue arrived at his house and started asking questions. Smelled something funny, so he got bagged for possession. When he goes to church, he should ask for repentance. The last time he got called into the station, judge gave him probation with a 2-year suspended sentence. The list goes on and it keeps getting worse. All my friends are hexed. I had to cross my name off of the list before I was next. For this black cloud hanging over me, it'll follow me for 2 years before I am free. And if my probation officer I don't see, I'll sleep for the next 6 months inside a correctional facility. I woke up, my mind was racing. When my feet hit the floor, they soon started pacing, craving the apple I once was tasting. Footsteps to the past I began retracing, running from old enemies I once was facing, all the while believing I was escaping. I never show my weakness, even when I'm breaking up inside. The only thing stronger than my ego is my foolish sense of pride. Sometimes I sacrifice all I've made to live within a lie. The only cross to which I'm bound is burning me alive. Oh, my, let me live the dream of escaping the demons alive and unseen. From the blaring whispers of compulsion, very few mortals can hide. Freedom is just another word for failure for all those who have lost when they tried. For the key to unlocking the mind is different to each, be them young or old, in trying to reach what they're searching for, yet have never been able to hold. Oh my, let me live the dream of escaping the demons, alive and unseen. I tried staying with my own kind, I tried swimming within my own mind, but so slowly the path unwinds, though I keep following what I hope to find, even when life looks grave as you're running out of time. Could reality ever match my dream? Will this nightmare ever end? Will a new day ever begin? Can I learn to make myself whole again, to live without and change within? Oh my, let me live the dream of escaping the demons, alive and unseen. Out of sight can mean out of mind, yet what I'm running from is never far behind. Once distant memories now mirror the past, as a shadowless clock has stopped telling time. No, you can't escape the voices echoing inside of your ear as thoughts become desires, speaking all too loud and clear, although you may bow your head while pretending not to hear. When the calming silence is gone, you know what is there. Oh my, let me live the dream of escaping the demons, alive and unseen.
I come home after a hard, long day, happy with my life, but what a price I pay. I walk in, waiting for a smile, though looking down you stand so quiet. Something is bothering you, I know you by now, you just can't deny it. Did the serpent come to tempt your taste? Have you seen the devil? Did you fall from grace? Have you taken a bite of the apple? Did you drink up all the wine? Did you see something so frightening that it sent shivers down your spine? Did you see a long-lost lover only to again look into his eyes? Or maybe you saw a homeless mother and then heard her child cry? Whatever you do from here, do not hide what you are or what you did. Please don't keep staring at the ground, nor keep your feelings hid. Please don't twist the truth so much that you only tell me lies. I would never judge you. You do not need an alibi. Tell me all your worries, my child. Do not be afraid. Tell me of your troubles, for mistakes can be unmade. Whatever has happened here, don't be scared to look me in the eyes. You know your face is one that I never could despise. Did the serpent come to tempt your taste? Have you seen the devil? Did you fall from grace? Have you taken a bite of the apple? Did you drink up all the wine? Did you see something so frightening that it sent shivers down your spine? Did you see a long-lost lover only to look again into his eyes? Or maybe you saw a homeless mother and then heard her child cry? Did you see someone or something which ended up shaking your faith? Did you see a straight road ahead and yet didn't walk so straight? Maybe, baby, you watched a man fall down in the street. Did you build yourself a fire only to find that you couldn't stand the heat? She turned around to face me as she broke down in tears, saying she never meant to hurt me, but her biggest fears rang loud, sad, and true. Now that she knew that she couldn't undo all that she had made, feeling like she was trapped in a maze, locked in a cage, hurting so much at such a young age. I've never been a hunter myself. What I catch is always free to run away, but sometimes I wish that I was different, for if I was, then she might have stayed. Maybe I should have been quiet and not such a seeker of the truth, but she would have told me sooner or later, so just would have been the use. It's not that I'd rather be alone than be at your side, but the strongest feelings I have for you are the ones that I hide. My empty eyes, you could never look inside. My empty eyes, part of this face that you despise. It seems that the nature of woman is that emotion rules all. The reason they rise, the reason they fall. There's no way of knowing which way you'll be going, my dear. It could be anywhere. That once burning candle has ceased glowing, revealing my fears. Your rightful place is out there somewhere, but it isn't here. That once bright star outside my window has long since disappeared. Proof. You can't prove your love when you don't speak the truth. Broken. No more I love yous spoken. Crying is what she's been doing since she found out I was lying. Leaving is what she's doing now that there's no more deceiving. When he calls you up, you drop everything, as time itself stops when the telephone rings. He inspires the love song your whole body sings. The moment that he talks, your heart begins to soar, for he gives you wings. But somewhere it all went wrong, along with so many other things. Now you're cold as ice and on the rocks. Told yourself you don't care anymore. Doesn't matter how many presents he brings. Heart-wrenching pain is now your companion, your refrain, your rock of Gibraltar, your new ball and chain. Feeling like a jilted bride left all alone in the rain, as all of your ideals have just been flushed down the drain. When what you found at the altar was just a crutch and a cane, yet ever since you let him go, you long to return to the face, the arms you used to know. Guess that's just how this story goes. Now you want him back, but what's inside you won't let show. Yes, ever since you let him leave, one single memory burns, one that changed your previous beliefs. You dry your eyes and hide your grief. You realize the table's turned, your heart's been stolen and he's the thief. Heart-wrenching pain is now your companion, your refrain, your rock of Gibraltar, your new ball and chain, feeling like a jilted bride left all alone in the rain, as all of your ideals you've just flushed down the drain, when what you found at the altar was just a crutch and a cane. I've got no tears left to cry, it just feels dead inside, and no, I'm not gonna lie, I love to hate you more than I ever loved to love you, yeah, and it may be, yeah, that this one's on me, but as you can see by my misery, it's all I can do to not scream through the roof. There's a red flag at half-mast, you whistle as you walk past. Yes, the graveyard is full of souls whose decaying remains fill all those holes, while the blind man with the thirsty ears longs for love during his final years, and the middle-aged man with the broken past clings to lies, remembering them as facts, and the bulletproof youth takes advice from none, learns the hard way, that's when the troubles come. As he looks around not sure what to do, he blames me and I blame you. Yeah, I was driving, fucking flying, running away as fast as I can. She was lying, then starts crying. I tell her, go find another man. Yeah, lonely, not me. I'm already making other plans. You try to hold on, but baby, I'm gone. Now you know I'm still in demand. Yeah, this is a new song. I hear you humming along. Got you thinking about clapping your hands, since you've grown tired of living uninspired. Finally, my friend, you understand. I watch the smoke rising up from the flames. Love is dead in my eyes, but I'm not to blame. A victim of fate? Call it what you will. It was a hard thing to swallow, but she had to take the pill. I stopped caring and cut my ties, lost the fire within my eyes. I've grown tired, dissatisfied, now exposed what I used to hide. I got people dropping like flies, disappearing out of my life. By now I stopped questioning, because I know the reason why. I stopped caring and cut my ties, lost the fire within my eyes. I've grown tired, dissatisfied, now exposed to what I used to hide. I got people acting like fleas, latching, attaching on to me. It's probably because they're weak. They got playing games like hide and seek. Sadly, no one comes to find them. Negativity defines them. Those who used to stand behind them had moved on and gone on with their lives. I watch the smoke rising up from the flames. Love is dead in my eyes, but I'm not to blame. A victim of fate? Call it what you will. It was a hard thing to swallow, but she had to take the pill. Nicknamed Dora the Explorer for being such a horror. You showed me a good time, then made me lose my mind. Yeah, if the squirrel had a nut, he'd store it in your butt. Don't you turn your back to me before I've gained your trust. Once they kick your dick in the dirt, all the money in the world won't buy back your self-worth or take away the hurt. You can try to hide the fact that your whole soul got jacked, but there's no use trying to catch what has slipped right through the cracks. No more fight left in the dog, no more corn left on the cob. Looks like the thief has just been robbed. He knows the cops in on the job. Seems you don't know what you've been missing, till what was working suddenly isn't. Try changing your mind while you're serving time in a solitary prison. Not bound by chains, though what remains seems utterly insufficient. Alone at sea, drifting hopelessly, and you call it fishing. Save that worried mind, not for what you're afraid to find, but rather on what you've been missing. Take some advice from me to help yourself break free from this invisible prison. Just to catch a break, you have to take something when it isn't given. Embracing heartache was your greatest mistake that you keep on reliving. In this game you're playing and not participating, that don't lead to winning. They say diamonds are a girl's best friend. I guess it's good to have something left when the feeling ends and when the love is gone. All that's left is a song. You make love to your bong as quiet as a mouse when your loving wife says, "Get out of my house." After mistakes have been made, just as the song said, she threw a vase, smacked you in the face, and when you said ouch, she made you sleep on the couch. You never saw the writing on the wall, kept telling yourself tomorrow she'd call. From days to months to years, from happiness to sadness to tears. Your lasting memories concern her tight blouse and the night she said, "Get out of my house." The carriage of gold which you both rode down along the cove on your wedding day somehow became untracked and unhitched, and every one of them horses, they got up and ran away. After every mistake followed another excuse. As the chain started to break, she figured, what's the use? When you called for a truce, she challenged you to a joust. On her shield, she soon wrote in your blood, "Get out of my house." Hearts once ablaze and set afire have gradually lost their flame. Dreams once both together aspired no longer remain the same. Coals in need of stoking have lost all chance of smoking, leaving each night's watchman pointing blame. The mood grows colder as the time grows older. It's time to move south when you're bleeding from the mouth because she sprayed you in the nose and then smacked you with the hose. Even Smokey the Bear knew that the fire's been doused. On the night she said, "Get out of my house." They say diamonds are a girl's best friend. I guess it's good to have something left when the feeling ends, when the love is gone. All that's left is a song. You make love to your bong as quiet as a mouse when your loving wife says, "Get the fuck out of my house! Get the fuck out of my house!" I got those Valentine woes. I know that some of you know what it's like to be me when you're feeling alone, a bit weak in the knees and a bit faint of heart. In a world full of lovers, you feel distant and apart. Something separates you from everybody else. Sure, you bought some chocolates, yet you kept them for yourself. You even bought some roses, yet they wilted on your way home. Ever since the day they were cut, you knew they never would have grown. I got those Valentine woes, since the day is coming soon when everybody's getting flowers, seems that yours will never bloom. These simple pleasures shall forever dull my pain, for even though he may be gone, still my memories of him remain. Even though I'm here with you, we both know we're not alone. He's in my head right here, right now, as if he was standing in this very room. Has she ever called out my name when you two were lying in bed? Did she ever scream out in pain, "I can't get him out of my head"? Has she ever said that I was to blame? Yes, I'm sure that's what she said. Did she ever to you complain that she'd be better off dead? I'm sure that she did. So hard to keep these feelings hid. I'm sure that she did. It's such a tough thing to be living with. I try not to think of him, for there's so much to think about. Too many truths that I've discovered, though to this day still I have my doubts. He led me by the collar, then tied me to a string, and yet after left me hitched to this post after promising me everything. Even though I'm here with you, we both know we're not alone. He's in my head, right here, right now, the same as if he was standing in this very room, and he won't be leaving anytime soon. With every grimace and frown from both the past and the present, my life feels turned upside down, and I begin to regret it. With every grimace and frown that I dig up from the past, it adds a thorn to my crown and a cloud to my sky that now looks overcast. With every grimace and frown comes makeup and paint from my soul, creating a sad mime from this clown whose feelings become beyond his control. With every new smile on each face I see, I slowly forget what we had and what we used to be. With every new smile on each passing face, I find my sadness being lifted, my pain being erased. With every new smile that I help to create, I feel a little bit better about myself and my life story I now narrate. With every new smile that comes along my way, I'll have a better chance of smiling again someday. Everything has changed, and yet nothing has changed since we last spoke. For what I once yearned, the candle is burned, and now there's nothing left but smoke. Pages I have written in secret inscription, been set afire, see their ashes blow. So simply stated, nothing's worse than saying, well, I guess I almost made it. Reality has conquered me, so I've left this dream behind. My fate, my destiny awaits in another place and time. So simply stated, these years bled away cannot be tourniqueted. Reality has conquered me, and I've left this dream behind. My fate, my destiny awaits in another place and time. Now the clock's hand keeps spinning, and I've wasted so much time. Find myself a victim to all I've created, feeling so jaded I can't relax or unwind. I failed myself now, I'm really in a bind. For what I once yearned, the candle is burned. Now there's nothing left but smoke. Pages I have written in secret inscription, light this fire, see their ashes blow. So simply stated, nothing's worse than saying, well, I guess I almost made it. I've been led astray, but perhaps it's better this way. Maybe it's better to be blind than the one who can see his path illuminated, who walked the road yet never made it. So if anyone asked me, I'd have to agree that giving up is underrated. Oh, it's underrated. She finds a bottle of pills and she holds them in her hand. My whole world is falling down and no one understands. There's only one way to solve my problems, that's for me to go away. After I'm placed in my grave, I won't hear anyone say. She had the whole world in her hand, but she let all of us down. Now she's gone to a faraway place, though she's only 6 feet underground. What on earth would make her think that we didn't love her so? What pushed her past the brink to where there was no place left to go? Mom and Dad, I never meant to hurt you, nor cause you any pain. I guess that I imagined my loss would be your gain. Whatever happened in the past is nothing compared to this. That would pass just like the moon with just a hug and a kiss. This is your one mistake that'll never be undone. We used to have 2 children, now we're left with only one. Everybody stumbles when they learn to walk. Everybody mumbles when they learn to talk. What we've learned with age is that you give it your best shot. We prayed that you be strong, but you never even fought. Did you ever listen to anything we taught? When swimming against the tide, you give it everything you got. With expectations oh so high, you nailed me to the wall. You placed me on a pedestal, so I was bound to fall. I ended up lying down when I tried to stand too tall, and when I needed you the most, I was too afraid to call. How could we have missed the truth with the writing on the wall? Why did you say nothing when we should have known it all? If only you had told us, for we could be so blind. If only we had known, we would have been more kind. Oh no, what have I done? This shouldn't be my fate. I realize I've made only one mistake, but now it's far too late. Always remember that you're Daddy's little girl, and the world would have been your oyster, and you its pearl. I would do anything to give you a second chance. I would trade my soul eternally, paying with a pound of flesh in advance. Not only were you my daughter, but you were my best friend. If only you had known that it didn't have to end. Goodbye, Mama. Goodbye, Papa. May we meet again? The latest polls show that when people say yes, our leaders say no. I was taught that it was us versus them. Now I've learned that them is us. But I'm not talking about your average Joe, just those of us who try to buy our trust. Here's a list of the things the peasants want. Well, surely they can't have all that. Just give them these stale loaves of bread and then we'll raise the tax. Society at large, oh, we're not too pleased. Politics to the core has become diseased. All I need is one believer to inspire me to dig just a little bit deeper. Society at large, oh, we're not too pleased. Politics to the core has become diseased. All they need is one good reason to get me off of this charge of treason. Society at large, oh, we're not too pleased. Politics to the core has become diseased. When I hear the word lobbyist, my right hand reaches for my gun. When it comes time for talking politics, people get paid to keep us dumb. Smashed is the equality living in this world of sin. As long as you got power, there's no trouble. You're getting in. An old football star, he ain't gonna do no time. Money, fame, and connections all cover up the crime. Killing death row inmates? I haven't seen the use. The machine is all plugged in, but it still doesn't have the juice. And when it's time for you or me, the average American Joe, they'll put us in a steel cage cell with no place else to go. When they come and lock me up, there's gonna be a parade. They'll say they've seen my writings and heard every word I said. If I ever make parole, there'll be snipers on the roof. But they'll need an extra round because I'm bulletproof. Well, actually, I'm not. I got no fortune or fame. That's why when things go wrong, they place on me the blame. Killing death row inmates? I haven't seen the use. The machine is all plugged in, but it still doesn't have the juice. If it goes to trial, they got you on file as a well-known liar. This whole time, the feds had it pegged. We're all wearing wires. You're left to ask why not everyone tries when bogged down in the mire. And it seems to me you're as high as can be. I don't think it gets any higher. Time to make a deal before your fate's sealed. The contract has expired. You see, going for broke, it leaves you broken and cold and hungry, yet you keep on hoping that tomorrow a new door will open that'll light the fire and you'll see that thing smoking. You found yourself a game that you really want to play. Oh, won't you deal me in? They've been waiting for you to say, Gatekeeper, gatekeeper, I can dig a little deeper. Please tell me what you require. Would you have me walk across the water? Or are you thinking of something hotter? Am I sensing a cleansing by fire? Oh, those eyes, I see them rise in desire as beads of sweat from your forehead perspire. Gatekeeper, gatekeeper, oh, won't you let me into your little show? Gatekeeper, gatekeeper, oh, tell me all the secrets that we both know you know. From where you stand, everything looks groovy, but living inside of a commercial, it ain't the same as starring in a movie. Hey, brother, can you spare a dime? I beg for money all the time, rather hold an empty cup than lead a life of crime. Reality checks can't be cashed. That's what they said at the bank when I asked, is there a tax on misery? What's the price of a life worth materially? She wrote down a number, but it didn't seem enough. When I said I suffered from poverty, she subtracted a couple of bucks. I said, have a nice day, and I just walked away, pondering the price we'll all pay for people acting and thinking this way. I document history, the kind no one reads. In this land of pretty flowers, I'm considered a weed. Permanent lies, permanent lies, permanent lies, permanent lies. Facts are interchangeable, opinions oh so manageable. Everything is rearrangeable for those who own the world. The discovery I am finding, no contract can be binding. When the empire is declining, the shell closes on a pearl. When confined by isolation, with this stale air I'm tasting, I slowly begin wasting my time, my mind, my pay. So with nothing in my pockets, I gotta go get it because I don't got it. And when I do, it flits away. Permanent lies lead to infinite wars. What hides behind the disguise, it's hard to tell anymore. There's many giving up, no, I'm not talking about the poor. There's lots of middle class the better, all falling dead upon the floor. I cannot complete a thought, it gets lost as I get crossed, trapped like a gas in this vast piece of orbiting mass. This lucky little piece of rock that you could almost paddle across. We got some pretty green trees, yet it's still ripe with disease, full of wars you can and can't see. You ask, so what's it to me? I know of history, geology, astronomy, and World War III. I have seen the greed. Once I would have never believed that money could buy such misery. Now I've seen the naivety in me as corporations start owning countries. Now they're calling Kenya Mickey D's. And happiness is just a distant memory, so long unknown to me, living in this world of adultery, where what you see is not really what you see, and where's what's to be may never be, and though unchained, no one is free. You can look forever and still not see, believing simply that what's to be will be, thinking that men don't make history, only got lucky, someone had to be. It took me many years to see that God helps those who help themselves, so think twice to yourself before you trust in anyone else, or else you run the risk of feeling just like me, a dear friend to insanity, but hey, at least somebody listens to me. The brutal honesty of this funhouse mirrored fishbowl world in which we all live is that a man's soul will either with him gently die or watch him lay helpless as he is economically crucified. This is not just mere opinion, but a simple fact that we can no longer push aside. I've been watching the Walmartization of these United States, which is tied directly to the exploitation of our country's citizens by big magnates. Fuck Citibank. Where the more get more and the poor get less, as every mom and pop store is forced to liquidate. I've been watching the Walmartization of these United States, seen values and morals and a sense of duty to country slowly disintegrate. Over the last 60 years, faces on the street have become overrun by utter difference, if not hate. I've been watching the Walmartization of these United States, people getting hosed but not being able to take a bath, and Katrina's aftermath, and its own government has yet to close the floodgates. But there's more to it than court rulings. It's what large bills get passed on the House floor to the Senate. I've been watching the Walmartization of these United States. I've seen kids having kids who are functionally illiterate, little ones walking hand in hand with the falling prices of real estate. I've been watching the Walmartization of these United States. I've seen people drown in a pool of knowledge because the water turns stagnant as our world has become all carved up and fractionated. I've been watching the Walmartization of these United States as funding for education gets bled so badly it needs a tourniquet, yet it never seems to be a major issue for debate brought up by any potential presidential candidate. I've been watching the Walmartization of these dividing states, hoping for a reversal of trends, but how much longer will we have to wait? It's an unfortunate story, but one that somebody had to narrate. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Keep on walking, don't you look behind. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Keep on walking, don't you look behind. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Keep on walking, don't you look behind. If you do, you'll know what you'll see. I said, if you do, then you'll know what you'll find. A trail of tears, one tear for every step. A trail of tears, one tear for what couldn't be kept. A trail of tears, one tear for every breath. A trail of tears, one tear for every death. The Indians in their teepees speaking English and say, in trouble deepy, the cavalry is about to charge. No dancing with wolves when you're waltzing with custard, forced into building casinos and inventing new mustard. The pilgrims with muskets are now at large, and with a box of full pocks, expanding isn't very hard. Trade whiskey for deeds, throw in a few beads. When you find a cross in the yard, then you'll know it's in the bag. To put men on the moon, you know it's never too soon. Sometimes you have to push hard when you're staking the flag. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Keep on walking, don't you look behind. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left. Keep on walking, don't you look behind. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Keep on walking, don't you look behind. I said, if you do, you'll know what you'll see. I said, if you do, then you'll know what you'll find. A trail of tears, one for every step. A trail of tears, one tear for what couldn't be kept. A trail of tears, one tear for every breath. A trail of tears, one tear for every death. All for one and one for all. It really makes no sense to hide it, that he thinks this and she thinks that. One man's fiction is another man's fact. Not every conversation is one-sided. All for one and one for all. What was once on the way up is now going down. After empty words were spoken, the unity was broken, and the three musketeers have all skipped town. All for one and one for all. As an individual, we are so small, but this isn't China, this isn't Japan. No one wants to be part of any master plan, yet society's foundation will crack without enough bricks in the wall.
All for one and one for all, quite similar to an alcoholic's motto. They say take things a day at a time. It'll help ease your mind. I guess there's no such word as tomorrow. All for one and one for all. The time that's wasting is now, but for your God or for yourself, maybe for me or perhaps for someone else, to some greater cause we must each take our vow. All for one and one for all. What kind of future does this world hold? The ill are getting sicker. Each day our children are growing up quicker. Yet they say what hasn't a price cannot be sold. All for one and one for all. The justice system of our country has no equal, though the cases seem to keep getting worse. After a movie's made, everyone wants to be first in line to buy the sequel. All for one and one for all. The Liberty Bell keeps on ringing as Republicans and Democrats keep on listening while trying to figure out where that sound is at. And until they do, I'll keep on singing. All for one and one for all. You can sit staring at quotes on the wall, but I believe that Lincoln said it best, so there's really no need to recite all the rest. United we stand, divided we fall. All for one and one for all. It takes many a seeds to plant a garden. You'd better harvest before the frost, for if you don't, all your work will be lost, as I feel a wintry chill just starting. Globalization without exploitation should be the pledge of this next generation. The goal set forth for this new millennium. More songs that unite. That's right, I'm penning them. So who's with me? Woohoo! Yay! Thunderous clapping and applause. All right, now who's against me? Solo person clapping fades out. The only weapon you need is love to destroy any potential enemies. It's thoughts like these that make me the most dangerous man in the world, someone that can teach these beliefs to all of Mother Earth's little boys and girls. Every arm in arm, each hand in hand, that's the one nation for which I'll stand. We regret it in the morning, what feels good in the night. We see things as we want to, as we pretend that we have sight. Have you ever asked Helen Keller what she thinks of is right? Her answers might surprise you, keep you sleepless and up at night. Amidst this endless and senseless violence, the one thing that I despise most are the swords that were swung in silence. When futile becomes resistance, the bloody few who are left look to us for some assistance. But it's by our weapons that their blood is spilled. When you're wiping out poverty, sometimes it's just cheaper to kill. So we justify we need a place for our new submarine base. Since our economy is tanking, why let good weapons go to waste? Sell them to Indonesia, and everybody wins, at least those with a voice amplified by propaganda spin. I'm getting angry, unhappy. If I start crying, please slap me. Slap this frown right off of my face. As you see, I'm in a delicate state. Been like this for years. How long will he have to wait? When the media is your ally, you can hide a genocide. Started back before 1975. Hundreds of thousands have lost their lives. Amidst this endless and senseless violence, the one thing that I despise most are the swords that were swung in silence. When we are the many and they are the few, we shall never be forgiven for what we failed to do. As the time came when it was our time to act, we turned to our backs, clinging to made-up facts. Crying children in their mother's arms, fathers dying in wars like Vietnam, vacant eyes, formaldehyde smell, following the trail you know so well. In this struggle for survival, the key is the journey, not the arrival. It's more the process, less the prose, where the wisdom's found by those who know 'tis best to walk where the road don't go. As everything speeds up is when it's best to take it slow. It quickens the pace of the nation and sickens what some of us are facing. The plot thickens. You forget what you were chasing. Those not stricken, stop sleepwalking and awaken. To all you spring chickens, can we unmake this forsaken, aching creation? I sense the sound of hesitation in your voice. I've found most of your frustration is by choice. Those afraid of confrontation shall be coerced to either stand up for themselves or else lie down in a hearse. Day to day to day, today is worse. If you want to make an omelet, then sometimes you gotta break some heads. It don't pay to be a chicken forever sitting on unhatched eggs. For here at the feast, not everybody eats, not everybody speaks, even those who are able. And when the money's on the line and the cards are on the table, somebody's bound to cheat. It happens every time, hence the noose around the neck. Legs dangle, dance, and silhouette the gable. Now things are back to normal, everything all nice and stable. Steady calm, yeah, I'll wear that label.
Either write something worth reading or do something worth writing. Looks like Benjamin Franklin's right again. So, rather than be a man of action, I'm off to get my pen. Whatever keeps me free from blame, surely that's the choice I'll choose. For in this game, I never said I had to win. I'm happy to draw if it means I don't lose.
Call me a coward, call me what you will while you're crawling among the fallen. Well, I'll be standing still. So what if I'm standing still? At least treading water means that I'm still alive. Just look here at my great big book. So what if it lacks a spine? It makes for a magnificent shield, which I use to hide behind, and I hide behind it all the time. I just picked up my pen. It's been God knows when since I really tried to see something through to the end, and now I'm back at it again. Don't know just where to begin. Sifting through the rubble, digging myself out of trouble. Won't someone come and burst my bubble? Unentrap me and I'll simply walk away happily. I'm just waiting for the time to be right, always hesitating, that's the story of my life. Probably cost me a dozen loving wives. To think that I might have made it had I acted on what I knew. Everyone knows I've always said it, but why are there some things that we can just never do? I'm a white boy with no rhythm and even less soul. I face the fact that I'll probably be like this until my last days of growing old. Hell, what I've been told, I just won't allow myself to believe it. Every girlfriend I've ever had tells me I dance just like a quadriplegic. I give, they take. They live, I die trying to save a drowning doggy from the lake. I give, they take some more. Both me and the doggy never paddle back to shore because I have no arms and legs. You were right to come to me when you want to learn about the system, about how the powers that be try to keep greatness down so that people like me lose our will to fight and resist them, divide and conquer, the oldest trick in the book, mixing politics and religion and a little gender and race into this melting pot, and now they're ready to cook, Can you hear us screaming as we're being boiled alive? Oh, and they say we're dreaming if we want more out of life than to survive, You were right to come to me when you want to learn all about love, about how I have no doubt that the greatest feelings come from the inside out. The light within shines brighter than the light above, Falling in love is overrated, while growing to love is what true love is really made of. This is a truth that is rarely stated. It's such a simple idea, the greeting cards hate it. Flim flam man, you would have me understand. You hold my whole world in your hands, but that's a lie. Find out your plans about me or my, you don't give a damn. You only build so you can break. You give just so you can take. And I've grown tired of fakes and flakes, for goodness sakes. I've had enough to hear, not sure how much more I can take before I make a big mistake. The weapon is loaded, there will soon be explosions. I'm leading the legions to a new Eden, yeah. The countdown has been ticking since the problem needs a fixing, and the balance keeps on shifting. Many people have been predicting the coming of a fight, say it might be going down tonight, but those who are likewise heady know it's been happening already. And by the time we get to see it, there will be no way to defeat it. Everybody will have to beat it. Ow! There's no black, no, and white or other colors needed. 'Cause once you start bleeding, you're only trying to stay alive. To hell with getting even. The more get less as the less get more. They keep on raising the ceiling, while dropping the floor. The rich get richer, those in the middle grow poor. When will the soldiers realize they've been fighting the wrong war? There's a curtain of silence now draping over this island. It blows in from the highlands where everything's in ruins. So many were trapped there, stranded, left right where they were standing. Poor fools lacking the tools who got caught, not knowing the rules. We all know what leads you, your reputation precedes you. You may say that you've changed, still no one believes you. Healing takes time, mending broken minds when the wounds cut deep to all the way inside. As my luxuries have become necessities, I'm slowly being stripped of my spirituality. This lack of harmony within humanity has begun eating away at me, yeah. I can't decide if this is a side effect or the scheme behind the plan. I don't know where it's going, what I was or who I am.
Positivity triggers mental agility, while negativity kills our ability to foresee a future better than the present, as intuition tunes us into what isn't evident. Yeah, every pauper's voice shall be equal to the president's. When we get things right, no more will we be hesitant to speak out against what we feel isn't right. Sometimes love heals, other times it starts to fight. Precision beats power and timing beats speed. I walk up to the biggest motherfucker and see that he's afraid of me. My defiance and disdain act as my suit of armor. Your reliance on the same old same leaves you distressed while I get calmer. When things change, chaos thrives. Those stuck in chains will not survive. Minds with walls will not evolve. The riddle remains, the puzzle's unsolved. Cunning and wit can have the same effect, to soothe the savage into deep introspect, or else prove to the farmer he's incorrect, that a peaceful life is what is best. Yeah, you told me the price and yet knew not the value. The trouble was the bubble they've been trying to sell you. It's gonna burst, there's no doubt. You were the first man in, but the last one out. You lost your shirt, your spouse, and then your house. You're playing in the dirt, so why are you still running your mouth, punk? Life just damn knocked your ass out. I suggest you stop talking and think about it. Cork that kettle before you go off spouting. Oh shit, he's still dribbling toxins. Just the sight of him is making me nauseous. When I get like this, it's best to be cautious. It can lead to flying fists or else me dropping logic. I get answers to your questions. Either way, the problem's getting solved, kid. Precision beats power and timing beats speed. I walk up to the biggest motherfucker and see that he's afraid of me. The smoke from my cigarette encases me like a tomb. The aura of my bitterness becomes happier with gloom. Don't you fret, but can't you sense the oncoming distress when you live inside your mind because this world is a mess? Yes, there is danger out on the street. Faces of anger for you to meet, and some even strangers, and others you can't see. The chosen ones that always were, along with those that'll never be. What we have found are many faces walking while looking down at the ground. Hear the echoing of malicious words the first time they were ever heard. See the small hands that have groaned and the fists that have been thrown, traversing the uneven roads that we have traveled while watching the moral fabric that's unraveled. When a sweaty palm fuses with cold steel, a hand extends but does not feel. A puckered face turns the tables after a bad deal, as fantasy vengeance has now become real. Pent-up aggression can no longer be concealed. Aim is taken and fate is sealed. Two eyes full of blood are suddenly revealed, as fantasy vengeance has now become real. Don't you fret, but can't you sense the oncoming distress when you live inside your mind because this world is a mess? Sirens. My demons act as faithful dogs arriving as if summoned. How do they know even before me that there's trouble coming? If I let go of my anger for you, then baby, I'll have nothing left. Maybe that's what I should do. Perhaps that's for the best. Playing stupid game will only win you stupid prizes. Truth never needed many words or any veils or disguises. They say never let them see you sweat, and don't stay crying in your beer. Yeah, all those good words of advice passed right on through my ears. When it feels guilty to laugh, tell everyone your secret. Such burdens from the past, we all know you don't need it. If feelings are not facts, why do words carve like knives as the scars left in the aftermath reflect two broken lives? Give the people some bread, for they just want another circus, and it's hurting my head knowing I don't deserve this. I'm a prisoner of my brain, a victim of biology. How does a butterfly find its way? Maybe by using astrology. I try to comprehend infinity while operating heavy machinery, and that's just by using my brain while slowly jogging in the passing lane of time and space in rhyme and plain. I'm trying to see just what makes me superior to royalty, probably because of my belief in fairness and equality to the nth degree for all humanity. Which unfortunately includes the sufferers of insanity, stupidity, vanity. Are you kidding me? I have to fight for them too? Couldn't we just let them be? For each one of them, just add one to get their IQ. Yep, it's two. When that's your crew, what the hell are you gonna do? It sure beats me, so I ask you.
The time has come. Something must be done. The time has come. We are the chosen ones. The time has come. No longer can we run from this. Sure, I talked a lot of shit, but I never made a stand. Can't take back any of it. Well, that's not what I have planned. Time to let a new revolution begin. All this time I've been blaming myself when I should have been blaming you and her and him. This crazy look inside my eye should tell you a little bit about me. There's so much that I despise, so many things that keep me from being free. So let us make a list of the biggest causes of our collective misery. Brain games. Brain games. She's been playing brain games because he's been playing brain games because she's been playing brain games. Since you get what you give, you just get more of the same. Brain games. Brain games. She's been playing brain games because he's been playing brain games because she's been playing brain games. What a horrible way to live when it's as monotonous as the rain. As lovers turn to strangers, or couples that I call not lovers but painters, when their broken hearts fill up, they start brimming over with anger. As Valentine's Day greeting cards are blank and black except for the word danger, and soon refused and remarked, won't you please return to sender? For sometimes silence isn't golden, if or when speechless, if and when powerless you are rendered, or when hurting words into your mind enter. It is surely better to refrain than play brain games. Brain games. Brain games, since you get what you give, you just get more of the same. Brain games. Brain games. Chit, chat, chatter. Can you hear their teeth rattle? As if underneath the warm breath of a baby in his rattle. Chit, chat, chatter. Does it really matter? Speaking just to fill one's idle time without expressing what's on your mind? Chit, chat, chatter, all the words blend together like the birds of the flock, birds of the same feather. Chit, chat, chatter, as the words end up in a blender, and the thoughts get lost when there's no core at the center. Chit, chat, chatter from the circling tongues, never ending, never starting once the talking has begun. Chit, chat, chatter, sometimes the word hurts, sometimes the word flatter. To me it all sounds the same. Chit, chat, chatter, as their oohs and ahs resemble goos and gahs. One's candle of thought slowly loses its flame. Calling all revolutionary reformists, just how long can we ignore this? Somebody's got to try to resist before the boot gets too big. Sure, in my heart stands a pacifist, but behind of him stands a line of people who are pissed. And it's a sign of the times when it actually has come down to this. I fell down when I felt a smack to the back of my head. Yeah, so did the sign I was holding, which read, World Trade Organization, you'd best be on your way. We're sick and tired of evil corporations getting caught and then just changing their names. Sometimes all it takes to create a crime is the wrong word at the wrong time, to push a man not unlike myself right over the edge, right across the line. I can see that now, this time like never before, a new place to go, just waiting to be explored. So just know that my last gasping breath will be spent denouncing at length against whatever corrupt powers that be, and judging not all but some without regards to or from where they're from, whether or not they must pay a penalty. Calling all revolutionary reformists, just how long can we ignore this? Somebody's got to try to resist before the boot gets too big. Sure, in my heart stands a pacifist, but behind him stands a line of people who are pissed, and it's a sign of the times when it actually has come down to this. Citibank, why did you cancel my mother Judy's credit card for missing 3 payments when she was in the hospital on and off a breathing tube and given her last rites? Somebody put fraudulent charges on the card and I tried to get through to somebody, but I wasn't authorized on the account. So a month or two later, when we finally did get through, you said you were sending her a new card and we made a $1,500 lump sum payment to get back to the 3 payments to get back to even, and then boom, it was canceled. Citibank, I tried to warn you. Citibank stock price 88.72. I'm hoping it's not true, but our time may have expired. Sure, I still sing for you, but lacking passion, lacking fire, or at least not like I used to. I won't lie, I'm not a liar. My eyes still like looking at you, but now I close them when I get tired.
You can run and you can hide, but I know your face. It always shows that you can't lie. So I don't call you on the phone, and now you know the reason why. I read your letters so full of love. You tell me I'm the one that you're thinking of. Yet I know your gift when it comes to the pen. As I think to myself, you're at it again. One line leads to another line, and one lie leads to another lie. I know all the walls you used to hide behind. It's true. So I wait outside your place to meet and greet you face to face, so I know whether to laugh or cry when I look back at all those paragraphs from you. As I think back to all the things you said, for I long to know what's really inside your head, what you're thinking to yourself and also about me when you say that destiny is what we were meant to be, together and forever, for it was written in the stars. Yet this is the true you, and this is what you really are. Or whether this is just another plot and I am just your toy. Am I really your man or just a silly little boy? Cry me a river 10 miles wide. Your warm tears will never send a shiver up and down my spine. Cry me a river, then let me know when you are through of everything that was promised. This is where I have to stop doing this. I'm hoping it's not true, but our time may have expired. Sure, I still sing for you, but lacking passion, lacking fire, or at least not like I used to. I won't lie, I'm not a liar. My eyes still like looking at you, oh, but now I close them when I get tired. You can run and you can hide, but I know your face. It always shows that you can't lie. So I don't call you on the phone, and now you know the reason why. I read your letters so full of love. You tell me I'm the one that you're thinking of, yet I know your gift when it comes to the pen. As I think to myself, you're at it again. One line leads to another line. One lie leads to another lie. I know all the walls you used to hide behind. It's true. So I wait outside your place to meet and greet you face to face, so I know whether to cry or laugh when I look back at all those paragraphs from you. As I think back to all the things you've said, for I long to know what's really inside your head, what you're thinking to yourself and also about me when you say that destiny is what we were meant to be, together and forever, for it was written in the stars. Yes, this is the true you, then this is what you really are. Or whether this is just another plot and I am just your toy. Am I really your man or just a silly little boy? Cry me a river 10 miles wide. Your warm tears will never send a shiver up and down my spine. Cry me a river, then let me know when you are through of everything that you promised. Nothing was delivered. When you don't feel as you are one, then you should go back to being two. Cry me a river, and then please won't you paddle away? I've grown tired of sitting in the dark, watching the clock, trying to smile all the while I'm waiting for you. I would have put you first if you put me anywhere but last, yet as our time of life is slipping, such time you lose so fast. The time for chasing rainbows is now as distant as the stars. Through the mountains you've traversed, you've discovered who you are. You bruise when you bleed, accept this fact as fate. You know now what you need. For him, it's now too late. You would have put him first if he put you anywhere but last, but as you toasted to the new year, broken, shattered glass, you would have shown him love had he asked you for a wink. You would have filled his cup with wine had he asked you for a drink. To the sparkling gleam in his eye, you've since become blind. Now this is all you can think of whenever he enters your mind. Cry me a river 10 miles wide. Your warm tears will never again send a shiver up and down my spine. Cry me a river, then let me know when you are through. Everything that once was promised, nothing was delivered. When you don't feel as you are one, you should go back to being two. You can run and you can hide, but I know your face. It always shows that you can't lie. So I don't call you on the phone, and now you know the reason why. I read your letters so full of love. You tell me I'm the one that you're thinking of. Yet I know your gift when it comes to the pen. As I think to myself, you're at it again. One line leads to another line. One lie leads to another lie. I know all the walls you used to hide behind. It's true. So I wait outside your place to meet and greet you face to face, so I know whether to cry or laugh when I look back at all those paragraphs from you. As I think back to all the things that you've said, for I long to know what's really inside your head, what you're thinking to yourself and also about me when you say that destiny is what we were meant to be, together and forever, for it was written in the stars. Yes, this is the true you, and this is what you really are. Or whether this is just another plot, and I am just your toy. Am I really your man, or just a silly little boy? You walked up to me with my clothes in your hand. We had a conversation about things only I could understand. Not a tear I did see, for I kept my eyes closed. The way in which I feel, I'm the only one who knows. You begged and pleaded from your knees. Every other word I heard was please, please don't you go away. Please, please don't you leave me this way. Only I knew that our fate was sealed. I kept my eyes closed so that nothing was revealed. Someday all your wounds will heal. Someday I will tell you how I really feel. I once asked you to save me from myself, though soon I learned that you can't leave that up to anyone else. I asked you to change your ways, though soon I realized that some colors won't fade. The only one to help me is myself, for sometimes some things cannot be entrusted to someone else. Your inspiration was once my soul, but soon your hatred was for me and the love I stole. And you thought I'd take your heart and keep it forever, but in this world of uncertainty, you can never say never. So many red-eyed days, so many nights filled with unrest, I was finally forced to realize this may be too great a test. So many sleepless nights and soon daydreams of another's face. I knew I couldn't stay while wishing I was in some other place. Your heart's filled with gold, yet your eyes are so cold, and the mirror which you hold reflects the face of no one at all. Your weakness often showed, and soon time grew old, as no dream I had was too bold. The ceiling of our love was bound to fall. No regrets, though memory will not soon forget. Myself I found there are no more chains to hold me down. There must be some reason that it turned out this way, but I know right now there's not one that I can say. I loved you once and you will find love again. There is no better message that I can send. Maybe I shouldn't have made you feel so tall. Maybe all your problems I couldn't solve. Sleep well knowing I'm sorry for the pain I've caused. Just know it's better feeling pain than feeling nothing at all. I need a reason to sing. I can't think of anything, and I've been thinking a lot about a world not filled with things you can see, but all those things I dreamed to be so long ago that I forgot. When down memory lane I take a stroll, I relived mostly pain, and now that pain takes a toll. I'll make a promise to you, and then I won't show. Yeah, I'll always leave you guessing with your insides now exposed. While you still get to learn your lesson, but now at least you're feeling the cold. Though still, you keep on pressing, but with this new insight, you now behold. You see the sun now glistening off of the snow. If you listen closely, then you'll learn what I know. It takes 10 seconds now to see what took me 20 years to learn. Ain't no paper worth nothing to me, to a girl with matches to burn. To a girl with matches to burn. I don't need you for inspiration. Nah, I got plenty of that myself. I'm not looking for someone to save me. Nah, you can't leave that to anyone else. I was just looking for someone to keep me and love me for all that I am, for my better or worse. I wasn't looking for someone to take me and leave me feeling this angry, helpless remorse as I see you sitting in the chair, staring back at me with a cold and lonely stare I will remember for eternity. I finally want back what's been taken, what you stole, but I will never get that till I regain control. I am just another trophy collecting dust on your mantel shelf. Something that you've taken that once belonged to someone else. Now, as I feel forsaken, I criticize my useless self. Plucking at my heartstrings is the music you play, only for yourself. Never a thought for someone else. I'm as deep as the day is long. That's why it hurt me to find myself becoming weak when I needed to be strong. This long day and my long face shows you that I know no other way. So it's back to bed with a worried head, an unsteady mind, and too much time. I think too much about the past of broken trust and how things don't last. I'm as deep as the day is long. That's why I rarely sleep and I only dream in song. Then I wake up and I try to play along to the melody that my heart weeps since you and me, we broke our bond. I find your ghost keeps haunting me with rattling chains and shaking keys. I try to hide, but to no avail, just an endless chorus of how we failed.
You blew out my candle just so yours could burn brighter. You took my little girl and put bad things inside her. Thoughts of not being good enough. Oh, how could she measure up in this morality fashion show that makes the rules as they go? Yeah, living in the shadows and staying low key, blending in all the pretty things she sees. It won't make you famous, but it will help you stay alive. Sometimes remaining nameless is the reason why we thrive. You blew out my candle just so yours could burn brighter. You burdened me with heavy load just so you could tread lighter. You laughed, pointed, and sneered when I took the wheel and steered. And as I wandered far off course, you offered no form of support. No helping hand to lend, not a guiding message sent. Left abandoned on the shore when not thought useful anymore. You kept looking at me to see the star I'd never be. But did you question if your perception was in fact reality? You blew out my candle just so yours could burn brighter. When I offered peace or war, you declared neither. We locked in a state of paradox where the focus has been lost, always scheming or else screaming, trying to get your point across. There's no more words. I'm at a loss. My past is trashed, burned all the photographs. I sigh and deny when someone asks. No, I never met my hero. On a scale of 1 to 10, she sent me to below 0. I've lost all hope of healing, so I try to numb the feeling. Playing dumb, my way of dealing, but I still can't turn the page. She was a century ahead of her time, and I was 5 years past my prime. So what could have been so sublime? Instead, I lost my guide, my sage. The old me would lose to the new me, yet those tired eyes would see right through me. I got a past that simply won't let go, to a flame that burned out long ago. I once put my faith in someone else. Now today I no longer trust myself. You see, I lost my nerve, my heart, and my rightful place. That's when I felt I didn't deserve to be part of the human race. She gave me a chance to become a man, and after an epic fail, well, here I am. May God strike me dead right where I now stand. Yeah, I'm finally ready to get hurt again. You can't burn what's already burned. I died inside once, that's when I learned. Something is gone, I can't put it in words. I've been far more reserved, afraid to be heard. I think it's contagious. Are you on the same page, kid? Tell me your story, share with me your pain. How far was your fall from glory? Tell me, what was her name? As the life left his eyes, he whispered, Adelana Marie, then muttered her last name, at least what it used to be. The same fire that warms may do you great harm. The many times I was warned, I claimed false alarm. She hurt me by giving up. I hurt myself, I loved too much. We both were harmed, though void of intent. I heard cries of mom, and so off I went. Soon she found another, far more tragic event. He put himself above her, and now she's left to lament. She woke up this morning in a place she'd never seen before. She said, I'm ready to turn the page, but first I must close some doors. I thought that maybe I was learning, but now I'm not so sure. I said, you've got to hold on. She said, I'm not that strong. That's okay is what I respond. She said, but I'm not where I belong. I took a right, but my right went wrong. I said, in time, you'll find if you keep on trying. You can hurdle your mind and leave it all behind. I can't weather this storm. I can't see the sun shine. The last words I heard from you was that all sense of hope was fading fast. But what you forget is that I cry too. Unclench your fists and remember this. Given times, all things must pass. Must pass. Now I've found the rhyme. Have you found the reason? Killing time, it 'tis the season. The bottle of wine can be so pleasing. I'm feeling fine. Now my mind's at ease. She woke up this morning in a place she'd never seen before. She said, I'm ready to turn the page, but first I must close some doors. I thought that maybe I was learning, but now I'm not so sure. I said, you've got to hold on. You say, I'm not that strong. That's okay is what I respond. She said, but I'm not where I belong. I took a right, but my right went wrong. I said, in time you'll find. If you keep on trying, you can hurdle your mind and leave it all behind. You can weather the storm.
Maybe I can weather this storm. You can find your sunshine. Maybe I'll watch the sunrise. She woke up this morning, or should I say this afternoon. Had she finally broken free? I can't tell. It's far too soon. She thought about the bridge she's been burning, her only way of escape from this land of ruin. She said, well, I've been burning bridges, but it's better than burning crosses. When everyone seems suspicious, you start adding up your losses, end up breaking more than dishes. That's how this whole thing got started. So choose wisely for what you're wishing. I said try not to make things hard, kid. Behind my eyes, I can't let you in. The best I can do is begin again. I let you down and myself too, with all the shit I put you through. Been having a hard time holding my head up high. Been having a hard time sorting truth from lies. I'm not sure where I should go from here. I don't know if it shows, but I'm fucking scared. Seems like everyone I know has disappeared through the years. I've been looking for something new and I don't know what to do. I've been seeking to make changes, been having thoughts that are the strangest. I've been hiding from my demons while pretending I don't see them, yet I feel their presence creeping around my room when I am sleeping. And I find it quite disturbing, more than a little bit unnerving, when you're trying to go straight but keep on swerving. And before it's too late, the lesson you are learning is that you can't go back and change the past. It catches up with you living fast. As shiny gold turns to rusty bronze, you have to ask yourself, where'd I go wrong? As you trace back the last 20 years, wondering how on earth did I end up here? Yet you're unsure of whether to laugh or cry. Though you're not tired, you close your eyes, you feel a tear, and you don't know why. So with retrospect, you gaze inside. Never been alone, not with pain and fear, your traveling companions through the years. Yet you're scared of some of the past seeds you've sown, so your conscience carries such a heavy load. I've grown tired of these escapades. I'm trying to take back the day. The hands of time can't be rewound, but I refuse to stay sorrow-bound. They say everybody's got a story, a fall from grace or shining in glory. As of now, the tale's only half told, and my fate awaits just up the open road, yeah. I'm not an underachiever, more what you call a late bloomer. Took me a long time to become a believer, otherwise I'd have been here a whole lot sooner. I heard it said that I was past my prime, but now I know it was just a rumor. Such harsh words have strengthened me over time. Good thing I still have a sense of humor. When I said take it or leave it, she left it. Never cared about money, but she cost me time. Rings in the jewelry box, I don't regret it. Replacements for me, I'm sure they're waiting in line. Sacrifices had to be made, but I'm at peace. You only live once, and I'm back to chasing my dream. After what we both held inside had been released, gave her half of everything but my self-esteem. When I said take it or leave it, she left it. Never cared about money, but she cost me time. Rings in the jewelry box, I don't regret it. Replacements for me, I'm sure they're waiting in line. Sacrifices had to be made, but I'm at peace. You only live once, and I'm back to chasing my dream. After what we both held inside had been released, gave her half of everything but my self-esteem. When I said take it or leave it, she left it. Never cared about money, but she cost me time. Rings in the jewelry box, I don't regret it. Replacements for me, she's got them waiting in line. Sacrifices had to be made, but I'm at peace. You only live once. I'm back to chasing my dream. After what we both held inside had been released, gave her half of everything but my self-esteem. I heard it said that I was past my prime, but now I know it was just a rumor. Such harsh words have strengthened me over time. Good thing I still have a sense of humor. I'm not an underachiever, more what you call a late bloomer. Took me a long time to become a believer, otherwise we'd have been here a whole lot sooner. When differences in opinions increased, and they soon became known to be extreme, as you find what you own should only have been leased. Yet opposites attract, yet it's best to share common themes. Sacrifices had to be made, but I'm at peace. You only live once. I'm back to chasing my dream. You keep waiting for your eyes to meet. Two lives become instantly changed forever. Sometimes you believe that day may come today. Other times you think to yourself, never. That's why God made the Russians black, or maybe white, depending on your preference. That's why when I go out, I'm never looking back, because by now I've lost all point of reference. Ha ha ha, my plan worked to perfection. I was feeling stranded and left by the side of the road, only seeking tranquility and a place to call home, until we met when I said, "Meow, baby, you want to go roaming with me? You see, I'm just another nameless cat strolling back from combing the alley. But you and me, we could leave, help cure each other's disease. We could become great friends or family. Hell, we could even get married." I'm a one-night show, yeah, I'm a one-man band. Oh, sometimes I glow, and some nights don't go as they were planned. Why'd you just let go of my hand? So you think you know where all this is going? Please, won't you understand? It was a trap, and I was unknowing. You come across a desperate man, yet you want to sink my battleship without seeing the battle plans, all because of one false blip, one wrong ding, and your quick scan? I needed to silence this silence. Won't you please bring in the violins and the fellow who plays the cello? Oh, and won't you kindly say hello to all the people in the lobby who told me I needed a better hobby? Better than telling all the citizens that I'm mostly a dissident who doesn't trust institutions that mainly pitch pollution, not to all the gentry and worldly citizens, but mostly to just the Americans. Well, hey, baby, I know you'd love to lick my soul with those eyes full of fire burning out of control. But you know me, I'm the one you can't have, because life is unfair. Oh, don't let it get you sad. Just enjoy these dreams. They're all you'll ever have, because I'm a sexy young thing, and you're you, and that's that. I said, beware of the snoogans, yeah, you said you knew what you were doing, yeah, your mistakes are far from few and in between, and sometimes you give the word fucked up a whole new meaning. You say I'm hurting myself, I say better than hurting someone else. Oh, make a little oven, burn in the oven, oh, splish, splash, get fast. Oh, dumpster baby in the trash. Oh, drive to the pier. Oh, all your problems disappear. Oh, daughter in the water. Oh, son added to the slaughter. Oh. These crazy kids today, they don't know what they're doing. They're killing themselves, each other's lives are being ruined. Mom and dad are too busy working to know son Johnny is a real fucking jerkin. It's just more time on this rhyme than I gotta spend working. Poor teacher stuck with problem child Billy. What's he needed some attention, said he gets slapped silly. I said beware of the snoogans, yeah, you said you knew what you were doing, yeah, your mistakes are far from few and in between, and sometimes you give the word fucked up a whole new meaning. Yeah, you say I'm hurting myself, I say better than hurting someone else. I make a little oven, burn in the oven, splish, splash, get fat, dump the baby in the trash. I finally decided to give you a piece of my mind. You've taken up another hour of my precious time, even printed it in Braille, 'cause you can be so blind. Now, I'll dictate it to you, one paragraph at a time. Boldface, dot, space, lowercase, dot, space, dot, space, dot, double space, boldface, dot, space, lowercase, dot, oops, backspace, boldface, dot, space, dot, double space, lowercase, dot, single space, dot, space. Thought I could make it through this, but I know that I cannot. Feelings I once embraced are now tying me in a knot. Used to live to see your face when my blood boiled red hot. The light in your eyes has been dwindling at this same familiar pace. Boldface, dot, space, lowercase, dot, space, dot, space, dot, double space, boldface, dot, space, lowercase, dot, oops, backspace, boldface, dot, space, dot, double space, lowercase, dot, single space, dot, space. I've given you everything I've got, and that's a lot. We were once a team, but now it seems I'm your mascot. I guess I've always known that we were at best a long shot. Two hearts once burned, but there's no more kindling in the fireplace. Bold space, dot, space, lowercase, dot, space, dot, space, dot, double space, boldface, dot, space, lowercase, dot, oops, backspace, boldface, dot, space, dot, double space, lowercase, dot, single space, dot, space. You've become my brace in all the good times we've shared. I forgot. I was going to write more, but it's best that I ought not. So I'll leave you with this very last forget-me-not.
We fell in love, and then we fell from grace. Boldface, dot, space, lowercase, dot, space, dot, space, dot, double space, boldface, dot, space, lowercase, dot, oops, backspace, boldface, dot, space, dot, double space, lowercase, dot, single space, dot, space. As my eyes stayed glued to the door and the stairs that you'll walk up no more, a great pain rang through my ears. If I cried out, there'd be nobody left who cares. After getting the latest message that you sent me, yes, this I must confess, my chessboard was empty. Your silence sang to me in memory like the newly fallen rain, yet the pawn moves along knowing it's only part of the game. As I left alone that night on the train, simply no longer able to explain that the vision I once saw of us no longer looked the same. As inaudible words dribbled down the side of my face, I wondered what I was still doing in this crazy place. It seems the wine in my glass I could no longer taste, for my fears weren't in haste. This was all a big mistake. A butterfly in a web inside this cocoon I'm encased, a mugged man in Central Park without any bear spray or mace. Still, sometimes inside my mind you lay naked on the rug. As I come closer, you extend your arms out for a hug. As I approach, I fall in the hole that you freshly dug. I got squashed by the fly swatter of love, just like a bug. My misdirected passion has led to many lashes. Put all my eggs in one basket as if you even had to ask it. I made a rash decision and did something I wish I didn't. Now everything is broken, all black with ash and smoking, as I've lost all intention and desire to ever again or go near or play with fire. I know I've said this all before, but this time I won't be called a liar. I don't want to feel like love's not real, but I've grown sick and tired of being used, and if it's self-abuse, I'm thinking I might retire. Take up another trade in my old age. Hey, this guns for hire. Got a few bullets left, but at least I'm out of debt. So what if my plan backfired? Sure, you can save for a rainy day, then watch as a typhoon comes your way. You can look around and there's no escape. Right now, you are face to face with the wave. Sometimes it's water, sometimes it's mud. Sometimes it's floating debris coming to fuck you up. Sometimes it's earned, sometimes bad luck. Sometimes you jump when you should have ducked. Time's up. Where is Noah when you need him? As the water runs, God says, we're even. Stupid humans, see what you've done? There's 10 feet of mud that now fills the Garden of Eden. Yeah, you read the book, never calling the legend a myth, so you never believed that it would come to this. With so many false idols, just who could resist? You went to church on Sunday and then became a hypocrite as you stood on your roofs and shook your fists, deceiving and believing that being blessed would be better than this. Oh, someone free me from this misery. Today, not unlike yesterday, is still not how it should be. There's way too many people gazing up at the steeple, wondering silently if this whole damn thing ends violently. Yes, once they sought to confide in me, but those days have long gone, they have passed. Maybe I was wrong when I asked if Judas had turned the other cheek, would he have been slapped? Perhaps. I am worse than Judas, and I ain't talking about the priest, because God sort of sees me as a blasphemous just because I got another belief. Repent, repent, repent. I promise I'll never do it again. Now may I go in peace? Finally, I have my freedom. Received relief, so to speak. The big guy in the sky is the only one to take creed in. Oh shit, this hypocrite just told a lie. She just walked on by, and as she batted her eyes, I looked down between my own thighs, and I only saw with one eye. I do believe I'm gonna die, because it's the best stuff on earth, but it's not made by Snapple. And to think that Adam only settled for an apple. Oops, you dropped your fig leaf, Eve. I just heard the voice of God say, I think it's time for you to leave. You better leave the garden now that you had your fun. If Eve came from a rib, then you know where the snake came from. I don't need to be treated like I'm a superstar. I just need to feel needed, and honey, there you are. Backseat love can't beat it, and you're making it hard to resist. You fine sister, I'd like to break you like the law. Standing looking down at you, wishing you were on top of me. You don't need to say you love me, that's never been my number one priority. I'm not looking for purity, on that you can be sure. Maybe it's just a Magellan in me, baby, that finds a need to go explore. Yeah, I used to go buck wild back in the day. Then one day my daddy took me aside. He said, son, behave. Stop acting like a child. It's time to act your age. It's time to act your age. I just cracked my first beer, but I ain't much fun till I had about 8 more. That's the only way I don't think so clear, as I forget the harsh reality that this world has in store. I imagine it's mostly the same for just about everybody like me. At least that's what I claim. At least so far, that's what I see. The whole world's going to hell because of money, because of technology, because of greed. And of course it doesn't help when you got 6 billion people more than you need. Man's the only animal who takes prisoners, the only species where someone can get something for nothing. We're the only ones who pay taxes for welfare. We're the only ones who hold a finger on the button. Darwin was right about everybody but us. We could use another plague. We could use another flood. Many secretly agree with what I say, but no one's willing to board that bus. We could use another world war so we can spill some more of our blood. Yes, there's many who agree, but then say, what, who, me? Would rather be sitting on a fence than hanging from a tree. No, they'd never make that big a sacrifice. No, they'd never take that advice. They only say you first, to which I respond, now that's absurd. If I was in the back of a hearse, then there'd be no one left to spread the word. We sat out in the rain because we were just so tired of screwing up. A clap of thunder and she didn't blink. She's been hit with everything but the kitchen sink. Standing tall when you should have ducked. It's the quickest way to get fucked up, as you're the one left out in the rain. You think it's time that maybe you change. Got caught in the river and its turbulent flow. Got used to things that no woman should know. Got a decision now it's only yours to make. Got a way out, yeah, you can make your escape. You can go live with your brother. He ain't been right since mother caught his sister in bed with her father. Yeah, they were all over each other. They ended up having a daughter. My family tree's now a jungle. Rather than face the hot water, they pretended her dad was her uncle. Your brother has a farm in Topeka. You know he would sure love to see ya. You could stay there and pick up the pieces. Spend some time with the nephews and nieces. It's time to write you out of the story, since most of the lines no longer include me. I don't want you to be the star of my movie. I'm the wrong writer, so why did you choose me when you knew you were just going to use me? I thought I knew which way I was facing, but I was the producer that you were directing. Yet again, casting made the wrong selection. But I must say that you were cast because your talents were vast. You were the head of your class. It sure helps to look like that. And oh boy, could you act. You smiled porcelain glass, leaving an impression that lasts. I find my mind awakened from its nap, blinking and thinking, oh, what a fine piece of ass. It's time to write you out of the story, since most of the lines no longer include me. I don't want you to be the star of my movie. I'm the wrong writer, so why did you choose me when you knew you were just going to use me? I thought I knew which way I was facing, but I was the producer that you were directing. Yet again, casting made the wrong selection. You live in a box, you build your walls, and when you stand up, you seem so tall. That's just because you're in an empty room, but it's not your fault, so I don't blame you. When you philosophize amongst the dead, I could imagine the conversations going on in your head. Of course, they're mostly centered around either him or her or you or me. Never talk about Bolivia, East Timor, or the Middle East. Can't sing about the hypocritical. Some listeners might get pissed. Better to deal in the trivial, agreeable, and bliss. Stick to matters of the heart. Tell them what they want to hear. Lull them to sleep with art. The best paid musicians are magicians that can make the bad things disappear.
Well, I don't have kids, I have a cat. The world isn't round and it isn't flat. It's tilted, it's warped and crooked as hell. Manufacturing isn't gone, it's you who they sell. Politics is just kayfabe on TV, where it's all one big show, a show for me, yeah. They give me a vote, choice A or choice B, but the difference between them both can be hard to see. I asked for change and what'd they say? So didn't Charlie Kirk and JFK. I see cameras on the polls. I think Donald Trump knows who's on the Epstein files. All his friends are pedophiles. Slick Willie Bill the same. Yeah, politics is just a game. Landmines and trampolines and not much in between. I'll pretend my hate comes from a noble place. I kill you in the name of your religion. I'm going to war. What are we fighting for? I'll pretend it was my own decision. Yeah, I pay taxes for schools and tolls for roads. They give my money to the Jews for what God knows. You got drafted by Coach Zelensky, but you don't wanna play for a QB who throws hospital passes. I saw your teammates getting carried away. Yeah. Who else do we give money to fight foreign wars? What do you think the book Blowback by Chalmers Johnson is for? Yeah, gifted don't burn it, you have to relearn it. History's calling, more buildings will be falling. Bribe the poor, blackmail the rich, then the world is yours to do with it as you wish. The bravest are the first to die, that's why I'm standing here and that ain't no lie. You don't have to procreate to save the race, only kill at will to free up some space. Is your species driving you mad? 'Cause having chillin' is the latest fad. A view of heaven from a seat in hell. Fuck the chip, I got a boulder on my shoulder. I got tossed in this melting pot and placed under a slow boil. Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot. I can't breathe. Hands up, don't shoot. Hands up, don't shoot. I can't breathe. When the blacks can't breathe, there can be no peace. We've got to plant the seed of equality. When being black's a crime, there can be no more denying. Out in the street, police gotta face the heat. If you're silent, that's compliance, and just as bad as violence, yeah. We got blacks who can't breathe, we got whites in the streets yelling, fuck the police. The police chief perspires as his precinct's on fire. Lines been drawn in the sand, here we stand against the man. I look at you, you look at me, this is 21st century slavery. We've got a runner! And a land full of hiders who have yet to discover their cannon fodder for the insiders. Uh-oh, the last guy who said that got shot, but the guy before him became a movie star. Few know it was Moses who built the ark before Noah came in and stole it and wrote it and then stripped it for parts, yeah? Well, the left wants to keep you from saying things, while the right wants to keep you from thinking things. But the state of hopeless doom keeps me from doing things. I just stay in my room with no sense of being, blinded through my own lack of seeing, encased in a tomb with no chance of freeing myself from myself. So I fill up with hate, pick a straw man to hang, and I go about my day, yeah. The sun, the moon, and the truth. Everything else is up for sale. You want further proof? United States and Israel, yeah. The United States and Israel, yeah. The United States of Israel. No! Bunch of Zionist Jews keep on buying my news. TikTok too, 'cause you gotta buy your views. When everyone under 25 knows they've seen a genocide. You pay $7 grand a pop to get influencers to stop the tidal wave of truth that's been rolling in, yeah. Put Barry Weiss in charge and bring the new regime in here. How much longer until the button is pressed? Lately leaders have been losing trust. Days, months to years, it's anyone's guess. How long we got left before a cloud of dust? We all shake our heads and we disagree. Is there such a thing as honor among thieves, yeah? Or are they all just biding their time till they get us all up on the firing line? You know, I've been growing mighty tired, saying I voted for the guy who lied, yeah. Wishing to return to the days of yore, when liars' heads rolled on the courtyard floor, and revolution ran red with rivers of blood. Repercussions were faced for dragging someone's name through the mud. Yeah, back when someone talked smack, you weren't getting up. Unbendable soldiers never look over their shoulders, for no one ever told them that the goddamn war was over. Their ankles still shackled to the same old giant boulder. The earth is only considered to be just a temporary holder. People just dangle as they're being carried away. Men in nice suits place another name inside a heavy folder. Sorry, Mrs. Bojangles, just be glad you're not the one who told her. You could try and try, but you could never console her. As the wind blowing in your face just became a little colder, and you would mold her and him again if they were both made of clay. A Muslim and a Jew alone in a room. Don't shoot. Dude, a Muslim and a Jew are alone in a room. Don't shoot. Yeah, Moscow and Ukraine, you're pretty much the same, 99% the same. Don't shoot. Yeah, Moscow and Ukraine, you're 99% the same. Don't shoot. Don't tell me to stay. You see me leaving. You have a good day. We're fucking even. Don't tell me to stay. You see me leaving. You have a good day. We're fucking even. These games I don't play. All this deceiving. You have a good day. You see me leaving. It's just me and the cat. I don't trust anyone else. Yeah, you drove me to that. That would be an improvement. Hating myself. Not hanging myself. These pictures of Jeffrey, they didn't hang themselves. It's just me and the cat. Everyone else chose a gun and learning Hebrew. I admit it's not that fun with the lack, shack, lack, hack, hayam, and shit like that. And I can hide my bald spot with this little hat, yeah. Better not tell, might catch a stray. Or you might get Charlie Kirk, or you might get JFK'd. I'm gonna be like Obama, so there won't be no cause for a llama. I'm gonna be like Donald J. and do everything that the Adelsons say. Hey, 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 do everything that the Adelsons say. Hey, 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 yeah. I turned on CBS, and then I turned it off. I turned it on MSNBC, grabbed my balls and coughed. Oh shit, they just bought TikTok. You might catch a stray, better not talk. We have more in common than complicity in bombing all the starving people suffering in the desert sand, yeah. It's gone too far south to vote our way out. You don't have to be a Kennedy to understand, yeah. My inner dialogue is trapped in a box like a fucking mime, yeah. They keep telling me to believe, but all I see is them robbing me fucking blind, yeah. It's not by accident the North hates the South, yeah. Slay the whip master no matter. This engine runs by itself. Democrats love all strangers, just not uncle or brother. Republicans only love God, no they don't even like each other. The last president who told the truth, his initials are now a verb. Killed by the own CIA and probably the Jews. Yeah, Israel first. America second, but it could be worse. Fake views, fake news, fake views. Yeah, fake fucking everything. Something, something, something. So they can take everything, yeah. All our leaders are bought and paid for by the state of Israel. They said if you want a record deal, then you better not tell. Better not tell, might catch a stray. Better not tell, might catch a stray. You want to put a man on the moon? I want to put a man in a room. Everybody's throwing money up in the air. No need to wonder why it's such a mess down here. It's a river shit at the top and can't see any other options. How can anyone stop it? Making Israel great again. Then everyone can fucking move there. Yeah, isn't that the fucking plan? Kill everything that ends in Stan. Yeah, BB, when he sees me, calls me the fucking man. Now I'm off to bomb Iran. Iranians, Gazans, Palestinians, and the Lebanese getting Nagasaki like the goddamn Japanese, yeah. Yemeni, Syrians, Iraqis, Pakistanis, Algerians, Libyans, and don't forget the Sudanese, yeah. The latest American weapons will help to bring you to your knees. Tunisians, Qatarians, Kuwaitians, Saudis, Jordanians, Egyptians, and the Turks, yeah. Gonna bomb you too, you bunch of jerks. Malaysians, Indonesians, Somalians, Mauritanians, Comoranians, Djiboutians, Bahrainians, Emiratians, Moroccans, Afghans, and whatever you call the vermin from Bangladesh will all die too if we have any bombs left, yeah. The mask they wear is falling. Can you hear them calling? Mother, I am dying. I pay this price for lying. The man building the bombs, his time it has come. Those who just turned away await the very same fate. 250 years, that's how long it took us for us to get here. That's a long time to rust in a road. Grow weeds around the seeds we once sowed. Yeah, the identity we used to be, I see falling down all around me. For today I can't really say if I'm sure if we're really the good guys anymore. Seems like ever since the end of World War II, most of what our leaders do leaves me confused. Yeah, the candidate debate I wait, oh, please do tell. How do we become the United States of Israel? Yeah, who's got the dirt on who? Why do they lie about what I know to be true? A pack of lies, Senate and Congress says. Sure, Donald Trump turned his head, but Charlie Kirk got shot dead. When you live stream death 24 hours a day, you'll watch a world full of color quickly fade to gray. What? We pay him $4 billion a year? Just think of what that money could do around here. Zionist Jews bought the news since the times of our Lord. Yeah, they'll label you an anti-Semite, so nobody says a word, yeah. From Holocaust victim to Gaza Strip genocide, 80 years is all it takes to go over to the other side. Sure, the Sicilian mob is gone, but the CIA is 500 times as strong. The sale of secrets of souls, of weapons and tech, blackmail Rolodex and videos full of underage sex. You think you're playing Monopoly when you're playing Risk. You say you'll take your shot, but the game's already fixed. I'm stuck. Running in place. To get unfucked, you gotta at least start the race. But that's hard. No, not the easiest choice. When they shame your name, they hate your face and despise your voice. When they shame my name, they hate my face and despise my voice. When they shame their name, they create their fate, leaving us no choice. The last leader who had our back, we all watch his skull crack on a Texas day in Dealey Plaza. From Vietnam to Lebanon to Iraq to Grenada to the Gulf, now modern day Gaza. Sure, any country can have a good century, but the last 11 presidents should all be in the penitentiary. Countries now hardly have any borders, just a so-called elite and those who follow orders. Sure, any country can have a good century, but the last 11 presidents should all be in the penitentiary. Money talks, money walks. Sticks and stones beat stocks and bonds. Tell me, what the fuck planet do you live on? Raise the alarm, raise the gate. They're finally here to do harm. It's too late. The last leader who had our back, y'all watched his skull crack on a Texas day in Dealey Plaza. From Vietnam to Lebanon to Iraq to Grenada to the Gulf, now modern day Gaza. These days are gray, sore on the eyes. All the president's men, even got the women telling lies. The old are taking our world to their grave while we turn our cheeks and say, "Hey, Zeus saves." Now go in peace while the good people sleep. There's an evil released, buried barely skin deep. That's the number one reason why we don't have good things anymore. There are slaves who climb one step higher, doing the bidding of their lords. You use fire as the cleanser when you're not an owner, only a renter. Don't criticize the Israel, you'll get censored. These days your pay raise look like Gaza Center, yeah. Talking straight to crooked people. Spend less on war. Make fewer enemies instead of more. War. Either or, buy, lend, or lease, yeah. When the war came, I was drafted number 1. They didn't teach me how to fight or even give me a gun. On my second day, I dropped behind enemy lines. Somehow I made friends within a short amount of time. I could either get 150 people to like me and I could be president, or I could get 10 people to love me and I could be happy. I'm not sure I'm capable of doing both. There's 3 briefcases full of cash for a kidnapper and a politician. If any questions get asked, you were just out there fishing. Big game. I like persons, but not the masses. I got contacts, though I prefer glasses. Find the truth, stripped of comfort, unmasked and unadorned. Find the truth that survives when ideologies clap and manufactured illusions are torn. Find the beauty, it's past the hatred, past the fear and the scorn. Find the beauty, you've come early, never too late to be reborn. Find the wisdom gained from elders of countless centuries past.
Find the wisdom in the knowledge time is wasting and time is fading fast. Some will say I want to be a porno star. Some will say you'll be breaking the law. Some will say homicide. Some will say suicide. Some will say murder-suicide, yeah. Some will say, that's fucking gay. Some will say, you made my fucking day. Hooray, hooray. Some will say, you broke the mold. Some will say, now give me back control. Some will say, contain that rage. Some will say, let it out of the cage. Some will say, now let's celebrate. Some will say, best mind your fate. Some will say. Some don't say anything because they're dead under a pile of rubble. The end.
His mama was a nurse, his daddy sold jewels. A couple hard-working stiffs, but both were fools. If the boys got out of line, parents kept their cool. They'd never make a fuss, just leave 'em to the school. Too busy working to have to raise kids. Right there you find out where the problem is. When little boys break the rules, daddy's too drunk to yell. He tried to chase him up the stairs, but down he fell. When you make your own rules, how hard can it be? Mom's sitting on the couch just watching TV. Yet it takes more to be a mom than just making dinner. Gotta teach your kids to play the game of life, to be a winner. All you need's a dick to be a father, but it takes balls to be a dad. I wish they read the story, I really wish they had. I always tried to use my brain, while my friend, he used his brawn. Now I got it made, while my friend barely gets along. His daddy read him beer bottles, while my daddy read me books. When life gets ugly, you can't get by on looks. Me and my daddy played throw and catch. Him and his daddy played throw and duck. When life gets ugly, you can't get by on looks. And when you got no smarts, then you get by on luck. And when that runs out, it really sucks. When I was little, my daddy dressed me in white. He said so he could lead me through the darkness and into the light. Mama washed my clothes nearly every day, for I'd get them dirty whenever I'd play. She told me that if it wasn't white, then it wasn't good, and if the weather got chilly, she'd pull up my hood. Mama told me of Jesus and God and of heaven divine. I asked if I'd go there, and she said I'd be fine. She said I was pure, and God made me of snow, and that angels would follow me wherever I'd go. I couldn't wait to see God and tell him what was on my mind. I even tried praying a couple of times, but church was much different than I ever thought it would be. We'd have mass outside, and we'd light a big tea. I had so much fun when we'd march in parades that we'd set fire to the crosses we made. And I loved the holidays. They filled me with cheer. We loved Halloween so much, we had it 20 times a year. For some reason, I was always a ghost. Must be the costume my mama likes most. Funny how no one ever got scared, even when I was trying. Oh, there was that one, the little girl who was crying. I'm not sure why. She had tears in her eyes. I really scared her good. I must have caught her by surprise. I can't wait to get older and be a daddy someday. I'll teach these games to my kids and the whole family will play. When I get older, I'll be the best daddy I can be. I just hope I can teach my kids as good as my daddy taught me. Just a shadow of smoke, that's how I appear. Try to reach out and touch me, what you see disappears. No living soul can reach me. First you see my face vanish into thin air, then gone without a trace. Just another mystery, a puzzle no one can solve. First I am there, and then I dissolve. Just a castle of sand before the tide comes to me, and after a warm embrace carries me out to the sea. So back into the fog I fade, my own little solitary parade. Back into the waters I fade. Wade, motherfucker, wade! Back into the waters I wade, unable to undo all I have made. I've lost my soul through the horrors I've seen, along with my past desires of all I could have been. To the days of old, I can never return. Time passes slowly when the memories still burn, and I see children laugh and young mothers dance. I know I've lived my life, there is no second chance. Just a shadow of smoke, that's how I appear. Try to reach out and touch me, what you see disappears. Your suicide was glorified like a police chase on the news. Neither your vanity or your family was enough to pull you through. When you crashed in the past, you walked away unscathed. This time you fell, it didn't go so well. The savior was not saved. The memories are overwhelming as they all come flooding back. You feel yourself being swept away, the dam burst where it was cracked. Such an explosion of emotion, leaving everyone taking flack. His war is over, the priest spoke sober. Then a scream, a yell, a gasp. So for the cries and for the laughs, let us raise our glass up to the past, to both the wheat and the chaff, for all that was left undone and for what can't be taken back. What has once been bought has now been sold. Your Midas touch turned me into gold. Never to grow young, never to grow old. Death does part, forget to have and hold. Sickness is health, as warm becomes cold. A face once beautiful is now pale and blue, crumbling down what was once brand new. The question is not how or why or when, but who. The lesson is be careful of what you wish for, because it just might come true. The wink of the eye of your future wife, the turn of a corner, and the stab of a knife. Just a second could change your life. So beware of what's around you. Be aware of where you go, because you never really know. After your next step, after your next breath, there could be one life and one death. Forget all the rest. Who am I, and what are my reasons? I got my rifle by my side, and it's hunting season. I'm just another face in the crowd, waiting to make my next move. 8 a.m. and I'm already out on the prowl. I wonder just how long I can keep my cool. Random, it's the way it has to be. Can't have any motive or connection following after me. One bullet at a time, I write the headlines of the front page. I am God, I am death, I am your old age. At random or in seclusion, I am reality. This is no illusion. Who am I and what are my reasons? I got my rifle by my side and it's hunting season. I'm just another face in the crowd waiting to make my next move. 9 a.m. and I'm already out on the prowl. I wonder just how long I can keep my cool. Go about your business. This sniper will find you. Look over your left shoulder. I am right behind you. You cannot see me. I am in seclusion. Death is reality. I am no illusion. Who am I and what are my reasons? I got my rifle by my side and it's hunting season. I'm just another face in the crowd waiting to make my next move. 10 a.m. and I'm already out on the prowl. I wonder just how long I can keep my cool. Some may call me crazy, but I don't see it that way. I'm just another hunter and you are all my prey. I could be your neighbor. I could be your best friend. I could be a terrorist, but only when you catch me will you be safe again. I finally found a reason for waking up. It's my job to unite the legions who just don't give a fuck. When you're laying foundations of concrete, you'd better stand clear. For in the name of progress, sometimes a few people disappear. One more voice left unheard amidst the deepest of frustrations. Only one man could kill with complete racial equality. I would drop the bomb without any hesitation, just waiting for the man to come calling on me. I would drop the bomb without any reservations. Nah, I told myself I gotta give in and live on the same grid as the competition. No more applying my time going fishing inside of my mind. But please, just one more time for the sake of mankind. If I could just find the perfect poetic lines, maybe then my hatred would mend. So I'll keep on searching for another solution, or else I'll plot my own demise, the final end. My presence is important. Just the fact that I roam the earth makes it all but certain that I could be the one who lifts the curtain, or perhaps the person who pushes the button, snaps, cracks, and attacks. All of a sudden, I start people putting them in the oven dozen by dozen by dozen. The time has come. Face it, it's done. I will never be the chosen one. Better go and grab the gun and see how fast these clowns can run. No, not everybody's presence is a gift. Still, you've got to learn to live with it. I've sat at every bench in this park, both before and after dark, looking out at an ocean oh so deep when everyone else is asleep. I see the sailboats stopped, looking just like upside-down lollipops. I see the seagulls pecking down by the beach, but it all seems so out of reach. Take off my shirt to get a tan, wondering about life's master plan. Just when my troubles start to fade away, I have to go to work soon, so I cannot stay. But oh, what a price I pay. As soon as you're high, something brings you down. As soon as you smile, something makes you frown. As soon as you blink, the second has passed. As soon as you're first, you wind up last. The world can be such a tease. As soon as I feel that my mind's at ease, just when I think I have it made, rain falls down on my parade. I've had my shares of ups and downs, cried like mimes and laughed like clowns. I've been dwarfed by guilt and knocked off my stilts. I've seen the flowers bloom and I have watched the petals wilt. Here at my park, I collect my thoughts, try to find a pair of scissors when I'm tied up in knots. Then these words became my thoughts. As soon as you're high, something brings you down. As soon as you smile, something makes you frown. As soon as you blink, the second has passed. As soon as you're close, you run out of gas. I watch the children I've seen so many times before, and their innocent eyes, yet not yet knowing what's in store. With every game comes a new surprise. Every truth told contains at least part of a lie. Under a parent's eye, they run so free, not aware in the world the way life should be. And yet as they grow a little older, the wind blows a little colder. But we all know it's calm before the storm. Mommy still has a blanket to keep them warm. She protects them for as long as she can. There are some things children should never have to understand. Don't tell them the secret. As soon as you're high, something brings you down. As soon as you smile, something makes you frown. As soon as you blink, the second has passed. As soon as the sun rises, the shadow's been cast. Yes, I was once a child many years ago, when I learned the hard way the things I didn't know. Life was once so simple, but like a gunshot to the temple. I was told I couldn't go any higher, and then I was placed into the fire. Now all I can do is dream back to the days when my own eyes did gleam. Someday, when everyone is asleep, that same child will come here to weep. And they too will write their song about how the innocence they once knew is gone. And they'll say, as soon as I'm high, something brings me down. As soon as I smile, something makes me frown. As soon as I blinked, my childhood passed. What I love so much, I want it back. What will her friends say? What wild rumors will be spread? Where lies her escape? These thoughts run round in her head. She had been bruised inside, blood trickled down the side of her face. He was twice her size, she was just half his age. She fought so hard, but she was unable to resist. That's okay, I like it better this way, he hissed. When she tried to say no with her knee, he said yes with his fist. But luckily, when he swung, he'd missed, at least the first time. He pinned her down, leaving red welts on her wrists. To Mom and Dad, she cried, I'm sorry to have you tell you this. But Jesus wasn't the only one who was betrayed by a kiss. Yet never in Sunday school did they ever cover this. And this was her first time. What will her friends say? What wild rumors will be spread? Where lies her escape? So many thoughts run round in her head. Once it was known that his seed had been sown, she carried the child like a disease. For when the baby came, how could she explain that a rapist's eyes were all that she sees? What will her friends say? What wild rumors will be spread? Where lies her escape? So many thoughts run round in her head. Conflicting voices whisper in her ear. She tries to drown them out, but they won't disappear. Her pastor's sermons in a voice that she hadn't heard before. Every day that voice speaks louder. She knows soon it will speak no more. A cop asked the witnesses, did you see the driver of the car? The witnesses responded, she couldn't have gone that far. It's amazing where fate'll bring you all the way to a cell. It's amazing where fate'll bring you down to the depths of hell. The night was dark and dreary. The rain was pouring down. The faces of the happy were quickly turned to frowns. November 26th, and there's not much thanks to give. It's hard to be rejoiceful when Daddy didn't live. A cop asked the witnesses, did you see the driver of the car? The witnesses responded, she couldn't have gone that far. Mommy ran into a restaurant screaming, someone hurt my love. Mommy showed the owner the broken wings of her dove. 2 lives were almost taken as soon as they begun. A 2-year-old child and the young driver on the run. People dressed in black now put flowers on his grave. Daddy died a great hero and his little girl he did save. A father's life is over and a family torn apart. A mother's constant weeping and a child's bleeding heart. A cop asked the witnesses, did you see the driver of the car? The witnesses responded, she couldn't have gone that far. There's fresh blood on the sidewalk and tears fallen to the ground. Flowers on a gravestone and a deeply saddened town. About the girl on the run, are you sorry for your sin? Your only chance at heaven is turning yourself in. Who's got the dirt on you? Or maybe you've been keeping secrets from yourself. Do you know who I've been talking to? No, it wasn't her. It was somebody else. Ooh, I see someone's afraid of sunlight, stays lurking in the shadowy realm. To only be happy when it's cloudy would seem to me to be trapped in a living hell. Who's got the dirt on you? Won't you whisper just what your little secret is worth? Certainly no one could have deserved this. Never seen you look so nervous, your eyes darting back and forth. Well, sure, we all make mistakes, yet this one was so easy to trace. You didn't look guilty, just heavily disgraced. That would best describe the look on your face. Who's got the dirt on you? Has anyone offered to cut you a deal? Or are they just letting out the line, let you run a little, knowing they hold the reel? I'm a vessel of violence, live alone on an island. I can never keep silent. They keep playing violins to cover everybody's crying. I get no one to hear me, no family lives near me, no friends close by, no friends at all. That was a lie. No one to call or stop by. That's why sometimes I cry. You would too when I get nothing to do. It gives me something to do. Many say medicate, don't educate. Become an arsonist to your history. Self-knowledge just drags in complication when some things are best left a mystery. The agony of meeting expectations has led to the canceling of many celebrations in both your honor and your name. Yeah, it was all for you, but you never came. If you only die when you're forgotten, anonymity must sure be rotten. The value of reality lies in immateriality, for everything that lives externally dies, though the worth of life is measured by the soul, which we all know can be compromised. The choice could be fame or integrity. Will you have riches or character? That is what she said to me. Now you know why everybody's after her. She gives like it's charity with instant familiarity. A true gem, that's a rarity. Indeed, she's looking so lovely, those brown eyes gazing back at me. Feeling like there's no one above me as she stares right through me. It's like she's always knew me. Let us hope she never forgets. Remember, you can't give somebody everything because then you'd have nothing left.
Cracks upon the walls, pacing up and down the halls. When the walls start closing in, then the end will now begin. Freedom is stripped away as today mirrors every other day. When time starts growing old, then what a price we pay. You don't gauge time by the clock that's hanging on the hall. You tell time by the calendar that's hanging in the hall. The time you got in, that's not what it's about. It's the days you got left before they let you out. They wanted war. I didn't start it. The rich and the poor, both broken-hearted. The haves kept wanting more, have-nots got less and less. The battle in store, anyone might have guessed. When our battle cry is save our shanty town, then your duty to your country is served. When their false flag comes crashing down, you finally get what you deserve. So before we pledge our allegiance again, best to know which side we're really fighting for. For in this battle not everyone bleeds, no guns nor swords used in this kind of war. This is a fight for your soul, and it's a battle of wills in which your only friend is yourself, because bad advice kills. You'll need the strongest of convictions, because very few ever change sides. Needless to say, you must choose wisely if you want to stay alive. So many say, but not many do, deceive with bitter lies, only speak in half-truths. For this war for information is plagued by veils and disguise. The media is just a puppet that tells tall tales and lies, while the words of politicians ooze campaign speeches and promises so great. They'll say the choice now rests with you. You and your state control our nation's fate. Oh, the false prophets are many in a world full of masks. Some get paid to make up facts when someone crooked gets attacked. Yet the game is fixed, and it's the board game Risk, and your country is the one that's sacrificed because it wasn't your hands that rolled the dice. When our battle cry is save our shanty town, then our duty to our country is served. When their false flag comes crashing down, we'll finally get what we deserve. Well, the speech may be free, but someone will have to pay for the lies. For what's been done to you and me, offered up to the beast, sacrifice. Yeah, ain't no penance or priest giving relief to the sheep who have died. No, no, so don't go claiming you're lost, or you'll end up on a cross crucified. Yeah, you can go tell a friend, but they'll just do it again. No, the names never end who have died throughout history. That's how it seems to be. It's just more misery wrapped in lies. With just the act of waking up wanting to create something beautiful and magical, it came as no coincidence in this funny tragedy that something bad had to happen to me. But luckily it was just a ha, where everybody laughed at me. Everybody lived to tell the story, and at worst a few thought it was boring. Of course, certainly my friends and I have never been to the Middle East, where they're giving guns, not peace. And I sit here and sigh for my side, both enemies and allies, who die as they cry, never getting to comprehend or realize that it's the war machine that's the beast. And it's you who's become obsessed with this thirst and this quest for blood and for flesh, a newly felt passion for pain that your eyes now reflect, yet your mind fails to digest. On famine it feeds best off of indifference and neglect. With just the act of waking up, wanting to create something magical and beautiful, it comes as no coincidence in this funny tragedy that something bad had to happen to me. I see light at the end of the tunnel. Yes, we can get there from here, but there's gonna be trouble. I see light, be it just a flicker, yet to me it's bright because it's real dark down here, motherfucker. That's right. Sometimes you just need one single thing to believe in, to hold on, to keep you standing, opposed to horizontal, which is right where they want you. That's right. I see light in the eyes of laughing children. That's why I fight, because they're going to face many problems during their lives. I believe it's best that we try to solve them. That's right. I see light at the end of the tunnel. Yes, we can get there from here. Tick, tock. Back and forth moves the clock, but time stands still on this here block. All the people here are doing the same thing as yesterday, satisfied with repetition, but what a price they pay. Tick, talk. Try to remember to think happy thoughts when your hands are bleeding from untying the knots that stake you to your chain of being, while you try to make your eyes believe that this is not real what they are seeing. Tick, talk. What are you thinking as you're sitting at your table? Are you still wondering if you are able to chase those dreams as fast as you could so many years ago? Have you misplaced the self that you once used to know? Tick, talk. For just when you thought you figured all the important things out, some situation occurs and returns your previous doubts, the doubts which we all sometimes possess, the reason we lose hope when the world is a mess. Tick, talk. A crying teen wonders how much more she can handle as a mangy dog digs through the trash and howls at the wind. Meanwhile, a priest in his church lights a holy candle for all of his lost children who have suffered and sinned. Tick, talk. Son lays awake all night dreaming of tomorrow. Grandmother prays for her soul to be saved. Father works his second job, his eyes full of sorrow. Mother wonders how the bills will get paid. Tick, talk. A child born of racists, his heart fills with hate. Paint chips fall off the wall of the liquor store. An abandoned building becomes home to a family of 8. The donation bin stays empty while collecting for the poor. Tick, talk. A pigeon wanders aimlessly, unsure of where to look for food. A wrinkled and ripped newspaper blows around in the park. A homeless man on a bench awakes in a foul mood. As night falls, all that's wrong with the world is covered by dark. Tick, talk. Back and forth moves the clock, but time stands still on this here block. All the people here are doing the same thing as yesterday, satisfied with repetition, but what a price they pay. Tick, talk. Try to remember to think of happy thoughts when your hands are bleeding from untying the knots that stake you to your chain of being, while you try to make your eyes believe that it's not real what they're seeing, like the maid in the kitchen cleaning the same old drapes, and the man face down in the gutter with seemingly no hope of escape. Tick, talk. It seems like there's no parking spaces, only unhappy faces, untied shoelaces. Now you've covered all the bases. Those were the thoughts like feet buried in cement, with the sign on their mind that reads space for rent. If only could a conscience be lent. Seems like just wasted space and wasted time spent. Cannot fix the flaw, only patch the hole, the potential of diamonds still stuck in the coal. Able to race the race, though blind to the goal, only glimpses and pieces, never the whole. Never a reasonable thought about why they're here, and soon indifference replaces fear. The voice of reason they're unable to hear, never a way of how far away or near. For the truth of it all, some could never bear answer half-witted responses of life's not fair, entering every endeavor without much care. Have somehow lost the passion, lost the flair. For the truth of it all, some could never bear answer half-witted responses of life's not fair, entering every endeavor without much care. Rise above the filth, if you dare. I share my darkness with the morning. It's about time to set back the clocks. I can see now that the world's been turning through this tiny hole inside my prison box. Yes, I'd rather sit here within my own seclusion than go chasing after some make-believe dream. So many have become entrapped by the false illusion that what we think we see is what it appears to be. For all of the freedoms that we once held dear, with one lie and one swipe of the pen, I've watched them disappear. Life sure has changed so much since yesteryear. I'll become an enemy of this state when hope can no longer conquer our fear. Perhaps I'm being too critical of the society in which we live, but sometimes it becomes too hard to take when those who have the least are the only ones who give. Yes, life sure has changed so much since yesteryear. I'll become an enemy of this state when hope can no longer conquer our fear. I just placed my head inside an oven. It's just too bad it's electric. Been having suicidal thoughts by the dozen, but that just makes me a little eccentric. Now I know there's been worse cases than me, but how they found their way free, I still can't see. Some call it bad luck, while others mention fate. Here I stand by an open window, as is getting late, and it's much too late to simply turn the page, become such a creature of habit at such an early age. So many faces I've known just seem to fade away over the past 10 years. Very few have stayed. At this moment, I can trace them all. I sigh to myself, place another stone upon the wall. When my castle is finished, there'll be no more hurt and pain. The drawbridge raised, the windows barred, everything locked and chained. Maybe then I'll be able to sleep in peace and quiet. I'll be all by myself, there's no reason to deny it. But I'll never have to worry about who'll be the next to leave. At least I'll have my own garden. To hell with Eve. Every day of my life I've thought like this, lying on the floor and clenching my fists, all the time wondering whether I exist. Pass the time trying to find some way to resist. I can't take back what I've seen. I can't take back that I've been where I've been. Figure that I can end my troubles, though I'm surrounded by sin, if I never come out and don't ever let anybody in. I am not here, I am someplace else. In a room full of people, I am all by myself. Alone again, I hold myself solely responsible. Inside my looking glass of soul, peeking through the cracks, falling, fell. Did I find the right way to go? The answer is yes, but not too well. A burning candle proves meager in this world of electricity. Traveling great distances can be quite hard to handle, even though I am eager to build upon my legacy and meet and greet my destiny. Yet I fear our meeting may be a little premature, slipping and sliding on Mother Nature's curves and contours. Down the mountain, off the cliff, straight on towards the black abyss. My fault, my path, I'm the one who chose it. My life, my clay, I'm the one who molds it. No standing and longing, no wondering what if. I climbed up the mountain, then I fell off the cliff. Alone again, I hold myself solely responsible inside my looking glass of soul. Peeking through the cracks, falling, fell. Did I find the right way to go? The answer is yes, but not too well. Since it will never come true, I'm going to tell you my wish. 1 year from now, I long to have a soul with whom I can share this day with. Because today, I'm feeling old and kind of sad, feeling all alone and a little mad. Today is my special day, but there are no party hats. My ears yearn for one single hooray, for just one present that I can unwrap. I'm sitting here by myself at home. Never had a day like this before. No one called me on the phone. Nobody knocked on the door. Another candle, another year. 365 more days disappeared. There's no surprise party waiting for me anywhere, at least as far as I can see. Yet tradition is tradition, so I'll just sing happy birthday to me. Just one more candle, just another year, 365 more days have disappeared. There's no surprise party waiting anywhere for me, at least as far as I can see. Yet tradition is tradition, so I'll just sing happy birthday to me. I spent last night alone, looking up at the stars, giving up on seeing the sun, feeling sorry for myself, feeling sorry for what I have and haven't done. I'm back at square one, stranded on this giant spear we call the earth. Still I'm sitting here, standing guard over this, my little pile of dirt. I know it sounds deranged, that the only time that I can get relief is when people share my pain and empathize with my grief. Apocalypse now, apocalypse later. It sure seems we've fallen out of favor. Someday our dreams, soul, and memories will be all we'll have left to savor. Sitting here watching the sky, wishing I was an astronaut. But unluckily for me, I'm not. I'm just another guy who hurts. If these clouds don't pass by, soon the flood'll come. Turn everything to mud, ruin my last clean shirt. Apocalypse now, apocalypse later. It sure seems we've fallen out of favor. Yelling hip hip hooray to others or myself, it's probably not okay to think or say that hopefully we'll all get washed away when the end of our days begins. Hey, today could be that day. It could happen right now, I wouldn't care. At least I chose the right shirt to wear. Apocalypse now, apocalypse later. It sure seems we've fallen out of favor. Someday our dreams, soul, and memories will be all we'll have left to savor. I'll be here with my tears of joy, sitting while watching everything get destroyed amidst this, an ocean of sorrow. I won't feel disgraced. I'll be wearing a smile on my face as everyone else runs away. Hey, I'll be here all day, but I might not be here tomorrow. I wish I could wave my hands, wake up in Lady Weaver land. All my past sins be damned, look at me, here I am. Once I traveled thousands of miles, just to gaze at your sweet, sweet smile. And then everything crashed and burned, and on 2 planes I had to return. It's been 10 years since that day, now you have died and I have strayed. I find it hard just keeping on, in this world where you are gone. I've decided to level the field, share with all this hurt I feel. Soon you'll find my fate's been sealed. This monster inside I keep concealed. I don't gamble, I don't drink, but I got problems with other things. I had a wife, and that wife died, and that unleashed a demon inside. No hesitation marks on my first kill. I ripped that shit like Buffalo Bill. And now I'm off for number 2. Learn from John Douglas what not to do.
In I walk, you hear the mic drop, even the hands of the clock stop, all the fans in the stands knees knock. Once the rhymes start dropping, there's no stopping. The girls kicking their knickers and panties off. The seats are getting wet from where it's soft like cotton. The chicks with a flick of the wrist are lingerie tossing. We be G-string flossing. The floozies are using my sausage as a lozenge. Then I ask if salad tossing is an option. We all know I come with extra dressing, cause I'm flexing and not stressing. But just to get that much fleshing, there's bound to be some messing. It will get down and dirty. If she's flirty and under 30, they hope you're thirsty if she gets squirty. Look, now we're all sweaty, cause she's ready to have you and your best friend put it in and take it out. Now her mouth, now her spout, now her mouth, now her spout. Now baby, pull it out! Must be time to console. Oops, went in the wrong hole, but it wasn't really the wrong hole. Yeah, guys, no, stop, look around. Hey, any buys blow? I still get good wood on the fastball. Yes, I'll fuck trannies who are passable. Go ahead, make my day and lick my balls an asshole. Well, I'm going out tonight, and I look aight. It's time to give the ladies hell. We'll catch one under our spell, and then maybe take her home. You know I love to bone. The next morning I'll drop her off and never call her on the phone. You can call me one night stand. Hey, baby, I'm your man. Let's have a little fling. Who gets the girls to sing? And as you're calling out my name, we'll get this kitten tamed. I'll give you the best day of your life, then sneak out in the middle of the night. Yeah, you just get one day, and then I'm afraid I'll have to go star on another stage. Today it's all the rage, so don't feel like you've been played. They call me wrong number Bill. Hey baby, come get your fill. They call me long gone John. It may not be right, but you can't tell me that it's wrong. I called up this girl who was going to see me tonight. She told me she was going to a play with Michael Hawke. Have you ever met Michael Hawke? I heard all his friends call him Mike. He's real friendly with the ladies. There's something about him they all like. Have you ever met Michael Hawke? He's what they call a real stand-up guy. He's over 6 feet tall and almost 2 feet wide. Michael Hawke might look a little strange to you because his head is purple, his belly is white, and his feet are blue. He's a memorable man, that Michael Hawke. He always leans when he walks. He only wears one sock, and he never ever talks. All the girls fall in love with Michael Hawke. They say he'll fit you like a glove, that Michael Hawke, and that no man rises above Michael Hawke. Yes, he's very well thought of, that Michael Hawke. Come along with Michael Hawke. Won't you dance with Michael Hawke? Hum a song to Michael Hawke. Wrap your hands around Michael Hawke, but never laugh at Michael Hawke, and never turn your back on Michael Hawke, or you might get slapped by Michael Hawke, for he's very rash, that Michael Hawke. Have him for breakfast, Michael Hawke. Make him supper, Michael Hawke. Introduce him to your sister and mother, Michael Hawke, but not your father or brother, Michael Hawke. He reminds me of a pirate, Michael Hawke, for he's only got one good eye. He's made many girls go blind, other girls quiver, and still other girls cry. If you ever come across Michael Hawke, don't hesitate to give him a kiss, just so long as you don't mind the slight taste of salt upon your lips. 99% of my time is spent alone, and I give the 1% to the fucking hoes. I'm good for dick and not much else. I have a hard time controlling myself. Those that I love, I hurt the most. In time you'll find I've become a ghost. You think you see me, I'm not really there. Behind my fake concern, I don't really care. 99% of my time is spent alone, and I give the 1% to the fucking hoes. She turns a trick, well that's that's a treat. We get her room, take her off the street. Hey babe, how about breakfast in bed? Could you give me a hand and maybe some head? 99% of my time is spent alone, and I give the 1% to the fucking hoes. Some have a job and others have a hobby. I got an excuse to leave when heart gets floppy. I leave 'em hot and I leave 'em soggy. I leave 'em cold with no I'm sorry. 99% of my time is spent alone, and I give the 1% to the fucking hoes. You better get it while you can, and there it goes. When my fat girl winked at me, I smiled back immediately, 'cause I learned to like 'em, you see. Hefty, chunky, bumpy, and large. You know when obesity comes running towards me, you know I don't stray far. Oh yeah, I've grown to love 'em large. Sure, she's got some pie on the thigh and some rack on the lamb, but at least I found someone who loves me for who I am. Sure, she may sag a bed, or perhaps maybe even bend a chair, but it's really good for your head to know she'll always be there. Sure, she's got more than just one chin and the girth of two full-grown men, but she's become the center of my earth, not because of gravity, because I know what true love is worth. It's not weighed by pounds of the flesh, yet it's so rare that two people mesh. Sure, she fell on me the last time we hugged, but that's not how or why I got sucked into the belly button of love. I just felt so cozy, so safe, so warm, and well protected from all this world's harm. So now I live here in this place, living off the crumbs and gravy that runs down the side of her face. Sure, when she sits, she somehow expands, but we were meant to become one in God's great big plan, because I finally found a girl who loves me for all that I am. So when my fat girl winked at me, I smiled back immediately, 'cause I learned to love 'em, you see. Hefty, chunky, bumpy, and large. You know when obesity comes heffing towards me, you know I don't stray far. Oh yeah, I've grown to love 'em large. Oh yeah, I've grown to love 'em large. I said, no thanks, babe. No, I don't want that. If you end up looking up like your mama, that'll be too damn fat. I'm not looking for a one-night stand. I'm looking for a wife, not looking to share just my bed, looking to share my whole life. It's not easy chopping down family trees. They call me the gardener when I'm raking up your leaves. How many men have you been with? Any history of disease? I need to know it all, so answer, if you please. You fell in love, but she wasn't a 10. Now you're wondering what if you went back again? Would you look her up? Just a fuck her hot friend, yeah, that's the question most asked amongst men. Some live to run themselves straight through the ringer, keep falling in love with all these unplugged singers, when they've already heard the story as we count the fallen seeking glory. Digging ditches by the side of the road, yeah, 2 trains are coming and they're overloaded. Oh no, the bomb went off, there was a giant explosion. Lots of things got lost amidst the commotion. Lots of people changed and it wasn't for the better. Every man for himself, they all cried together, yeah. Roll, duck, and cover is a real motherfucker when the room's on fire and you're the burning tire. This scene that you're seeing makes you feel so out of being, leaves you wondering if you'll ever be the same. It's been a devil of a day and you haven't yet escaped. You'll be lucky if you get home with your name. Oftentimes when I'm torn, I find myself exploring new people, places, things, and states of mind. Oh, so why would I be lonely when there's so much you could show me? You know that we could take a trip at any time. Yeah, I'm right here, but I'm willing to disappear. We could find ourselves a little hideaway. I know your husband's out of town and he won't be coming round. You know, we could sure have ourselves a day. Well, Mama said yes, just like I guess, so we proceeded on our way to the Travelers Inn downtown, where we could lay ourselves down and have a cozy little stay. While we were walking from the car, a boy yelled, "Mommy, there you are!" I felt her hand let go of mine right away. Little boy and Mommy looked surprised, both looked at me with great big eyes, and I said, "Hi, my name is Dave, and I'm gay."
She had a reputation for repetition. Yeah, lots of guys got what they were wishing. Easier than going fishing, boy, you ain't kidding. Like one string fiddling, or perhaps burning kindling, when two hands start fondling, so quickly she's responding. There's a party in her pants, and I was that night's guest of honor, though I really didn't want her, even though she's hotter than fire, with her eyes filled with desire. I should have took my worm off the hook and walked away from the water. Because lately I've been being haunted by an unwanted and unfading memory. Two pictures taken for someone else. For some reason I ended up getting them. I got them all to myself. Yeah, those and a thong are all that she left me. Well, that and a couple of songs. And now that she's gone, I guess I'm getting along. But it still feels a little wrong that she's on her way back to Taiwan, and now I'm back to hitting my bong. For you see, she left me in a jiffy, and after giving me a stiffy, I ended up getting one last quickie. And then she was history. She said that she had to go. She had to go and unlock the mystery. I said if these walls could talk, then we'd both be the talk of the century. She said if these walls could talk, then we'd both be in the penitentiary. To which I replied that all depends on who is sitting on the jury. She believed that we'd go free if she could do to them what she had done to me. Well, I guess by now you see that she's able to be walking down the street, and that's why when it comes to me, they're bringing the heat. Because when she got down on her knees, I was still standing on my feet, because you see, she had a reputation for repetition. Yeah, lots of guys got what they were wishing. Easier than going fishing, boy, and you ain't kidding. Like one string fiddling, or perhaps burning kindling, when two hands start fondling, so quickly she's responding. There's a party in her pants, and I was that night's guest of honor, even though I really didn't want her, even though she's hotter than fire, with her eyes filled with desire. I should have took my worm off the hook and walked away from the water. If she ever had a kid, the whole block could be the father. The problem is he gets no head, not a sniff of pussy. The answer is easy if you take advice from me. I can help you make it big, your little Peter. There must be 50 ways to fuck your lover. He said he got no courage around the girls, so they don't open their shells, don't give up their pearls. I say, if you want the sex, then just be direct. There must be 50 ways to fuck your lover. 50 ways to fuck your lover. Put a bag over her head, Ted. Make sure she's on the pill. Bill, just whip out your dick. Nick, ride her like a bike. Mike, do her doggy style. Kyle, hit her from the back. Jack, play her like a toy. Roy, go and slip it in. Vin, give her a spank. Frank, stick it right between her lips. Chip, tell her to jump on. John, how about Sharon? Aaron, tell her right now, gimme. Jimmy, watch out for the queefs. Keith, go dive in the gorge. George, give her your all. Paul, you better make her moan. Ramon, drop the bomb. Tom, measure her by the meter. Peter, get it nice and sweaty. Eddie, look out for the pus. Russ, whip out your meat. Pete, give it a shave. Dave, grab her two knobs. Bob, I want to hear her squeal. Neil, rub it on her hymen. Simon, go for the theory. Chef, Jeff, make sure it's bleeding. Steven, ask her to free Willy. Billy, shoot a wad. Rod, try not to turn her gay. Ray, don't be a homo, so go for the blow. Mo, play home run derby and give her the bat. Matt, do her in the dark. Mark, watch out for the smell. Mel, turn her black and blue. Lou, don't make her beg. Greg, play Adam and Eve. Steve, lift up her shirt. Kurt, make her your bitch. Rich, try for the whole fist. Chris, make sure it's clean. Dean, don't be a dad. Brad, get her wet and hot. Scott, make her panties sticky. Ricky, never settle for a hug. Doug, go taste some candy. Andy, let her ride the baloney pony. Tony, unbutton her pants. Lance, just give her a good fuck, Chuck. You don't have to discuss much. He said he was impressed, and now he'd see how it goes. Now that he'd seen just how to pimp the hose. If you're a player, know a player pays. So there must be 50 ways, yeah. He said with this new insight, he was sure to score tonight. Later on, when I saw him with a lady, I knew that he was right. In the morning, we'll have to check her pillow to see if she bites. There must be 50 ways to fuck your lover. 50 guys who met your mother, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. She don't come easy. You know she don't come easy. You've asked a lot of dudes who said that it's the truth. Now you know she don't come easy. You can open up your mouth and stick your tongue way out, but you'll just get claustrophobic and queasy. Spread the legs apart. Let's come together, she said. But before you
you'll even start. I want you to know that I've had better. It don't matter if you're gonna fuck or if you lick and suck. We all know she don't come easy. She'll stack 'em side by side, lined up by rows of 5, asking who'll be the one to please me. Wet that pussy is what you want to make it. Sure, she's lied to other guys. Look her in the eyes and watch out, she don't fake it. You've asked a lot of dudes who said that it's the truth. Now you know she don't come easy. You can open up your mouth and stick your tongue way out, but you'll just get claustrophobic and queasy. Wet that pussy is what you want to make it. Sure, she's lied to other guys. Look her in the eyes and watch out, she don't fake it. It don't matter if you're gonna fuck or if you lick and suck. We all know she don't come easy. She'll stack 'em side by side, lined up in rows of 5, asking who'll be the one to please me. I fell in love with a Cinnabon girl when she reached in with her knob and gave my foam latte a swirl. My Cinnabon girl, she drank cream from the pitcher, stole all the butter inside, and when she called me her pecan, it was to my delight. My Cinnabon girl, 6 sticky buns for here, at least 2 more to go, and throw in a cup of glaze because you just never know with a Cinnabon girl. She looked at me like I had pies in my eyes. I whispered in my ear, for you it's a la mode, my dear, to my Cinnabon girl. I ordered 3 vanilla crowlers, she made them disappear. My eyes grew wide, I can't say how, I can only say where. But it was the last croissant, which we both did want, so we got into a fight. So now it seems there's like nothing's right. I fell in love with a Cinnabon girl when she reached in with her nub and gave my foam latte a swirl. My Cinnabon girl.
I don't have words, only feelings left. I'm trying to kill those and put to death this emptiness inside these last 10 years. That's how long it's been since you disappeared. Just when I believed in something, something turned into nothing. Now I'm just a shell of what I used to be, left all by myself in this dark blue sea, holding nothing sacred anymore. I don't even fake it, I just stay bored, underachieving, alone, and ignored. 10% Tom knew he was wrong, but he didn't want to get hurt anymore, so he would turtle and hide rather than go looking inside. Decided he would no longer go and explore, so he would bide his time by clogging his mind with useless and trivial facts. With apathy as his brace, his time he did waste, time he knows he will never get back. Oh, 10% Tom, here's where you went wrong. You lost your passion along with your love. It was another's mistake, yet you let your heart break, looking down instead of looking above. Has anyone seen my apron? Has anyone seen my keys? I can't see too well without my glasses. I lost them too while I was stirring peas. By the way, do you know where my car is? I could have sworn I drove it home. But at least I know when my birthday is, because this nice man who knew I'd forget, he kindly carved it on a stone. Well, thanks for helping me find my apron. I left it hanging around my waist, and when I opened my car door, in the ignition I found the keys that I'd misplaced. Maybe I'll remember where I left my glasses after a good night's sleep, so I'll go to bed. But wouldn't you know it, when I went in to brush my teeth, I looked in the mirror and I saw those glasses on the top of my head. This is just part of getting a little older, when you start to forget more than most people remember. I just hope you don't forget my birthday on the 25th day of December. That's Christmas, Nana. Everyone could tell by the bloodied look on his face. There are some unwritten rules set aside and applied to the disgraced. So when a vigilante from the crowd appears to take you for a ride, be forewarned that silencing fear you hear, the fact that dead men don't lie. It seems I didn't even have to make a character statement in the case. I just said one thing. I did it for the betterment of the human race. For the cops, the prisoners, the mob, and the jury. They already know just how much my love for a woman has hurt me. And before she's backed into a corner, he'll be the one that gets knocked down if it was a choice I had to make. I know I'd do the same again. I'm man enough to stand my ground. No, I'd never call it a mistake. I'm man enough to hop in my truck, and sure, I know when to drive away, but I'm man enough to kick the shit out of him for slapping her in the face. My wife's a bitch. That's why she gets hit. When I get upset, I just raise my fist. She knows it well. She gave me hell, then down she fell. Now she ain't well. My wife's the bitch. That's why she gets hit. When I get upset, click, I just raise bang. My husband's dead, I shot him in the head, that's the last time I said. Now the floor's all red, I'm going off to bed. Later I'll clean all this mess, decide whether to confess or go and burn this bloody dress. My husband's dead, I shot him in the head, that was the last time I said. We were all the fashion during an upside-down time. In our dance of passion, a partnership maligned. Amiss, whispered fears, still two hearts would intertwine. As I find myself here with my partner in crime. See, you were as bad as me as I was for myself. We wade in our tempestuous sea of tortured mental health. I was in too deep. I knew I had to get out. Are there secrets the other keeps? We each had no doubt. When neither of us are straight, we blame other names for our sorrows. We face the same predicament today as yesterday, as tomorrow. There's a river flowing in my mind, a rage within this howling wind. It's pulled me from the shadows. Love's flame sucked me in again. Yeah, the same familiar burn that's got me so many times before. Time and time again, I take my turn. I knew what the future had in store. All those prophets from history, they said faith would set me free. Haha, yeah, right before getting torn apart, they had a good ride before things went dark. Romeo had Juliet, but I only got this. Judas sure got a bad rap, man. It was just one little kiss. Moses parted the deep blue sea, then he left us all here to drown. Some say redemption's for the weak, but me, I chose my thorny crown. Mary Magdalene walked the streets, no, never once looking to be saved. Remember, as an uncleansed woman, while I might say new age and brave. In ancient tales, villains, heroes, and guys like me embark between the bounds of love and hate all over the human arc. One birth, one death, the flame, the dark, making, missing, or never leaving's one's mark. Amongst the common men I've found my voice, a poet's pen, my weapon of choice. With ink-stained hands I've poured my soul into verses raw and let it all unfold. Painting canvas with searching, unrelenting prose, where both hope and despair there they seamlessly compose. In strokes of light and shades of gray, the human spirit in all its display. Yeah, I've been doing my best to pick up and run with the baton, and I'll hand it to the next one when I'm too old to take this on. So many that I've turned to, they have all fallen by the way. What's a man left to do when he's not sure he wants to pay? The heavy cost that comes with speaking, thinking for himself, when so many men have said they'd rather be led by something or someone else. So now I stand here in front of the mirror, covering my eyes, my mouth, my ears, until the only thing left is a lone voice inside. I'll let that along with you forever be my guide. Yes, together we'll go to wherever God wants us to be. And if there's no God, that'll mean that it's just you and me. So if it's all up to us, then we best not lose faith. We'd better not quit and most definitely not wait. This opportunity comes once a lifetime. Try your best to enjoy the damn ride. Maybe you'll find your salvation lies not beyond this world, but somewhere within inside.
My girlfriend's house, her parents are home. They don't like me much, so we're never alone. I'm sitting on the sofa and she's looking so fine. We've been dating so long, don't they know she's mine? They think she's so pure and that she can wear white. An innocent girl, a parent's delight. I'm so sorry she didn't tell you what's right, like what she does when she spends the night. Because of these lies, by your law she abides. Because of these lies, in the bushes we hide. Because of these lies, we make love outside. Because of these lies, we take the car for a ride. They say what's unknown doesn't hurt you, and that the truth shall set you free. But if they only knew what I've taken, they'd take you away from me. This is our little secret, so we'll play our charades. We'll keep singing our song until the music fades. Come for a ride, and I'll take you away. It's finally our turn in this game that we play. Yeah, I'm feeling good. I really got it tonight. Let's drive somewhere and turn off the lights. Love has its prices, and love has its costs. I'll unbutton your shirt while you watch for the cops. Though she can't buy wine, she can still buy smokes. Is she old enough for love? Don't ask her folks. Their old school value and their old school style. Today I'd place them in an old school pile. Because of the old ways, they try to keep me away. Because of the old ways, they never let me stay. Because of the old ways, this is the game we play. Because of the old ways, they think we'll wait till our wedding day. When she's at college, they never see me at all, and they never hear us rattling the walls. When she's home, in the window I crawl. Better not get caught, I hear that Dad's got a gun. I smoke a pack a day, don't get far when I run. Too great the risk, I don't want to get caught. I think it's time to head out to the parking lot. Yeah, out in the corner, and in the shadows we hide. She says it hurts her knees, and it hurts her pride. NFL don't want to discuss it. What causes concussions in women's brains? Fans may get disgusted. That's when channels start to change. In that case, destroy all evidence. Don't keep it under lock and key. Never have to worry about facts blown back at you or back at me. Get it? No, Dom VO, not that night. So long as there's no video of the fight, Lord have mercy. I said, no, Dom VO. You'll be alright, so long as there's no pictures of the fight. Say it again, I said, oh no, Dom VO. I said, no, Dom VO. Hit it. There's no need for argument, there's no argument at all. After you punched her in the elevator and the camera captured her fall, or vice versa, that depends on wherever you're at the knife. Sometimes you get the OJ treatment and we wonder why they stopped fighting back. Hit 'em. Oh, there's no video, it's alright. So go loco Marciano, hey Greg Hardy, there you go. Lord have mercy, I said, no, Dom VO. If there's no video, they will let you go. They said it's alright. It's alright. Say it again. No, Dom VO. Huh. I said, no, Dom VO. Well, Mr. Goodell, I just don't want to see someone who's clearly crazy face on my TV, playing in the league for my kids to see, for my kids to be, not right, not right, not right, I'm gonna leave. Well, hello, little Jenna. This is a song that my daddy used to sing to me. It's called Fuzzy Math. 4, 3, 1, 2, so much work we don't want to do. 3, 2, 1, 4, that's what God made minorities for. This is exactly what my daddy said to me. When I was young, he sat me down on his knee. When you're born so insanely rich, there's no reason why you can't be prejudiced. Guatemalans came here to cut the grass for those of us who are high class, while Haitians floated over on a raft to work at nursing homes wiping grandma's ass. Colombians grow coffee and sometimes sell cocaine. Those silly little Mexicans love working in the rain. Not sure what you call the ones that clean our house, but at least they do something, unlike those blacks down south. We were born so insanely rich, perhaps that's why we're so prejudiced. 11, 3, 6, 5, and 8, growing up wealthy, white, and ignorant is great. Now tell me, Daddy, why'd we really go to war? So many die, just what are they fighting for? He said, well, honey, think of the world as a great big machine that runs off a whole bunch of oil and gasoline. And you know those sand people can get pretty mean. And that's why we're so glad Dick Cheney's on our team. We were born so insanely rich. Perhaps that's why we're so prejudiced.
11, 3, 6, 5, and 8. Growing up wealthy, white, and ignorant is great. 3, 4, 2, 1. And now my song is done. The vagina bleeds every 4 weeks. That's like 5 to 8 days that I don't wanna play. My trans friend is fine with a nice behind and its soft warm hole, a place I can always go unless she had Taco Bell. In that case, well, that's when we wait a day just to play it safe, and then the loving don't stop. Well, that's just the facts, but sometimes she wants to top. That's the only drawback, yeah, as she lubes you up, smiling now it's your turn. After one big thrust, you feel your asshole burn. She reminds me mostly of my mom, except for the gonads, but be careful bending over, yeah, 'cause she's hung like her dad. The vagina bleeds every 4 weeks, that's like 5 to 8 days. She says stir the pain, my trans friend is fine, with a nice behind and a great long taint. Yeah, I can hardly wait. I can hardly wait. The Creator never really had a chance when his disciples could no longer walk straight. The power of song and dance unleashed after ages inside the Golden Gate. Now that there's rock and roll in heaven, everyone enjoys the hymns, and the only problem the church has is getting everybody in. These guys all got the same room upstairs. Yes, their landlord is God, and still no one seems to care. They all sit and scratch their heads, wondering just who'll come knocking next. Yet time has told them it's anyone's guess. Everybody's grateful to be dead because now they're the house band in heaven. They fill that place every single night. Now that doesn't sound too upsetting. Hard to tell just how the conversation sounds when John's head is just about to hit the ground. Hey John, it's George who's been knocking at the door. Because of course Paul would have ringed the bell. John responded that George must have left the Maharishi, or else I figured we'd have seen him in hell. There goes Hendrix playing without his hands, wearing only his headband and his funky underpants. Hey George, go get a bucket of cold water. Let's see if we can get him out of this trance. Sammy Davis Jr. sure can tap dance, and he don't eat much, but when Elvis Presley knocks, don't ever let him in, for he'll just eat all the chips and dip. Oh, what a sin. But Sinatra's okay, 'cause he always brings gin. Hey, who invited Bobby Dylan? You know you're not allowed to let anyone in early. Keith Richards came all the way up for nothing, but we're sure we'll see him again shortly. The Creator never really had a chance when his disciples could no longer walk straight. The power of song and dance unleashed after ages inside the Golden Gate. Now that there's rock and roll in heaven, everyone enjoys the hymns, and the only problem the church has is getting everybody in. John whispers, no, you're not going to see what I got in my pocket, but the words that come to me are knock it off and stop it. You say you want to change your ways, but just what's the use? I have had far beyond my years, too much pain and abuse. Jim Morrison wakes up mumbling something odd. The day revolves around the tears falling from the serpent's eyes. I hold the pain of the world inside my mind. My ears can no longer hear a child cry. My senses crawl beneath my skin as a man who once saw all becomes blind. But they all know George is not the type to be outdone. The pressure of the sky falls on your back. The clouds start laughing in your face. The weather changes all the time, so remove your soul from within its case. Old Blue Eyes never wants to join in unless there's some ladies around. When it's just the guys, he's called the chairman of the board, sitting in some darkened corner trying not to be found. Now it sounds pretty sad, but everybody is still waiting for Billy Joel. But even though he's bald and fat, he's still not that old. They'd be happy with Elton John because they need someone on the keyboard. When everyone heard he stopped doing drugs, they all cried out, "Oh Lord!" The group is still split about 50-50 between Madonna and Britney Spears. They'll take anyone but Barbra Streisand. Her stealing the show is what everybody fears. The Creator never really had a chance when his disciples could no longer walk straight. The power of song and dance unleashed after ages inside the Golden Gate. Now that there's rock and roll in heaven, everyone enjoys the hymns, and the only problem the church has is getting everybody in. So now you know what you can look forward to when your day finally comes. You can walk up the stairway to heaven and go chasing the band that's never on the run.
Venus was raised in the Bronx, a block away from the zoo. She lived with mom and dad, left home at 18 and came back at 22. A little wiser, a little more mature. She went off to college like she knew she had to do. She had big green eyes and these big brown curls. Cutest girl in the neighborhood, envy of all the boys and girls. She came back from college with her tassel turned to the side, a wandering soul who found herself, and she felt pretty good inside. The first to graduate from her family tree, a future bright as any star, even though she didn't quite know what she wanted to be. So she started tending bar, then she started wasting time, twisting up the bottle caps and cutting up the limes. Such a friendly girl, such a sweet sensation. With a smile and a wink, she'd start a conversation with anyone on a stool or anyone playing pool. She started partying a little, but she usually kept her cool. Just a little bit there and a little bit here. Soon turned to all the time and then everywhere. She was searching for some truth, but they only told her lies. And when the ship started sinking, Venus quickly cut her ties. Her friends at the bar started bringing her down, so she took a step back and then she skipped town. So she packed her bags, set off for who knows where, coming to the conclusion it had to be better than there. Well, she headed out west and she did her best to avoid tricky situations and police stations. She found an apartment upstairs from a coffee shop, a place to live, a place to work, and then the partying stopped. After she took the train west, she got her life on track, and it was waitressing one day when she met Captain Jack. Captain Jack was well known as a player, but he knew just what to say to her. "What's a sweetie like you doing in a place like this?" He gave her a big wink, and she blew him a little kiss. So he stopped in for coffee every morning for 3 weeks straight. He'd ask Venus for some sugar, then he'd ask her for a date. And soon after a while, she gave him another little smile. She finally gave Jack her number. The next day he dialed. On the first date they had, they went to the museum, looking so good together. Oh man, you should have seen them. The very next day they saw each other again, and forever after that they were always making plans. Soon she began to fall in love with what she thought love was. Venus thought Jack loved her too. Why? Well, just because. But little did she know that when her back was turned, she was getting burned, because Jack soon learned that even after so much time, he still couldn't change his ways. And like so many others, he learned that cheating doesn't pay. Venus was hearing wedding bells, the stage was set and all. Jack was either hearing voices or else nothing at all. His heart wasn't in it, but still he played along. Stairway to Heaven was their wedding song. Even with a ring on his finger, he was still a cheat. He'd meet a woman at the bar and he'd sweep her off her feet. Well, before she knew it, Venus had been had. With a baby on the way, Captain Jack was gonna be a dad. She went in for a checkup and the doctor said there was a problem. She asked, "What could you do?" Doc said, "We can't yet solve it." She had HIV, and there's to date no cure. Venus dropped her jaw and asked, "Are you sure?" Venus then asked about the baby after she fell, and the doctor said that they couldn't yet tell. Then she muttered something about Jack and then something about hell. When Venus got home, she wore a veil, but she took notes in the back of her head. Her eyes became suspicious, her heart filled with dread. Still in the back of her mind, she believed that she was better off dead. All the tears in her eyes, she could never conceal. All the pain in her heart, she could never reveal. The truth of it all, she could never bear. She lost touch with reality, started not to care. Soon Venus hit the bottle. She started lowering her class, drowning all of her sorrows in the bottom of her glass. When trouble finds you, you can no longer hide, especially when you carry an unborn child inside. With future dreams shattered, the past became lost, paying for another's sins, the highest of costs. As bottles poured, others paid too. Newborn baby entered this world all pale and blue. Another prayer on a stone, as Venus felt alone. With revenge on her mind, she headed on home. She who hated men and likewise despised the earth, suicidal thoughts spun back and forth, and clouded judgment and blackened soul, Venus set out spinning, out of control. With hatred in her veins, which burned with every breath, she decided to play God, walking hand in hand with death. She forgot about Jack as she tried to hold the pain. She returned to the bars, started snorting cocaine. Venus took her wedding ring off when she sat at the stool, started getting free drinks from every other fool. Venus got a pickup line. The guy would buy her a beer, and then he'd say, "Hey, let's get out of here."
That's what the guy said, so that's what the girl did. She played poker with their life when they didn't even bid. Venus made them forget their name every single night. Then she'd slip out in the early morning light. With a smile so wide, he'd say, "What a lay!" Then he'd go out and get tested that very same day. For next to his reflection in the mirror was a note written in red. "Welcome to the world of AIDS. Pretty soon you'll be dead." Venus would hit a new bar, she'd hit a new town, and turn that place upside down. Up to her they'd come, and she'd lay 'em down. Then she'd slip out without a sound. He's drinking scotch, she's drinking gin. She'd set a trap, and they'd fall in. Finally, she broke down as her conscience became lost. A heart so cold it filled with frost. She pulled out a knife, stabbed Captain Jack. Bleeding from the neck, he fell back. She opened a window, stood on the ledge, took one last breath, went over the edge. I still think of Venus every now and again. Before it was all over, she took 21 men. As the cameras flashed, somehow I held everything back. Oh, how I was ready to snap, yet so caught up in the moment I knew I could not show it. So I made it seem like I cherished it, as on the inside I'd lie and try to hide all my rough, jagged edges and my innermost blemishes. While on the outside I'd smile, shake hands and high-five the people as they filed up and down. Now they're crowding around both sides of the aisle. This was before your time. This was before your time. This was before your time, back when you didn't know me, back when I barely knew myself. This was before your time. This was before your time. This was before your time, back when I was searching for safety and seclusion, far away from someone else. But when I heard the magic of your words, as you sang, I actually praised the Lord, and those of you who know me would all agree that that's my own personal version of blasphemy. Why did I believe in you? Was it because I knew that you'd come to believe in me too, eventually? Or was it because before you came around I found I was spiritually empty? Oh, I was so empty. Then suddenly you appeared, dear, and here was this well, refreshing as hell. Just when then your voice rang out as clear as a bell. Drink up, for we have more. Yes, there's plenty. Since that day, I have never lost my faith in me, my faith in you, my faith in our ability to adapt or escape, to either leave or lead this human race. I've seen faces come and go like seasons in a small town square, old men feeding birds, mothers combing tangled hair. You can tell a lot about a place by who still waves when you drive by, and who hides behind the curtains, pretending they're not lurking as they hide. There was a girl I met with a long silver medallion chain. We held hands, shared dreams, and danced barefoot in the rain. She said, even if the world is mostly pain, why not strut our stuff and do our thing? I wrote her name in dust upon my dashboard, and then we drove until the letters disappeared. Take heed of the warning, things in your rearview mirror may actually be closer than they appear. We woke up to a radio preacher saying time is running thin, but the clock on my wall don't scare me now like it once did back then. I've been building little fires to light my way back home, finally stoking embers, feeling renewed in their warmth and glow. There was a note taped to my mirror saying, don't you dare forget who you are. I kept on reading until the rain ran down the ink, navigating distance only by the stars. And now I'm older than I ever planned to be, still searching for the knowledge that can set us free. The road is cracked, the signs are bending, but the engine hums its familiar steady key. Maybe all this wandering is just rehearsal for the end, a way of making peace with having to start again. If love is its own language coming through in waves, I await the warm embrace, time ready to be washed away. The moon hangs low above the pines tonight, a white-yellow round against canvas black bends. If she's listening, tell her that I still write. I will write, and someday I'll return with what I lost back then. I said, Weasel, let's talk about our favorite three letters. Yeah, USA. USA. As free men we walk, but only if they let us. Yeah, yeah. Down the road we go, knowing well some of us won't return, no. Yeah, another thing we know, we've been watching this slow burn slow. We're burning, watching our dreams go up in flames, yeah. Looking for a reason, not the treason, but the reason never came. No, caught between the future and the mess we're in today. Trying to get in, get out, trying to get it before it gets away. There's about 1 million people in the world who are better than all the rest. To have any more than that is really superfluous. So with that in mind, what is my purpose? To be the Luigi in Mario's world? Should I strive to save a princess, or die trying to flip the turtles? Maybe find the king of the castle and shake up every piece on the board. Be a 20th century Robin Hood, send someone back bad to the Lord. The fire keeps getting hotter, but now I got a daughter. It's up to me to teach her what she learns, yeah. I gotta find a way to cope when I know I'm losing hope, and I'm gonna hit that point of no return, yeah. We're burning, watching our dreams go up in flames. Yeah, looking for a reason, not the treason, but the reason never came. Caught between the future and the mess we're in today. Trying to get in, get out, get in, make our getaway. We're burning, watching our dreams go up in flames. Yeah, looking for a reason, not the treason, but the reason never came. Caught between the future and the mess we're in today. Trying to get in, get out, and live to see the light of the next day. I finally watched The Sopranos 2 decades after it aired. Whatever happened to Keanu Reeves? That kind of guy has all but disappeared. I've got a troubled mind during these troubled times. Yeah, you say you're 1 in a million. I say there's over 8,000 of your kind. Yeah, we're burning, watching our dreams go up in flames. Yeah, looking for a reason, not a treason, but the reason never came. Caught between the future and the mess we're in today. Trying to get in, get out, maybe be heard when we got something to say. Trying to get in, get out, trying to get it before it gets away. Trying to get in, get out, trying to get it before it gets away. My great godfather always wanted to die early, just so he said he could look good at the wake. He's 98 and counting, doctor says he's doing great. Don't go in the ocean, don't you dare try to fly in the sky. There are sharks beneath the dark water, above fucking glowing drones that fly. There's bugs in all our devices, and roaches in the pot, yes. Messages that are subliminal are now entering our heads. A death sentence is now 30 paragraphs. We all signed but didn't read, no. Technology is bringing us backwards. Save the chaff and kill the seed, yeah. A crazy man wanting to go to Mars when I just want to go to California, yeah. Why do so many believe that insanity is the key to be free? I see zombies frozen asleep on the sides of the street. Why do so many believe that insanity is the key to be free? I see zombies frozen asleep on the sides of the street. On the sides of the street. Eyes are watching, but they don't see me. While all the tragic people, they long to be me. Don't know why that is. Don't want to play into the hysteria. That's why I always try to break free. Believe me, there's another way to live than what they're telling ya. Am I among the few? Many would have you believe so. What does your neighbor say? Why don't you go knock on his door? Alas, he moved real far away long ago. Set out searching, though he declined to define what he'd be looking for. Just said he'd know it when he sees it in his bestest version of broken English. Funny how I've grown to understand it and even come to speak it. You just say, screw it, I'll just do it. Doesn't have to be the perfect plan. Start by doing. Get things moving if you want to get in or out of a jam. You just say, screw it, I'll just do it. For there ain't no perfect plan, ma'am. There ain't no perfect plan, woman. For there ain't no perfect plan, my child. Burden's ass, burden's ass. I know I've become unstable because lately I've been feeling trapped. Burden's ass, burden's ass. I look both ways and still here I'm at, with all this open field and all these things I feel and yet no clear path. Burden's ass, burden's ass. He died right here from indecision. Let his bones act as our map. Burden's ass, burden's ass. When you're empty, hungry, and thirsty, sometimes the secret is just knowing when to act. Burden's ass, burden's ass. You could learn a lot from a donkey if you just know the right questions to ask. Burden's ass, burden's ass. I don't want to know about my heroes the same way I don't want to know if my doctor drinks. Being who you are has gotten you this far, but you've stalled and hit a wall. My guy, what are you doing to yourself? Didn't you used to be someone else? I'm trying to get my groove back, and prove that the haters were wrong. I'm trying to write a new refrain where I show restraint and not lose from where I came. You know, same old shit, same old song. Well, we're way past the 4th of July, yeah, and I'm sinking fast by the riverside, yeah. I see my possessions out on the block, yeah. Everything I worked so hard for will be gone, and I'll be left here holding on, yeah. But I can't stay here, so I'll be moving on, yeah, moving on. I'll be moving on. You could call it a midlife crisis. I keep giving in to my vices, but the thing is, it's been like this since I was 16. It never stops. Sometimes it slows and then it gets real mean. It grows and grows, yeah, grows and grows. Some are calling it a midlife crisis. Why I keep giving in to my vices while avoiding all the people who knew me back in the day. Because if they saw what I've been doing, I know what they would say. My life is in ruins since I came back from abroad. I was broken by her powers. Yeah, I fucking lost God, yeah. See, she made me hate my past. It was all a landslide after that. I did every little thing she asked. Now you have to bask in the aftermath. I just bought a gun and you know why. That fucking cunt is gonna die. Whole bunch of bullets by my side. Just the latest murder-suicide. You watched her take her first breath, I watched her take her last. Now we're both left with the side effects of actions that can't be taken back. The family is still craving the familiar, while strangers mill over the peculiar. How could one kill with such composure? That's why you see me here seeking closure. To adore, sell a tomb, God grant me the strength to go on, to yell the cry, somehow it's time. I'm a prisoner of my brain, a victim of biology, slowly driven insane by a holographic society. I let a wrong turn to find my path, now you're left dealing with the aftermath. I felt like life had kicked my ass, what I've done I can't take back. We can't take back. And since sociopaths are bad with names, to you my kind it might sound strange. Yeah, all you're gonna do is fan the flames, it's just gonna be another attempt in vain. We both know things ain't gonna change, feels like I'm screaming into a hurricane, yeah. She was more than a world away, yet this dream I could not shake. Taking up the best time she had, shouldn't have done that now looking back. Sometimes you can end the world with just your good intentions. I needed more than refinement, I needed reinvention. Always driven by passion, maybe more an addiction. Why not self-improvement, I'm now asking. I was trying to make fact this fan fiction, yeah. I tried to find the perfect girl inside of this imperfect world. As I sit and trace my greatest mistakes, my last decade alone, give or take. I lost a girl I never had, on 2 planes I had to come back. I was more numb than I was sad, crawling back home to my 2 cats. I've been trying to hide from my mind, but there's no escape. I've been thinking about the one that got away every single fucking day, yeah. When I lied to myself, I used to actually believe, but now I stopped playing pretend. Hell nah, I don't even dream, no. Lost from the here and now, she's 2 worlds away, to that other side, over in that better place. I drive by school bus stops quite a lot to see who leaves their kids alone in the dark, yeah. Daylight savings time, it could cover up a crime. I drive by school bus stops quite a lot to see who leaves their kid alone in the dark, yeah. Daylight savings time, it could be a crime if you know, yeah. I drive by school bus stops quite a lot to see who leaves their kid alone in the morning. Daylight savings time, it could be a crime. Take it from me, let this be your warning. Take it from me, let this be your warning. Take it from me, let this be your warning. Take it from me.
According to the 50 Cent doc on Diddy, Puff Daddy, Puff Diddy hired 8 lawyers at his trial for multiple millions of dollars.
We right here, we're gonna defend him for free. Diddy had great taste in clothes and bows and hoes for show. And maybe he had a darker side that the public didn't know, yeah. But hey, any man can kill a rap god or 2. But to get off Dred scot-free with all that blood on your shoes, that's something that only a true pro can do. Benjamin Netanyahu, I'm looking at you. And you too, Georgie Bush too. It was Cassie, not P, who gave you that STD. So classy is she to not disclose. Well, she'll be spending that Diddy money when she's being deposed. Exposed, you know these hoes can't keep their legs closed. Those lick my toes hoes blow more than your nose. Those lick my toes hoes blow more than your nose. She was a belly down, pound town, lick my toe ho. The kind that you find by the side of the road. Yeah, the crystal is lit, goes right up her nose ho. Yeah, give that bitch an inch and she never let go, no. There's a felon in the house, a second time around. You can say she's got a type. No, they don't stick around. And Mummy's little girl on the menu tonight. Better not fall asleep. It's best to put up a fight. Those lick my toes hoes blow more than your nose, yeah. Those lick my toes hoes blow more than your nose, yeah. Those lick my toes hoes blow more than your nose. Be lining up the bros in rows and rows with toxic cocks exposed. They're gonna show and grow and grow and grow and grow and grow and grow and explode. Oh, she was a belly down, pound town, lick my toe ho, yeah. The kind inclined to give you all a go. If y'all got enough dough, she'll go down slow and be getting low, 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 low. Be getting low.
Bitch don't even know my first name, still gave her the dick quick just the same, yeah. There's a few guys who get to fuck anyone that they choose, like Denzel, Colin Jost, Brad Pitt, me, and Tom Cruise, yeah. Then you got all those nerdy guys who all had to get rich to have any luck with the chicks, with those little dicks. Ew! Gates, Bezos, Zuck, and that father fucking Musk, yeah, all sat at the loser table together at lunch, yeah, mad plotting against the world, openly wishing me dead, so all the good things I had they could have instead, yeah. A quarter century later, it's all crumbling down. Now that they rule the world, they're making me leave town, yeah. Nailing girls who are reckless, something always on my checklist, yeah. I'll come you a whole pearl necklace, I'll come you a whore pearl necklace, I'll come you a whole pearl necklace, I'll come you a whore pearl necklace. Fuck them sluts and cucks, fuck them sluts and cucks, fuck them sluts and cucks. I taught your wife jujitsu, who knew? I taught your wife jujitsu, who knew? Who knew? I taught your wife jujitsu, who knew? When chasing after her, still holding my broom, how did she get out of my ditty room? When chasing after her, still holding my broom, how did she get out of my ditty room? Straight head first down the slip and slide, with all that baby oil she glides and 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 glides. She glides. When chasing after her, still holding my broom, how did she break out of my ditty room? Head first, straight first down the slip and slide, with all that baby oil she glides and glides and glides and glides and glides. She glides. Escaped her chain, she's now free to roam. This is like some pornographic version of Home Alone. Looking up and down and searching everywhere, when I finally found a trail of shaven pubic hair. Lucky for me, I'm gonna follow this clue, I'm gonna follow this trail to happiness that's gonna lead me to you. I'm gonna lick your clit and twist your tits and then come in your ass so we don't have kids. Now you're gonna fit me like a broken-in glove, straight in your rectum or going all of the above. My left testicle and tongue, my penis, head, chin and thumb, followed by my big toe. And what comes next? Oh, wouldn't you like to know? It could be over fast, it could be over quick, it could make you smile or be some sadistic shit, yeah. I met a girl with a nub at the Poets Club, looked into her blue eyes as I put both my hands on her thighs, knowing she could only push one away. I knew that love in my hand were here to stay. Love in my hand, love in my hand, loving my hand. Now after some loving, we got a bun in the oven. All of a sudden, we got another little nubbin, another little nub, another little nub. Love a little nub, yeah. Yeah, I love to eat cake, so I keep on baking, but I keep having kids whose hands are taken. Love in my hand, another little nub. I'll have you understand, you can both share a pair of gloves, yeah, alright. Gonna take a poop in the night, hope it's gonna flush right. Doesn't matter who clogged the bowl, you got a white asshole. Tried to free it up and now the plunge is stuck, yeah, now you're really fucked up. But doesn't matter who did what, I missed this now toxic flood. 1, 2, 3 swipes, a poop knife. Shit drip splattered neath the seat, somebody's gonna have to clean up. You hope nobody sees you make your great escape. Oh fuck shit, it's too late. Try to come up with a story they can understand when you notice your hand, yeah. Looks like you forgot to wipe, this night didn't go as you had planned, yeah. Gonna take a poop in the night. Hope it's gonna flush right. Doesn't matter who clogged the bowl. You got a white asshole. Tried to free it up, now the plunger's stuck. Yeah, now you're really fucked up. Now you're really fucked up. I've been waiting for Charlie Sheen to die for 30 years since 1995, yeah. September 28th, around 10:09. Caught my mom and Charlie having a good time, yeah. Just a young lad, maybe 10 years old. My mom was all I had to have and hold. Couldn't find the cream, I had a rash. Opened mom's door, big black dildo in Charlie's ass. Oh, that's when my life got turned upside down, when the night Charlie came over with Mr. Brown. Now I never met anyone famous before, except Gary Busey outside a liquor store. But now I wasn't thinking I want an autograph. I want a baby brother so my mom can take half, or 1/3 of 1/2 because of 2 ex-wives and child support. Yeah, I've been waiting for Charlie Sheen to die for 30 years since 1995, yeah. Can I have my car keys, please? I want to go hit some trees 'cause I'm hammered. One text or call could ruin it all when you're hammered. Yeah, that fine, fine sister turns out to be a mister when you're hammered. You were too busy eating to notice you were bleeding 'cause you're hammered. You just had to touch her chest, but that's a felony arrest 'cause you're hammered. You just peed your pants warm like a tropical storm. Yeah, you're hammered. In jail you spent the night when that cop you wanted to fight 'cause you were hammered. Your girlfriend slapped you in the face. The two of you got sprayed with mace 'cause you were both hammered, yeah. Can I have my car keys, please? I want to go hit some trees 'cause I'm hammered, yeah. Good night. Tip the waitstaff. I'm having a bisexual party. I want everybody to come. I think I might be bi. I'ma go blow a guy. Maybe 3 or even 4. Look at me, I'm such a whore. I will suck almost anyone. Curved or straight, small or hung. Both taste great, so much fun. Black and brown, I go right down. Yellow or white, I won't bite. Pants are down, but dicks are up when I'm in town. Y'all arrived? I've been slapping crackers, I've been blowing actors, I've been mapping the city, I've been feeling pretty shitty, I've been having the time of my life, but I've been paying the price. I ain't thought once, I sure didn't think twice. Ever since the day I first kissed a girl, I've been chucking lots of clams, collecting up the pearls, even diving deep for clams. Ever since the day I first kissed a girl, I've been diving deep for clams and chucking out the pearls, yeah. Forgetting who I am and my place in this world. And it ain't about no silly laugh or wearing black. Something, something, something can't be taken back, yeah. Come in my mouth if you love me forever. Come in my eye if you won't. Come in my pussy if you want a family. Come in my ass if you don't. I found Alex Jones in a rabbit hole and I said, hello, my friend. Something, 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 and it's happening again. Oh yeah, we're lying here in the gutter, both looking at each other. I take more than I give, but I ain't no hypocrite, yeah. I don't take anybody's shit, but y'all gotta learn to live with it, yeah. I take more than I give, but I ain't no hypocrite, yeah. I don't take anybody's shit, but y'all gotta learn to live with it, yeah. I take more than I can give, but I ain't no hypocrite. I tell you, I don't care what color your skin. I don't give a damn what club you're in, no. I take more than I can give, but I ain't no hypocrite, yeah. I tell you, I don't care what color your skin. I don't give a damn, no. I break for blue-haired lesbians. I break for Antifa trans. I break for MAGA who got a big dick. My bisexual bipartisan plan. Who's your favorite band? Tommy and the Trans. Who got a lot of fans? Tommy and the Trans. Tommy and the Trans. Tommy and the Trans. Tommy and the Trans. I'm secretly straight, but I pretend to be gay to fit in. You wanna know more, but I'm not really sure where to begin. Oh, sorry, wrong show. In this orgy in the dark, there's no telling who I'm screwing, but let go of my ears, I know what the hell I'm doing. I like holes more than faces, I like dicks more than names. Turn out all the lights so we don't feel ashamed, and that's alright with everyone who came. I take 4 pills a day because I'm a slut, yeah. One of those pills, Daffodil, helps get it up so I can fuck or erupt after I get sucked, yeah. 1 pill saves a day so I can't get AIDS. I would never do the touch your toes forbidden act with some cheek spreading dancer if I couldn't keep it hidden, that's a fact, and not get gay cancer. I got 3 apps for draining my sap, that's how I'm living, yeah. I take 2 pills after unprotected sex or getting neck, along with the prep called Doxypep, yeah. Take 2 of these and after this, reduce the risk of syphilis, chlamydia, and gonorrhea, 'cause I don't know where that cum dump has been, and you don't neither. Draining balls, I'm draining balls, come one and all. Draining balls, I'm draining balls, I'm draining balls, come one and all. You could put both hands on my balls, better that than a round of applause, yeah. Every time I go on Grindr to get a piece of tail, halfway through the rail, I have to bail. I got shit on my dick, I got shit on my dick, I got shit on my dick, I got shit on my dick. It's when I find a fine hind and I sit down to eat. I spy something funky growing and I gotta leave. That's worse than shit on my dick. Worse than shit on my dick. That's much worse than shit on my dick. Oh, that's worse than shit on my dick. I'm at the Morning Glory bed and breakfast. Yeah, I think it's down on Hardin Street. And just when I find a fine hind and I sit down to eat, I see something funky growing and I gotta leave. That's worse than shit on my dick. Worse than shit on my dick. That's much worse than shit on my dick. Oh, worse than shit on my dick. I put it in and then I pulled it out. First it was her ass and then it was her mouth. Then I slipped it in the only hole that she had left with the grip, zip, tip, dip, zip. Then I fled, yeah. I screamed out, what the fuck is this? No, I never signed up for no question mark kids. I said, damn, you hit every branch on the fugly tree. Now get the fuck away from me. I was born with the safety of. That's how I think, that's how I act, that's how I fuck, that's how I walk. If you can read this, then the bitch fell off. Says the back of my shirt as I ride my hog. I got 1 in the pink and 2 in the stink. Took off my ring, washed my dick in the sink. Gave her a wink as I told her my kinks. Yeah, I'm ready to get sweaty with Betty. Don't give a fuck what that cuck Barney thinks, no. I got 1 in the pink and 2 in the stink, and I'm ready to get sweaty with Betty. Don't give a damn what Barney thinks, no. I walked in, lit up my coke, had a sip of Jack and Coke. To catch a pretty girl's eye, you know I ain't afraid to lie. I'm well known for slinging lines to the woman with the big behinds. No, it don't have to be the truth, so long as it gets me close to you. By the time you find out that it's a fib, I'll have my hands around your hips. And by the time you start to get mad, I'll tell you that you weren't half bad. And now that we've played Adam and Eve, God told me it's time to leave. Buy, ride or die. Buy, ride or die. Buy, ride or die. Buy, ride or die. I'll suck the dick, I'll lick the clit, I'll do some fucking crazy shit. I'll squeeze them tits, I'll squeeze those cheeks, I'll do it days, I'll do it weeks. Yeah, I'll spread those cheeks, I'll squeeze those tits, I'll drain those balls, swallow your kids. I got some gray eyebrows, I shave everything else. I fuck girls, suck guys while you play with yourself. If there's a set of tits, I'll find something to do. I might fist your sister while I'm sucking the goo. Keep trying to break my record for loads in a day. Tied it 5 times, but I could not break. Buy, ride or die. Buy, ride or die. Buy, ride or die. I'll suck the dick, I'll lick the clit, I'll do some fucking crazy shit. I'll squeeze them tits, I'll squeeze those cheeks, I'll do it days, I'll do it weeks. Yeah, I'll spread those cheeks, I'll squeeze those tits, I'll drain those balls, swallow the kids. I got some gray eyebrows, I shave everything else. I fuck girls, suck guys while you're home playing with yourself. I fuck guys, suck girls while you're home playing with yourself. If there's a set of tits, I'll find balls, I'll find something to do. I might smother your brother. And suck a load or two. Keep trying to break my record for loads in a day. Tied it 5 times, but could not break. I had 4 threesomes, that's like fucking 12. You're still at home playing with yourself. I'll take Caitlin on the court, an angel on my bed. Take off your uniform, trunk, dunk, splish, splash on my head. I stuffed my stiff staff in a big ass so fast, I gave me whiplash. I stuffed my stiff staff in a big ass so fast, it gave me whiplash. I stuffed my stiff staff in a big ass so fast, gave us both whiplash. I stuffed my stiff staff in a big young ass so fast, I gave us both whiplash. She got the back, she's stacked, got a face like an angel, she's got the rack, she's racked, they perk never dangle. You plump dumpling, gonna break you in half. You plump dumpling, gonna break you in half. What's white, pink, black, and horny all over us? In the sack, oh, okay, now roll over. You know the last time the drugs were laced, you had a big stupid smile all up in your face. I'm gonna squeeze the titties tonight and break off a chunk of funk and make you feel alright, yeah. Diddy got caught, but they never got Jay-Z, while Kanye and Kyrie on a race to going crazy. When you stick your dick in crazy that very first time, it leaves you thinking maybe everything will be fine. Yeah, I'm sorry for what she did to ya. Got the bitch on video, giving you chlamydia. She was a 3-month girl in a 100-year world, and I told her this. She got angry, yeah, when I told her this. She got pissed, I thought she was gonna hang me, yeah. From a 3-month girl in our 100-year world, you have saved me. I swore last time I'd never again stick my dick in crazy. I got my balls on a device, and I'm not going back there twice. I'll never stick my dick again in crazy, no. When I was young, my mama told me not to trust anything that bleeds for a week and lives, yeah. I'm old enough to call you angel, but I'm smart enough to know you're a slut. I'm too tired to guess your angle. It's time to play. I'm glad enough. I'm picking my cards up off the table, yeah. You finally called your bluff. I found myself in a fast car with an even faster girl, going round and round like a tilt-a-whirl, and that bitch loves nuts like she's a squirrel, yeah. I slammed a home run with Jill on the pill on the hill. I'm thinking about fucking your ass, bitch. Working we can do naked gymnastics. Maybe even hitting your sister to come over and play naked strip twister, yeah. I've felled 1,000 trees in the name of poetry. And dead will be 1,000 more when I get through telling about you, you uncle fucking whore. Melanie Ann McCarthy lives at 6 Willowbridge Lane. And Melanie Ann McCarthy asks you to bring a few friends so that you can run a train. I know your secret, you're a dirty little slut. I know your weakness, a finger in the butt. I know your history as a girl you shouldn't trust. God, it's a mystery why we turn our back on love for lust. Nothing could be finer than a thumb in her vagina in the morning. The last thing she was expecting was my tongue inside her rectum without warning. I love the way she giggles when I put it in the middle and give it a little wiggle. Yeah, love her jugs the way they jiggle. She was slutty but willing. My buddy asked, are you still in? While I was debating, she leaned in close and put her finger straight up my nose. She said, if you want to get me back, take off your clothes. I'll let you choose 2 out of the 3 of my holes. You're a whore, Mrs. Robinson. Only God knows where that pussy's been. In. She took the dick down her throat on the coke up her nose. There's no need to say more. She's just one of them hoes. Yeah, she's getting sloshed and tossed like a salad from a local homosexual club. Yeah, 2 whole-fisted by her friends the paraplegic who each plunge their stump in their nub. Yeah. Missing a tooth and hitting a vape. That's the kind of girl I usually date. 6 tattoos, 1 screw loose. Always fighting back 'cause she loves the abuse. She said, come and visit, bring a friend or 2. I live on the corner of Oral and Anal Avenue. Come and visit, bring a friend or 3. Help me clean 'cause I'm so dirty. I love to watch you eat when you're sucking it so deep. As soon as my balls are off your chin, wanna put them back on again. Doesn't matter how long ago I cummed, I get hard again when I lick your bum. When you lick my bum, when we lick bums. Bum, 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 bum. Who sticks their tongue in bum, 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 bums? Who sticks their big dick in bum, bums, bum, bum? Who sticks their big thick dick and thumb in bum, bum, bum? Oh. Bums, bum, 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 bums. Who sticks their big thick dick and thumb and tongue in bum, 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 bums? I like to stick my big thick dick and thumb and tongue in bum, 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 bums. Bum, 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 bums. Who sticks their big thick dick and thumb and tongue in bum, 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 bums? I like to stick my big thick dick and thumb in bum, 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 bums. Bum, 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 bums. When I saw your mother naked, well, I wanted you even more. Orgasms, you've never faked them, you're such a fucking whore. I got the bad seed in my blood, I don't have kids 'cause they'd be fucked up. With risk genes running up and down the whole family tree. I'm not only fighting my environment, I'm fighting me. Fighting history, fighting insanity. It's no mystery, what a calamity. I only got one friend and not gone or dead. I only got perverted thoughts inside my head. Because of my fears, I'm still here. Yeah, check back in another year. I take bus stop candy from strange old men. I like to visit the sun every now and again. Glory holes, well, glory be. Twinks, trans, and hungs, my chosen trinity, yeah. Well, who am I? I'm a shell of my former self, all because I can't control myself. I got things I can't live without here. I used to have heroes who have either died or else otherwise moved on, yeah. I used to have heroes, but those days of having heroes are gone, yeah. With risk genes running up and down the whole family tree, I'm not only fighting my environment, I'm fighting me, fighting history, fighting insanity. I only got one friend, not gone or dead. I only got perverted thoughts inside my head because of my fears. I'm still here, yeah, check back in another year, yeah. When you stick your dick in crazy that very first time, it leaves you thinking maybe everything will be fine, yeah. Sometimes it may be for a little while, yeah. Haven't turned on the radio since the day that you were gone. I'm afraid they'll play our song. I'm quadrupling my chances on this Friday night. I've decided to fuck any and everything inside. Be it woman or man, boy or girl, someone's getting this nut like a motherfucking squirrel. That's why I don't drink, 'cause my thinking gets risky. Give me the pink and the sting when I'm drinking my whiskey. If there's grass on the field, well, I'm willing to play ball. If you're old enough to kneel, you know I'm down for it all. Call up your whore friend who you said likes to put out. I'll fuck her fat ass while your dick's in my mouth. Then we can all take turns and then I'll switch places. Get honey and cream all over our faces. That's why I don't drink, 'cause my thinking gets risky. When I get all liquored up, yeah, start feeling frisky. Round homeless people up and start drinking their pee, while the one with the stump gives a good pegging to me, yeah. Pass me the bottle, then pass me around. I've met lots of nice friends in the meth part of town. That's why I don't drink, 'cause my thinking gets risky. I'll spit on a hot girl cop just to get a free frisky. My friends try to tell me, seems I never listen. Just seem to end up with another FWB from the prison, yeah. I asked my psychiatrist why I like sex so much. He said when I was younger I might have been touched. In my weathered town, down by the sea, lives the man who molested me, where he told me of his life of being a Catholic priest. Sometimes the first one you see is the only one you need, yeah. She'd been giving head since she was 12 years old. The back of the school bus driver driving down the road, yeah. By 14, she was the best in town. Guys lining up for miles and miles around here. I groomed her to be my bride. When they asked how old she was, I lied, yeah. She said, you can eat my ass. I laughed. I already had. Ask her dad. He caught me in the act when she was bad. Passed out drunk with the trunk hood up. I had a lick. I couldn't resist. Here comes Dad. Oh boy, was he mad. He grabbed the axe. He didn't laugh. So out I run and I'll never look back. I never look back. I've been saving all these raisins since they were little grapes. Hey, hey, hey. Tiny minnows took their last dive. At least they know they gave their lives, knowing they died to serve a purpose, yeah. But holy mackerel, this fin is just for fun. This apparatus is for love, yeah. My flippers get their kicks when our sonar clicks. Trick or treat from my big bag of tricks, yeah. What's the haul? The catch of the day. All right, now it's a sure bet. Is she in the net? Let's just get it out of the way. What not to say? Well, I fingered your mom at a Chick-fil-A, and I blew your dad after turning him gay. Took me 10 years, but it was worth my time when I took the V card from his behind. I fucked your mom, your dad, your boyfriend too. I'll fuck everyone you love just to fuck over you. Won't you have a guess who's next on my list? Will it be Grandpa or Grandma who get a big wet kiss? I'll teach your dog how to do new tricks, and then we'll both treat you like a bitch. Me and your dog are gonna get real tight. Guess who's sleeping in the doghouse tonight? Well, let's start with my browser history will make you horny. I jack it off to Danielle Bergoli nearly every morning. If I catch you outside, you'll get the dick without warning. I need that ass and tits. What happens after that, we'll live with it. When Amy Winehouse died, I needed a replacement. While I'm wrapping my hands around her waist, she can sing about me coming on her face and shit. Who's my boss? Alyssa Milano. Definitely Mila Kunis. Yeah, and that nose job girl from The Sopranos. I won't reach out. I'll sit and doubt myself. I won't get help. I'll sit and doubt myself. I'll sit and pout myself. I'll sit and quit myself. I'll sit and shit myself. I won't reach out. I'll sit and doubt myself. I won't get help. I won't get help. I'll sit and live in hell. There's no more faking when you're so close to breaking. Revealed what has been latent when the final action's taken. Revenge often tastes sweetest when there's bloodlust in your eyes. Yeah, the jury, we don't need 'em. No, I won't be doing time. No, a slug to the dome starts the show. You smile wide when the blood flows. You look to your left, there's victim number 2. Just pissed herself, she didn't know what to do. It should be a crime to be that fine. It leaves a brother sign looking at that big behind.